All right, everybody, welcome back to the Killer Main podcast series. This week we have Trickster. This is actually a re-recording because the old file got corrupted. And if my guests would like to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Revv. I am a 7K hour player at the moment, with around 3K or plus hours of that being Trickster. I have like 78,000 injured survivors with knives. I'm currently the number one NA Trickster in terms of lacerations. And I stream on Twitch and I do a lot of like Trickster related content. I also play Killer and I also play Survivor as well, just like general killers. But yeah, most part I just make content around Trickster.
Yeah, and all of those links will be below. You guys should follow Revv. They're amazing.
No.
No. Don't follow Revv. Never mind.
No follow. Stay away.
So how long? You said 6K hours.
6.7K hours. Yeah, I'm cresting on 7K right now.
How long have you been playing Dead by Daylight though, as far as like years go?
Ooh, I've been playing since Pig release, which is 2018. I played most of the I didn't get fully into the game until Clown release. And that's because I was just like getting into the game when Pig came out and figuring out if I liked the game or not. My brother actually got me into the game. He used to be a Myers main, and he would pull up like content creators from back in the day, like Crunchy Egg Rolls, and he'd tell me to come up to his computer and say, "Hey, look at this! You see this guy on the stream? I'll be in his match in 2 seconds." And he booted up DVD, hit Q, and got into his lobby instantly. And I was like, "Wait, that's amazing! How? What? This person with like 2,000 viewers, you just get into his lobby in 2 seconds? It's crazy." Old Qs were weird. But that got me into the game. I was like, wow, I became a fan of a bunch of Twitch streamers. From that point, I tried to get into the DBD, like just interacting with DBD content creators in general. I ended up being a regular in Morph's community, Edgar Allan Bros community, and Ralph's community as well. And everything just went on for there. I ended up being a Huntress main at some point, and that's what eventually solidified my obsession with range killers.
Deathslinger?
I don't mind Deathslinger. I think he's cool. I think if he had a little bit more range, I'd be obsessed with him, but he's just a little bit too short range for my taste.
I got you.
I loved him when he was 24 meter Terrius though. I love stealthing up on people and just like a gunshot goes off and they're just like, "What just happened?"
I feel like the whole terror. I've had this discussion before about terror radius. I feel like we need to get more liberal with our terror radiuses. I feel like it's too commodified.
Yeah, I made a post actually responding to Hens a week ago, like listing off how many people have a 32 meter terror radius, 4.6 meter movement speed, and it's like 27 killers, not counting Trickster.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot. How many 4.4 killers do we have? Like 6. How many characters with 24 meter terror radius? Probably less than that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I understand why Chucky doesn't have it. It would be insane.
No, I get it.
If base Kitty had lower. But I mean, Sadako is 24, right?
Yeah, but Sadako's a weird case where it's like
she also has a lullaby for no reason.
Yeah, it's like her lullaby already gives her away. So like she sort of has a 24 meter terror radius, but her lullaby also kind of gives her a reverse stealth in a way. So it's like, how do you balance that without making the lullaby irrelevant?
Mm-hmm.
Because she wants to be, you want her to want to be in her to manifest, right? But if you make her terror radius too small, what do you do? You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's just like
you just never use your phase.
Yeah. I mean, just like it's just like the argument with Wesker and Nurse, where a lot of people have suggested Nurse should probably have a 40 meter terror radius, just like Wesker.
I think it'd be appropriate with the reasoning that they gave.
So Well, this is the thing. I brought Scooty on, and we were talking about it, and
I saw that.
yeah. The argument though I kind of like from a thematic perspective, but like at the same time,
Well, I think it should be mostly thematic
hmm
and feeling wise.
yeah,
Like for instance, Trickster used to have a 24-meter radius,
yeah,
and he still has the same size lullaby. And Trickster's lullaby is the most unique designed lullaby and even radius in the game because it's not consistent with where you are in the lullaby.
hmm
It actually changes volume based on how close you are to the radius. So
Oh.
because they increased the radius to 32, you'd never see this property of it, which is very, very complex and really good for his theme. Because at the furthest distance away from his lullaby, or from his radius, while in his lullaby, you hear like the low hum of an amp, and then the closer you get to the radius is the more that it does like a vroom 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 vroom, like it sounds like an amp being turned up,
Yeah.
but like being like almost revved. Ignore the pun. But it's it actually gave you like a sonar to where the Trickster was directionally.
Mhm.
And you could use that to directionally figure out where he is. And the only reason it worked is because of his 24-meter radius. So when they changed it, the lullaby lost its entire purpose. So it's like, in the effort to homogenize his radius to a 4.6 killer, they made it harder to figure out where he was on the map somehow. Which is like, how do you, like, if the intent of it is to make a 4.6 killer more easy to hear because you're upping your radius 32, why would you accidentally make it worse for the survivor side? It's kind of a conundrum, isn't it?
I think we're gonna have that same question for a lot of things coming up.
Oh, absolutely. We're about to go into all of this math, and it's confusing and weird.
So before we get too tangential, the question for every main of every killer that gets brought up a million times, and we love answering it every time. Why Trickster?
There's so many reasons for that. I've always liked characters with good aesthetic. Ever since I started playing video games. Characters like Katarina from League of Legends. I like the aesthetic of throwing knives. I like the aesthetic of like precision, like showboating energy. I watch a lot of anime, so the idea of like a Bankai style ultimate is very appealing to me. In the form of main event, it's not an ultimate ability anymore. But I really like characters with a lot of quirks, but also a sizable downside. And Trickster's downside has always been he doesn't have any utility. He gets his value through things that aren't raw utility, like slowing other people down, getting information, or anything like that. He, in fact, has so many, like, limiters, right? Like, he has to reload, right? He has to do all these things. I used to be a Huntress main. He used to be so much closer to Huntress than he is now. And his kit's, like, very closely designed to Huntress. He has a lifting speed that is... He's basically Huntress, but faster at everything that he does.
Yeah.
But he requires more hits to injure, right?
Yeah, he's Huntress is shoot him with a 12 gauge. He's pepper them with a 22.
If Huntress is a barbarian, Trickster is the College of Swords bard or the rogue.
Okay. Yeah,
like
that's probably a better analogy, yeah.
Yeah, he's like a finesse type of Huntress, where Huntress is like brute strength, and Trickster is, I'm doing this, but I'm going to do this in a way that's a little bit more clever about it. But I've always liked that about him, and I've always liked the idea of like an ultimate ability. I played League of Legends for like, I don't know, how long now? Like 12 years? Something like that. And I've always liked characters with white hair. He's more femme than a lot of like male presenting characters I see in games, and that is like that resonates with me a lot because I don't see a lot of like more femme presenting male characters in media. but when he released, my jaw dropped. I was like, wait, did they make this character for me? I was like, oh my god. Like, truthfully, I'm not like, I don't really care that much that he's like from a K-pop background.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a cool little thing. I think his backstory is amazing. But the thing that got me into him the most is just like as his aesthetic, his closeness to Huntress, and the ability to snipe people and try to show off your skill expression.
Yeah, which I can see, and that explains a lot of the frustrations that have happened over the past few months.
Oh god, yeah.
Which brings us into the big question. So Trickster was reworked January,
December.
Okay, I was right. It was right after Chucky came out.
It was in the same patch.
Oh, that would have been November then.
Uh,
Chucky was released November 28th, 2023.
Okay, yeah, they're the same patch.
I know that because I have a little note on my video list.
Yep,
a year
that was the rework.
So it's been
November.
It's been almost a year.
Yep. It's been a bad year.
So it has been arguable. I wouldn't even say arguably. It's been agreed upon by most of the community that the rework not only made him worse to play, it also made him worse to play against.
It also made him weaker, despite the community thinking that he's stronger.
Yeah. So on that note, changes to Trickster. Normally, this is not that long of a section for a lot of killers, but
This is gonna be a bit.
I have a feeling you have a lot to say here.
Whew, where do I begin? So, let's start with the things that they changed.
Mm-hmm.
So, Trickster used to be a 24-meter Tiradius, 40-meter Lullaby, 44 ammo, 6 knives to injure killer. He had 3 knives per second that he could throw as his default throw rate, which is 1/2 of it's 2 seconds to injure with perfect math. But there's an interesting caveat to his throw rate being 3, is that the more that you threw in a sequence without putting your knife down, is the faster your throw rate got, up to a cap of 4 knives per second. This happened after, I believe, 8 knives. The math might be wrong on that. The data mining is kind of inconclusive on what exactly the number was to get to 4. But the more that you threw your knives, the more you got up to that 4 knives per second. So it was a ratio of 3 into 4 on a laceration meter of 6. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
Main event took 30 knives to get. So it took 5 hell states in order for you to get main event. So it felt more like an ultimate ability. He moved at 4.4 meters per second. And when he had his knife raised, he moved at 3.86, which is the same as now. But before the change, the more that you ramped up your throw rate is the more you slowed down while in your knife throw state. So you were given this sort of ultimatum where the more that you got into your intensity and the more dangerous you got is the more you were also incentivized to put your knife down, because once they dropped line of sight, you weren't going to hold that 3.68 meters per second movement speed to walk around the whole corner with them. So it was kind of this idea of you get in a line of sight, spray knives, get in a line of sight again, spray knives, get in a line of sight again, spray knives. And it was just kind of that repeat. And then the interesting gameplay went into the nuance of mind games and stuff like that on a 4.4 shell. And you had less ranges than Huntress. But all that aside, when the rework hit, they made his Tiradius 32, which ruined his Lullaby's curve, which allowed you to more accurately determine where he was on a radar basis, by just kind of walking back and forth and figuring out if it intensified in that direction or not. And he moves at 4.6 now, which it makes it really hard to actually escape him if he's intending to tunnel you. you have a Huntress running at you at 4.6, how are you going to make distance on them? You know, like, because they're just gonna they're gonna zone you, right?
Right.
So he's more better at zoning now, and ironically not using the knives now because of that, because you lose more distance from actually being your knife state than just hitting them with your bat and running at them at 4.6. Your knives are better as a threat than they are in their actual effectiveness.
Yeah.
In that context.
Yeah.
They also changed the throw rate. So with a 4.6 up from 4.4 meter movement speed, 32 meter radius up from 24 meter radius. There's also this laundry list of nerfs that I have on my stream that I can pop up. If I can find it. 1 second.
I think once you're done with all this, I'm going to ask a question that I don't think either of us has an answer for.
Yeah, all good.
Which is, it's just going to be interesting to see what our response is to it are as well. Find it.
1 second. I'll have it in just a moment. Because there's a lot of numbers here that I don't want to get wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Change log. I will also DM this to you for clarity of just looking at it.
Okay.
So I sent it to you. The buffs that he received: 4.4 meter radius, or 4.4 meters per second movement speed to 4.6 meter per second. Main event now triggers in 8 knives instead of 30. Now that, like, processing that. And then the nerfs.
Yeah.
Increase the laceration meter to damage from 6 knives to 8 knives. That's a 33% nerf to the overall effectiveness of the power, flat out. Laceration decay rate used to decay by 0.3 charges, which is the blades that are in you, per second. It used to decay by 0.3 charges while running a second, and 0.4 charges per second at all other times. So you used to have this like built-in counterplay as Survivor where you would stop moving and you'd start decaying faster. But instead of actually having that in the game anymore, they just have you decay at 0.5 charges, which is a overall nerf to both of those numbers at all times, regardless of if you're running or not. So that's another nerf. They also lowered the multiplier of main event from 66% increased throw rate to 33% increased throw rate. So it used to throw way faster. And they reduced the decay time, the time for it to start decaying and go to that, 0.5 charges per second decay, from 15 seconds to 10, which is a 33% nerf. They made it so that our blades don't increase in throw rate anymore. So we were now at a 3 knives per second into an 8 knife laceration meter, which, as I said, to remember the ratio before, it was 3 knives per second ramping into 4 on a 6 knife meter. This is 3 flat on an 8 knife meter. Like, that is huge. Massive change. They'd increased the activation window of main event to 24 seconds instead of 30, which I don't know if you've heard complaints about Trickster, but a lot of people like the idea of being able to hold on to main event, but they actually made that worse. I don't necessarily agree with the idea of holding on to main event. I think it incentivizes camping. But they also, and then the nerf to the Terradius, they removed recoil, which was a lowering of the skill ceiling. They made it so we don't slow down more when we throw blades. So now you just sit at that 3.86 the whole time. So if you run cage tart shoes and killing part cords, you run at Survivor's movement speed while throwing knives. And you never go below that.
I actually didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yeah, like good luck rounding a corner when he's moving the same speed as you. And then they added some like quality of life issues. But this patch was the worst state that Trickster has ever been in, ever. They since buffed this, and I'll send you the buff list real quick. But it was still drastically lower in effectiveness than it was before. A lot of people look at the 4.6 meters per second increase and think buff, 2 thumbs up, great. And that would be great if it were true, because they took everything else that was unique about the character and said, what if we made you Freddy Krueger?
I mean, that's the thing with the word buff and nerf, and you know, some people are like, oh, well, it's clearly a buff, but it's like, if you take everything they did and put it all like in perspective of that, you can see that it wasn't necessarily a buff, like all around. Like this happens with characters all the time, not just in Dead by Daylight, but in every game. It's like they'll buff one thing and then they'll nerf like 3 other things, and people are like, "Oh, the character got buffed." Or they'll buff something that wasn't actually a buff if you do the math, and it actually hurts them because of how percentages work.
Yep. And also compounding math formulas, like Trickster's an entire compounding math formula.
Yeah.
And also there's some people that think that removing a recoil is a buff. No, it's not a buff. It's a quality of life change. But the good Tricksters were not affected by this at all. So that needs to be considered.
So there was,
and even then we were considered B or C tier.
You haven't played Rainbow Six Siege before, have you?
I have.
Okay, so in Rainbow Six Siege there was a character called Finka. And what Finka would do is she would put nanomachines in everybody. And when you got affected by this, you got some bonus health, you got a little bit of damage resistance, and you got no recoil. And you could also do actions faster. That no recoil part was the thing that everyone hated. Because what would end up happening is that really, really good players wouldn't know it was coming, and now they're like trying to control recoil on something without any recoil. It's not exactly the same, but it is more of a quality of life feature for people who couldn't control the recoil. But at the same time, like you said earlier, I feel like that should be something you have to control, at least moderately so. And I think the easiest solution with the recoil thing was, why didn't they just make it so there's no recoil when you're using a controller? If that was the intention.
So that is a feature in the game, actually. That was a feature with recoil. Recoil affected controllers far less.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the primary concern with recoil was that it was an unfair advantage for PC. But would anyone make the claim that PC doesn't have an advantage regardless?
I think some would. I think they're wrong, but
I think they're very incorrect. Especially on an aim-based killer. Like if you see a Huntress player on PC versus controller, you can see a night and day difference between how they play.
I think of all the video games that are cross-platform, Dead by Daylight is the least egregious, I guess that's the right word, in the sense of controller versus M&K, but there's still a massive difference on the aiming killers.
Yeah, the only way you can actually like circumvent that is to create a artificial offset.
Exactly.
And I've recommended that mouse and keyboard get impacted by recoil, but controller doesn't at all. I've advocated this. Mm-hmm. And the messed up part about recoil and a lot of things with Trickster is if you say certain things, a lot of people are just going to agree with or disagree with you outright. Like, mm-hmm. Like I can say like a billion things that are like objectively correct, and in the moment I say or add recoil back, the whole community goes up in arms except for the people that play Trickster. Because people want their killers to be accessible, and I don't agree with accessibility coming at the cost of skill expression, and that's effectively what that ends up becoming.
I think there's a line to it.
Yeah.
once again, like if there was no recoil on controller, I think I would be more okay with that.
I think you could also lower the recoil on PC, but the character just feels hollow without it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just feels like you're just playing.
I'm a laser pointer.
Yeah, you're just playing connect the dots at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now the big question with all of this, and this is the one I feel like neither of us really have a good answer for. What do you think the devs' intent was?
I think they were informed by bad feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that I've spoken with the dev, and he's very receptive to feedback. And I think I'm not going to speak anything on the dev because that would be inappropriate, I think.
Right.
But I think he has a very good head on his shoulders, and I don't think that he had any. I think that he's very good about what he does. I'll just leave it at that. But if you get feedback from a bunch of people that just want to make the character easier and don't understand like the ramifications in the future, you know, if you listen to those people and hear the complaints about, a bunch of people complaining about 4.6, I think it's really easy to look at the feedback of, people don't like 4.6, people don't like recoil, people don't like this. People don't like moving any slower. People don't like hitting multiple knives, and that being a requirement. People don't like having to hit 30 knives to hit main event. And give people what they want. But I also think that there's a silent crowd in the background that if you do make those changes, you're messing up. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the old adage of silence is golden, right? If something's working correctly, no one's going to say anything.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was the case with Trickster. But there was always some people that were vocal about thinking that the character was too hard because they didn't want to put in the time to unlock his skill floor. And I'm not gonna I don't want to gatekeep. I don't want to make it seem like I want to do that because I don't really. I think this character was accessible before.
I think wasn't Trickster quite popular? Also,
he had a 3% play rate, and now he has a
one. He's definitely.
Last time I checked, it's 1.2 or less.
4 or 3rd least played right
now. He dropped during 2v8. He dropped down to 0.8.
Mm-hmm.
And Huntress has been at. I like to use Huntress as a reference because Huntress is who Trickster appealed to. The Huntress community is who Trickster appealed to at the time. You'll see a lot of you'll see a lot of people that played Huntress play a lot of Trickster. Coconuts played Trickster. Spooky Loops played Trickster. A lot of people in the community played Trickster that liked Huntress. And to see Huntress at an 8% play rate, and it's gone up since the changes to Trickster, I think that's a very big sign that.
Speaking of the 2v8, did we know if Nightlight was taking the 2v8 games into account?
Oh, they absolutely were.
Okay, I feel like that's not fair.
They take all. They also take PTB games into account.
What?
Yeah,
that explains a lot.
Dark Lord's on there right now.
That explains a lot.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. I feel like they shouldn't do that.
It's anything submitted.
I feel like they shouldn't do that. I feel like there should be some regulation.
I agree. Well, I mean, to be completely honest, I just think behavior needs to have open stat tracking.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say this in every video. Do you know why they said they won't do it?
Probably some non-argument, non-starter that just covers their ass because they don't want people to see how much some characters' stats are messed up and start using strategies in some ways.
They said they don't want to do it because they would have to start from 0.
I don't think that's true at all.
Neither do I, but that's the reason.
I think that their attempt at making everything fair at all times comes at the cost of people who put in extra effort.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's an issue a lot of devs have, unfortunately.
Yeah, it stomps people that like have passion for the game into everybody else's seat,
Mm-hmm.
and whether they intend to or not.
Yeah. I mean, MMOs run into this problem all the time. It's like, how do you appease your veteran players who put in all this time, but also make it so the new players feel like their time is also being rewarded and they can catch up to the veteran players without making the veteran players feel bad for wasting their time when they could have just waited and gotten there in half the time anyways.
Yep. I think League of Legends does this actually really well.
Well, yeah, but
they're willing to keep certain characters that are high skill cap in a high skill cap if there's a dedicated player base for them.
Yeah. I mean, they've also had their fumbles. Holly.
Oh, for sure, but like they're also a lot quicker at fixing them.
Well, yeah, but I've said this before. I feel like League has spoiled me, about how.
Yeah, but it's a good example.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I feel like League has spoiled me with how a live service game should be handled because of the 2-week patches.
Right.
Does Trickster use Deathslinger's coding for the knives, or does he only borrow the same hitbox? Do you know that answer?
What was that?
Does Trickster use Deathslinger's coding for the knives, or does he just borrow the same hitbox?
No, he doesn't have a hip. He doesn't share a hitbox. He doesn't share coding. He doesn't share anything. He doesn't share missile speed. There's nothing similar to Deathslinger and Trickster.
Okay, it's not like how Pig has Huntress's coding somehow.
No, Trickster's hitboxes aren't even in the center.
No, it's slightly off left, isn't it?
There's an offset left and right for each arm, and they meet at the center at 128 meters. But no, it's really cool because it adds an artificial recoil where you want to swivel your mouse. So there's still some skill ceiling there that does exist, which is nice. It actually incentivizes you to like guide your shots. And another cool thing, you can actually flick your arm mid-launch of the knife, and it will go in the new direction that you flick it to. Because the arm, as it's extending, will let go at the end of the extension instead of at the start.
Also, I do have to blame you because ever since our last time doing this, I can never unsee the thing you told me about Trickster.
What?
That he throws his knives with the hilt towards the survivors.
Oh, yeah.
I hate you for that.
For those of you who weren't here last time, Trickster throws from the tip of the blade. And if anybody knows anything about knife throwing, that's a spin throw.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't spin the blade by throwing it that way, the hilt will hit them, right? But if you look at the knives as they're flying through the air, they're flying straight. So that's a handle hold throw. Like
I can never unsee it.
So the knives should be spinning through the air, but it's just it's a happy little non-realism thing.
Yeah. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just like,
it's aesthetically cool though.
Yeah, ever since you said it, I was like, God damn it. We'll never see this now.
Isn't that great? But yeah, so each of his arms actually are offset. So you can actually reach the left arm around like a corner, or the right arm around a corner, and you can hit people when they're ducking behind walls in shack next to the window. Because the arm is actually extended past Trickster's hitbox. So you can actually reach the arm around a wall.
So it's like how in some third-person shooters, your reticle will be like, I guess it'd be the opposite, but it's like how your reticle will be like around a piece of cover, but the gun barrel isn't, so it doesn't. It still shoots the wall instead of past it.
I would think of it like a triangle, but the top is open.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Because they're offset towards the center, but they're also like coming off of his hitbox.
But after going through all of these changes, what exactly would you want changed?
So the direction they went led this character to feel more like a character that just you can't really shake, but is also attempting to be an aim precision killer. But the knives move at 55 meters per second. So it just ends up being a laser gun on roller skates that's constantly beaming you down.
Right.
Like, it's like old Symmetra from Overwatch.
Yeah.
But moving at Mach 5. This character is way better at tunneling. This character is way better at slugging. If you've been to my streams, you know. I hit people on the... I 4 on the floor at 5 gens, like half my games. And all of the interesting, like... His distance effectiveness has been cut by like 33%. And like there's I could go on and on. There's so many downsides of fun that this killer lost on both the survivor side and the killer side. There's no longer skill expression. The skill floor meets the ceiling. And it all came about from increasing his movement speed and making main event more prevalent. Main event doesn't allow you to fine tune each throw. Like, it's like if Huntress had like a like an ultimate ability that made her gun or made her hatchets like May's freeze blaster from Overwatch. Like, it's like the reward for gameplay is not playing the game anymore. And I think that they need to pull away from main event a bit. Maybe change what it does. Make it happen less often, if not. The add-ons got completely annihilated due to this change as well, because each knife is less effective. I'd make each knife more effective. I'd want to add something that I'd want to add changes that put him back closer to Huntress. Because he moves way too fast, in my opinion, in order to lower his laceration meter by a substantial amount. I think in this current version, if you made it so that main event didn't happen as often and lowered his laceration meter to 6, I think it would be serviceable and it would be okay for the Trickster players. But I don't think that would feel like anything more than a Band-Aid fix, because I don't think his movement speed should have been increased in the first place. Because he should feel like a Huntress equivalent. There's a reason why 8% of the player population plays Huntress. Why are we moving him further away from the niche that appeals to the 8% on one character player base character?
We've talked about this in the past a bit on the idea of letting him maybe hold his knives or have different variations of the knives if he does hold them long enough.
Yeah, like a charge up feature would be cool, like how Huntress can charge up her hatchet and it goes faster. But instead of that, make it so that Trickster, moves slightly slower and then it charges up and like maybe like the knife catches fire and it does like double laceration for that knife after like 1 second of holding it. That'd be cool. Like something like that, where it's like either we go fully in the direction of making him closer to Huntress, but like with more shots to hit, or they do something clever like that. But I think that there's easy fixes and there's hard fixes. The easy fix, I think, would be to lower his laceration meter and lower his movement speed, and then add like a distance multiplier so that you are incentivized to not like only target one person that's really close to you down. Because there's also this issue that Trickster's always had, where if someone's at 48 meters and you can hit them with a knife, what's your first instinct?
For the Trickster player?
Just as a player in general. If you have a ranged weapon and someone is sitting at 48 meters away and you know that your knife goes at 55 meters per second and it will get to them in a second, what is your first impulse? What is the logical thing that you would do in that circumstance playing a video game?
Start throwing the projectile at them?
Correct. You know what is not the correct decision?
Start throwing
to do that. Exactly. And I think that's the biggest like accessibility issue in terms of like a new player getting into this character, because they feel betrayed by the idea of a ranged killer having the ability to throw a ranged projectile.
Mm-hmm.
Because you might get tricked into thinking that this character is ranged. They are not any longer ranged. This character has a 10-meter effective range. Because if you don't finish off that laceration, it goes away in 15 seconds. So that knife doesn't matter anymore. So you wasted ammo. You now have to go sink time into reloading because you took a skill expressive play. You get punished for trying to do skill expression.
Which is
so backwards.
I mean, it's a common thing in this game, though, for a lot of killers, unfortunately.
Yeah, but on a character that is the aim expert that is already punished because they are sitting on a multi-health state meter, you need to give something back for that. You know, there's a reason why he has so many fail safes in place, multiple hits to injure, lower movement speed while holding up his weapon, an ammo system. He needs to damage you within a certain window in order to do it. I don't think giving the character more options necessarily breaks the bank. You know? Because it's not like he's just gaining value from having a, like, hypothetically, a damage multiplier based on how far you threw your knife, which is my recommendation for the old Trickster. Being able to tack add-ons onto that would be nice for add-on diversity.
The one issue with it, I could see the argument for, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but it would be consistency.
I think this character is filled with inconsistencies as is, and I think that leaning into the inconsistencies that this character has as a unique trait of him is just, it's more respectful to the character.
Okay.
Because if you think about consistency, this character should just be Huntress. Because that's what we've always thought of a range killer as. One projectile, gets hell state, done. But in terms of like inconsistency, like Trickster is a range killer that's 4.6 with an ammo system that has an ultimate ability. That has a lullaby as a 32-meter tear radius killer. Yeah.
Well,
there's a lot.
Yeah, and I mean it's one of those. I remember when Trickster first came out. The one argument I would make, especially on release when they weren't that great, was unique doesn't necessarily mean better, right? Just because it's unique and different doesn't mean it should be added necessarily.
Correct.
But that's what main events seemed like they were trying to do. They were trying to make something. They were trying to make a character with something that made them different from Huntress, just to make them different from Huntress.
Well, yeah, I think they were trying to make an appealing character to Huntress players because Huntress had such a large player base. And I think they failed on that metric because Huntress players didn't find much skill expression in Trickster because he just ended up being this high movement speed version of Huntress where you just ran people down. Like there was no snipe potential on Trickster. Right? So it didn't capture that same feeling. And I think it's a major shortfall of how Trickster ended up feeling. I'm
gonna say something I think a lot of people would disagree with. I think Unknown was a better way of them trying to appeal to the Huntress player base, even though I feel like it failed to.
I agree. I think Unknown does appeal to the Huntress player base far better than Trickster does.
I would agree if the pick rate wasn't so long.
I don't even know what his pick rate is accurately.
It's last I checked on. I mean, once again, Nightlight isn't fully accurate, but last I checked, it's decently low. He's like I think he's like number 20.
Well, you can't go off number.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be percentage.
But I mean, it's lower.
He's at 3%. That's pretty high.
Is it 3%? Okay, never mind then.
Yeah. He has.
Why do I never see unknowns then?
He's picked more than Nemesis, Oni, and Trapper because he's so punishing. So the MMR system, I guarantee, slates him down because if you fuck up once, you can lose a match off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's very, very punishing on people that aren't very practiced on him.
Which I know some would say is a bad thing. I actually don't mind that. I think that's fine.
I don't think that's a bad thing either. I just think that the people that are at the top shouldn't be punished for, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a game dev looking at that and thinking that, oh, I want this character to exist more in the higher MR.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like with like the Trickster situation, they were like, what if we just nerfed his high end? I don't want that to happen with Unknown. You know? Because I don't think his high end, even if they raise it, would be that absurd. Like, we have Nurse in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So if they did just buff like him flat without removing skill expression, I think that'd be ideal. Like increasing like weakness duration, or making it so you can't lose weakened while carrying.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Because
I mean,
yeah.
the issue comes in, especially with like a killer like Nurse, is like, give someone enough time and they will solve the character. It doesn't matter how hard or difficult or how much skill expression there is, right?
Yeah, but at what rate? How many people are ever going to solve the character completely?
Right, but how do you take that into account?
I would take into an account where I would have a threshold. If there's less than 300 people in the world that make this character have a 100% win rate, I don't care. But like, because there's definitely that much for Nurse, you know? Like, there's nurses that can have a 100% kill rate. And that's normal. But if that only affects a small percentage of games, but it keeps the character in a level where you see them enough and you get good enough experience enough with them because they have potential and, you know, like skill expressive elements that can sometimes fly off the rails, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Once again, I think as with most things, I think there's a line.
For sure.
I mean, I bring up Akali in League all the time. With her rework, she had like a 80% win rate in high end, but it was like a 20% in low end. And they had to nerf her because the high end was just that good at abusing the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
I don't think it's fair to use Akali in this context because League has a more robust ranked system that will narrow the good players always into the same matches.
Mm-hmm.
But DBD doesn't have that issue, right? Like, the best players in the world are going to be playing against randoms sometimes.
Yeah, because MMR.
So, but you can't overcome that with game design.
Right.
Those players are against the randoms are always going to crush those randoms because they're just good enough. So if you put Akali into this game, I think her being insane would be a lot more healthy in this game than it would in League of Legends.
Well, because it also brings up, and I'm glad we're actually talking about this because I feel like no one likes to actually like go deep into it. With the whole idea of a character that is skill expressive, once you get good enough with them, the reward should be that you are just that good with the character to the point to where you can pretty much win at almost all times, right?
Yeah, and it's I don't want to attach this to Trickster, but is that not just the fantasy of Trickster?
Is it?
He's a showboating precision expert that, like how do you have a showboating precision expert that doesn't actually have any precision required? Like that's his whole character.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, his kit like kind of betrays that fantasy at the moment.
Yeah, it's and like I mean I've tried to think of ways, and I think the other thing is a lot of us are trying to, and I'm sure the devs run into this issue too. The whole idea of how do we make it fair but also rewarding, right?
I don't think we've ever had that issue with Huntress though.
I mean,
because I think Huntress's value a lot is based on how good you're at the hatchets with the limiters in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to see people running around saying, oh, Huntress should be like, moving at like 4.6 while she has her hatchet up. And, and there's people that do advocate for that. And I think that's who they listen to with Trickster. But it's a lot easier to listen to someone with Trickster because Trickster's not a very discovered character in terms of like popularity.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot harder to say that about a Huntress without being taken seriously, because everyone knows that if you made a Huntress 4.6 while she had her hatchet up, the world would end.
Yeah, we tried it.
Yeah. And that's exactly what my point was when that hit the PTB is, did the same person that work on Huntress also do the Trickster rework? Because you can't do this with ranged killer weapons. It just muddies the skill expression.
I know people say they're bad, but there's 2 add-ons for Deathslinger I don't think should exist.
I think there's a lot of add-ons for Deathslinger that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, but the ADS movement speed add-ons I don't think should exist. Once again, they're not great. I use them because
we have them too.
Yeah.
Caged Heart Shoes and Killing Part Chords are a just disgrace of skill expression. They are so astronomically boring to play against and to play. And the only people that they apply to or they appeal to are people that want to remove counterplay from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Vasek has this meme on his channel, and we have a Steam group called Caged Heart Shoes Lovers. And it's completely like it's sarcastic. But have you ever seen the emote Caged Heart Shoes build in my channel?
I probably have, but I can't think of it offhand or see it, visualize it offhand now.
Are you in my channel right now?
Yeah.
It's just a GIF of Trickster walking around Shack with his knife raised, running at the survivor at full speed. This is like Trickster is the epitome of that Huntress patch, where we were like, wait, no, do not do this, because it removes options if you have your threat raised and you still move at their movement speed. This is the biggest issue with Trickster right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is the character, while you have your threat out, is not actually punished for just sitting in their threat.
Yeah. I mean, I've argued this for, I had Ral on for Deathslinger, and we were talking about how a lot of the range killers should probably have some form of limiter on just holding their ability up.
I think that limiter is movement speed.
Right. And, I've argued with Pyramid Head. I think Pyramid Heads is fine. I know a lot of people complain about Pyramid Head zoning, but Pyramid Head has the limiter of not only the movement speed, but also the gauge goes down as you move. So,
yeah, it's a limited resource.
Right.
And also it's very dodgeable. Like you can dodge Pyramid Head's thing. You can't dodge a fully charged Huntress Hatchet or Trickster's Knife, which goes faster than double flight speed fully charged Huntress Hatchet, which is absurd if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason we're arguing on social media about like, oh, they need to make Trickster's Knife more like rewarding to dodge. I'm like, bro, no one is dodging this ability. If you don't get hit by the knife, they missed. You did not dodge that. Do not ego this. You cannot dodge Trickster's Knives unless you're at like 20, unless you're at like 30 meters away. You can't dodge them.
This is a great segue into the ultimate podcast question I ask every podcast. do you know what the question is, Rev?
Is it did you dodge it or did
they miss?
Did they miss? Context. Context is
Context?
very important.
Okay.
Context is very important. So let's give you some examples.
Mm-hmm.
So I know a lot about Trickster, so I can give pretty accurate examples of Trickster.
Mm-hmm.
Between the range of 0 and 20 ish, Trickster's knives are undodgeable. And it's based on survivor movement speed. Because, like, if it's when that threshold of that knife getting to you is so fast that you can't swivel your way out with human reaction time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that range is about 20. It might be a little bit shorter, maybe a little bit longer. But with Trickster knives, that's about the range.
Is there an audio cue on the knives being thrown? There is, right?
Them being thrown or them being
thrown,
pulled up?
Thrown.
There used to be. It's currently bugged.
Okay. I was just thinking audio versus visual.
It's not really okay. It's not an audio cue on the knives being thrown. It's an audio cue on the knife sound as it's flying through the air.
Okay.
Yeah, but there is an audio cue. He does like the Assassin's Creed like Assassin's Blade thing with his knives, where he like flicks them down, and that sound makes like a sound, but he does it at his hips, so you can't even tell that he has them raised if there's a structure in his way. Which is funny. Also kind of an oversight, I think. But it looks cool, so I don't mind. I think his eyes should glow when he has his knives out, or something. Like they should give him some sort of indicator. The survivor some sort of indicator.
The bat's gone, isn't it?
The bat does go away when he has his knives out. Yeah, it goes into a pocket dimension somewhere.
I mean that's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't think it's like that pertinent of a change. But
No,
like, it'd be nice.
I was more so asking just for the context of audio versus visual reaction time is all.
Oh, I mean, if his hips are covered, like you're not going to tell that the bat's gone though.
I got you.
Because he holds it at his hip.
Mm-hmm.
God, where was I?
Context for dodging at 20 meters.
Oh, yeah. You can dodge probably past that. But like, if he's throwing at that range, he's trolling. Because he's losing distance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I want the range multiplier, because if you don't give someone the option to do something that can be counter... Like, if you... Okay. Why would I make a play that can be dodged, right? If there's no potential for reward?
I mean, you wouldn't, other than the satisfaction.
Right. But is it fun to dodge things?
It depends on who you ask.
That's true. Is it more healthy for a game to have counterplay option?
Yes, but it depends on your definition of counterplay.
I think that it's pretty black and white, but I mean, if I argue with someone on that, then it's fine. But so I think that you can add counterplay to Trickster's kit by adding that range multiplier, because it gives the Trickster a reason to make plays that are reactable. But if he's running at you, right, you're not going to dodge a knife at 4 meters. But he's incentivized to walk up on you with 4.6, raise his knives, and then pelt you with a billion undodgeable knives.
Essentially,
right?
Back revving you, basically.
Yeah, back revving. The back Revvium, if you will.
Revvium.
Yeah, the back Revvium.
I'm putting that on a T-shirt. I want you to know that.
That's the channel signature word for back shots.
if you ever make merch, that has to be a fucking shirt.
Can I say that?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay.
Shouldn't be as funny
Hashtag
as it
back
is.
Revvium.
It shouldn't be as funny as it is.
But yeah, that's like, I think that's a very big thing where it's like giving him range capabilities doesn't necessarily make him more, like, it doesn't make him a completely different character. It just gives him incentive to diversify his gameplay, which also gives Survivor diversified gameplay against him, making his threat ranges actually feel relevant. We could get into like aesthetic of playing against Trickster. Old Trickster felt like you needed to stay away from the psychopath. You needed to make sure that if you heard his tear radius, which is 24 meters before, the blaring of the sirens, the like once it like picked up, it's like you got pulled into Silent Hill, you know? Like, he's near you. You are going to die if you do not like find like have a game plan, you know?
Yeah.
But now there's no fear of that because his tear radius is like 33% larger. So it's like he might not even be close to you, and you can still hear the white hot pain of like the siren, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so to speak.
We've talked about this before with the whole idea of thematics versus gameplay, and it's. I feel like Trickster, like, I get what they were going for, but I do feel like old and new version, while some of it is there, I feel like they did fail even from a thematic perspective to a degree. I
think he's misunderstood. I think people don't understand a lot of, like, I think they did nail his aesthetic in terms of backstory, bringing him into the fog. I do think. Let me talk about the differences of old Trickster's thematics versus current Trickster. If you landed an S tier combo before, every knife throw, while within that S tier combo, would do a and it would be audible from the survivors. And he'd be doing like this showman, like just like showing off, doing like like just like absolutely like doing like a carnival ride, like just like going on his crazy train, like just like going off kind of thing, where he's just like making random like exaggerated sounds just because he can while he's just murdering everybody.
Johnny Bravo noises.
Yeah, like just like absolute, like I mean like Patrick Bateman levels of like I'm just going to show off that I can do this and I'm going to do it, and all of you guys are here along for the ride whether you want it or not. You know what I mean? And I think that's a very, very important thing to Trickster's character, where it's like everyone's in his show whether they want to be or not.
Right.
And he's going to make it a display of ego and showing off and showing that he's the best, and he wants everybody to know that he's the best. And it's always been his aesthetic, right? I think that they could have implemented the Scream part of his backstory in, of course. I think that they could have implemented his like K-pop music mixing to a degree. As an extra mechanic. I wouldn't want the actual previous base kit to get changed too much. But I think that main event was a good medium to put those factors onto. Like, say that say you could remove laceration from yourself, but only if you went into one of his scream boosts, right? But if you triggered enough scream boosts where you're like giving him a sample of your scream while you pull your knives out, which allows you to pull the knives out. Imagine if you could pull your knives out early, but it gives him a charge of main event.
That's
like something like that, right? Where it pulls the, like something that sells the idea of him pulling the survivors into a show and making it an actual like way that he can slow the game down, so that Trickster doesn't have to be hampered as much for being 4.4 when Huntress can just snipe people across the map at 4.4.
This is a small thing, and you know how people have brought up the idea of if Nemesis moris somebody, one of the zombies becomes a survivor. It'll never happen, by the way, but people have thought of that idea. This is a very small thematic thing I think they could do. For every, like, when a survivor dies, their scream gets added to the terror radius somehow.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think they're really nice. But I think that there's definitely stuff that could do that in that outlet, right? But like his throw rate doesn't ramp up right now, so you don't get that aesthetic of being pulled into his insanity and like his insanity intensifying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you also don't get the like that voice line of him doing like that. That's gone. It's not in the game anymore.
Yeah, because the ramp up is.
It's not. It wasn't attached to the ramp up. It was attached to the combo system, which they completely changed and made into the most useless non-starter mechanic just to delete a voice line from him. I don't understand. So the reason why it triggered before is because S tier combos wouldn't end on an injure, right? S tier combos is when you hit 8 knives in a row. Previously, it wouldn't end on a miss. It would restart the timer when you hit a new knife. But now, if you miss, the S tier combo ends, and if you injure, the S tier combo ends. Because it locks in that score for your next main event. So because it ends, you can't actually land knives or throw knives while the combo is still going. And that's the only way you could actually get those voice lines to trigger, is if an S tier combo was currently active and you were throwing.
It wouldn't.
So them changing that mechanic to a useless mechanic ruined a very core aesthetic to him.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time Behavior's done it. They did it with Chucky too.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for what they did to the aesthetic of your character. I think that that's ridiculous.
It is what it is. I've learned to deal with it, but not to.
I miss the hup. I miss the hup. Hup.
Why can't he just still? I wish he just said it when he vaulted. Like I don't understand why that would be a problem.
Why can't he have silent window vaults while he's in like hidey ho?
Yeah, I wish. Like I'm fine with them making it lower speed. I know a lot of people hate that, but can it just be quiet? Like at the least when he's in power.
I found a bug with Chucky the other day, actually.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
If you use Trail of Torment on him, sometimes he'll just stop laughing.
Really?
Yeah.
On client side or on the survivor side?
I could not verify on survivor side, but the client side was... So for the whole game, client side was telling me he was laughing, but at some point, I found some... I don't know what it was. It was either like another undetectable kicked in as the trail was going away, like machine learning went on or something, or I triggered hidey ho when like trail went off or something and it broke the sync. But there's some way you can actually prevent it from doing the laughing. And I don't know if it's replicable or not.
I'd be curious how it works on Survivor side, because the way it works on Killer side is different than how it's interpreted on Survivor. Because when you're playing Chucky, you hear the laugh. Like last I tested, it's like every 1.5 seconds. Survivors hear it every half second.
Oh,
yeah, it's completely.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's complete. That's why I tell people he's not.
Why are those desynced?
To give the survivors more opportunity to hear him in that 12-meter radius.
Those should be synced up, though.
It's also
just gaslighting the Chucky player just for the sake of it. Like what?
I've actually learned this recently too. For some reason, the way the audio works, I did so. Once again, not to make this about Chucky, but it's all I talk about all the time.
No, I'm here for it.
So if you are looking at him directly, if you can see him, the laugh is quieter. It goes down by 3 decibels.
What?
But if you're looking away from him, the laugh is louder.
You know, That's not the first mechanic that I've seen from a character that changes based on if the survivor's looking at you or not.
On top of
Skull
that,
Merchant also has a bug like that.
yeah. Well, I don't think it's a bug. I think it's intentional.
Not with Skull Merchant.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, not with Skull Merchant. I'm saying on Chucky, I think it was 100% intentional. On top of
weird.
that, me and Ghost Anonymous.
Is it the character model looking at them or your screen?
It's so because I've tested this with Spine Chill too, which is actually interesting. Spine Chill only works if you can see the character model directly. By the way, it doesn't work if his camera can see you. Yeah. Walking up third person.
Oh, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah. It makes sense. Like I'm not saying like, oh, they should change that. No, it's just interesting to know. But so the way the audio is layered in this game, for some reason, Chucky's laugh is quieter than a gen if it's less or if it's more than 60% done.
Oh, because the noise gets louder?
Yes. But only if you're looking away from him. If you're looking in his direction, and I don't mean like seeing the model, like looking in his direction, which I said...
The laugh is louder?
Yeah, the laugh is louder than the gen.
That seems really unintended.
I think it was intentional. I think it was their way of making sure he couldn't just sneak up on people.
Well, yeah, but like, what I mean is, I think both those mechanics separately were intentional, but that's a strange way that those sound effects work out, right? Yeah. Because you don't want to punish people for looking around.
Yeah.
But that's effectively what that does, which I don't think that the devs would want to be the case.
Also, that's why I tell people he's not a stealth killer.
Oh, I think anyone who thinks that he's a stealth killer is vastly mistaken. Like, you think it's stealth elements,
of course. The way I phrase it, he's a sneaky killer. He's not a stealth killer. There's a difference.
He's...
By some people's logic, that means Sadako's a stealth killer. That means Singularity's a stealth killer.
Sadako is a stealth killer.
Is she, though?
Yeah.
Maybe my idea of what a stealth killer is...
Well, the reason... Wrong. Okay. The reason why is because she has Freddy's entire, like, distance-based invisibility mechanic baked into her kit. Like, it's all in her to manifest, but I don't think it's a good stealth power, but I think it's a sizable amount of our character's design.
I just think if there's a tell of some kind, like a very... If there's a
but with Chucky, it's directional. That's the difference.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But Sadako's is not, right? So it's like, you know that they're in the area, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you know where they're coming from.
Yeah. I mean, some people told me or give me the argument, if they have undetectable on their kit, they are a stealth killer. By that definition, Singularity is a stealth killer.
By that definition, Wesker is a stealth killer because you can run an add-on that gives them stealth.
Well, no, they mean like base kit.
Wait, Singularity oh, yeah.
Yeah, when he goes into a camera.
I mean, then Twins is a stealth killer.
But at the end of the day, it's always a gray area. It really just depends. There's a lot of factors that go into it.
God, there's so many absurd statements that the DVD community makes. It's crazy.
Well, and I think the problem with a lot of it, and I blame Twitter, is not people on Twitter, like the platform itself, because of word limits. I think it's because people are often hyperbolic and don't count exceptions a lot because they can't. Like, if I talked the way I normally do on Twitter, it wouldn't be possible.
I talk the way I normally do on Twitter, but it's because I have premium.
Because I make sure I add like 7 prefaces to almost everything I say.
Yeah. No, I do the same thing because I'm worried about people misinterpreting me.
Exactly, but Twitter makes it very difficult.
Some people are willingly misinterpreting shit too.
Yeah, and then some people will come with the argument, it's like, oh well, Chucky snuck up on me, and then I have to be like, I have to like hold my ego back and be like, I hate to say it, but if he snuck up on you, you weren't paying attention.
Or you're on a TV.
Like yeah, or you're playing on TV, which is fine, but like it doesn't.
Console players should not be making balanced arguments. If you're not using a headset, then you're playing at a disadvantage. Like, you are playing at a disadvantage, and you are knowingly playing at a disadvantage. You should not be making takes on character stealthiness if you are intentionally hindering your own experience in the direction of stealth. I'm sorry. It's like someone shoots themselves in the foot and they're like, everybody needs to deal with this. I'm like, no, you should not shoot yourself in the foot in the first place.
It would be like playing with headphones and listening to music while you're playing Killer and being like, I can't find survivors.
I don't want to talk about it. For anybody who doesn't know, I listen to music
which is
on
fine.
full blast while the game is on 10% volume, and I'm like, oh my god, they're all stealthing. God, oh my god, wow. Why are they stealthing? I cannot believe you guys. But that being said, I think I operate a lot better than people expect out of me for playing with music playing.
I can't play Killer with music. I've tried. I use audio way too much to track.
I use audio too, but my ears are really sensitive, and I use so there's a lot of like really grating sounds in Dead by Daylight, and they set off my anxiety. So I use the music to drown that out, and I can still pick up on like people moving. I can still hear people breathing because I use the noise of music as a filter almost. Like I just like listen through it because it allows me to ignore the frustrating sounds. And there's also character sounds that are really annoying to me, like Skull Merchant's Terradius and stuff that are Skull Merchant's chase music that is like, I cannot be playing this game without having a panic attack if I don't have like the game at really low volume and music at like a slightly higher volume. And it's just how I've learned to like operate in the game. Like I realize that I get so much more upset at the game when I'm not listening to music.
I suggest that to a lot of people, especially people who don't necessarily stream. If you're playing Killer and you want it to be less, just play some music while you're playing it. Like honestly,
you don't have to win.
Yeah. Oh,
you'll get used to it.
That's a whole other discussion.
It is.
I was watching a video by somebody who's like, yeah, Killers have to tunnel and camp to win. And then, while I don't necessarily disagree,
that's a different argument.
No. My point was, I don't even necessarily disagree with that statement. My question would be, why do you have to win?
I think that's an argument coming from a perspective of balance. And you can't have an argument coming from a perspective of balance with someone else chiming in saying that like the player, your ego doesn't need to be satisfied. You know, like maybe that person can be making that argument from a purely, like I make that argument a lot. I'm like, this character, like my character is so much worse if you don't slug and so much worse if you don't tunnel. And so I do it, but like, it still frustrates me that I have to like resort to these tactics, you know? Like, I don't think it makes it any better for game design perspective if like I complain about like the fact that this character is hinging on tunneling and like slugging just because I don't want to utilize the tactics, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I mean, like Singularity is a good case for that. Singularity is almost kind of built around being able to slug.
Yeah, I don't know why you still keep the bipods when you're on the ground. Like I think it's fine. I don't think it's game breaking.
No,
I think it's really strange from the perspective of like a dev that doesn't want people to slug.
I mean, knockouts in the game, so I don't know if they don't want people to slug.
I know the Trickster dev does not like knockout.
I know most people don't like knockout, except for like 3 people in my comment sections who keep telling me it's fine because it's not good.
Yeah, I don't think that a lot of people. I don't think the dev team likes knockout. I think that it's just in the game. Okay, but like they buffed it like 3 years ago.
Exactly, but my point is they buffed it.
Right, but you're making the assumption that this is the same dev team from 3 years ago.
Fair enough. I don't know.
Which it's just not.
I just
you know,
yeah, just make the aura time based instead of distance based. That one change wouldn't fix it.
Yeah.
It would make it way more healthy.
I agree. I think you should. Okay. Hot take. Tenacity should be base kit.
I think that's a better solution than Unbreakable base kit the more I think about it.
Yeah, Tenacity should be base kit. It makes slugging more interactive. It actually makes it so your movement actually matters. It makes it so you can actually like recover while moving or while being slugged, but also like moving strategically. It makes it so that Deerstalker is required for people to actually track their slugs. Otherwise, they will lose pressure because someone will get up off the ground in an area that they don't realize that they're in. And it just solves so many issues in one fell swoop without actually increasing like like reverse snowball capabilities, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I've heard other content creators like that advocate for, oh, make it so you can just bleed out more. It's like, no, like you don't, like, you want to create a solution that doesn't like just allow people to give up.
So my suggestion for the whole slugging thing, and let me finish my statement before you judge me. I do think Unbreakable should be base kit. Let me finish. Every time I start that, someone's like, "What?" The way I want it done is once you hit the full recover state, where it's like go find help, a second bar shows up that would take 90 seconds to fill. Then you can get yourself up. That is almost 2 minutes. That is more than enough time for a killer to build pressure if they have to.
I think it's easier to just give interactivity to people that are actually slugged. Because I think that even if you do that change, people will be sitting on the ground for extended periods of time for it to ever take effect. And that's what people don't like.
Yeah, well, I mean,
people don't like not having any agency for that entire time.
Yeah.
It's not that people don't like being on the ground at all. It's not that people don't like the game ending. It's that people don't like the fact that killers are incentivized to slug because you always know where their slugs are once you down them.
Okay.
Because they don't actually move. Right. You know? So like if you can create like a macro like chessboard thing, chess is, I feel like a slur in the DBD community at this point.
I said it last week. It's fine.
I feel like if you can actually allow survivors to use their on the ground time to arrange their chessboard against the killer, they are interacting, right? They're creating a form of interactivity that is contributing to the match's success, because that killer is going to sacrifice, unless they're playing it exceptionally well, they can't leave that person on the ground for extended periods of time. So, because that person will find a tile that is safe to stand up in, and then you're either going to go back to that slug in a strong tile like main building or shack or something like that, and that person is going to be really hard to slug again because they're in a strong tile now.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea though of tenacity base kit. That's actually not.
And then just make tenacity crazy.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it's actually kind of. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I mean, you wouldn't even have to necessarily increase the movement speed. Just like I think it would be fine if it was just the base crawl speed it is now, but you can just recover while you're moving. I think that alone would maybe solve the problem. Not solve the problem, but help. Help alleviate it.
I would honestly, I would want it. I would want you to be able to recover while moving, but at a reduced rate with base kit.
Yeah,
like recover at like 20% of base rate, and then if you ran tenacity, you'd be allowed to recover at 50%. While crawling.
And I know a lot of people hate it when content creators especially suggest like, oh, let's make this perk base kit, because it's like, oh, it's like all you guys ever do. Listen,
I don't think you should put the whole perk base kit, to be fair. Like, yeah, full tenacity base kit. I think the movement speed should be there, of course, but I think the recovery speed should be what tenacity makes the difference of, and the fact that you're silent while on the ground, because that's also a factor.
Yeah, but I think the reason a lot of us bring up perks as base kit a lot is because a lot of perks fix problems with the game.
Yeah, because they keep doing this. they keep making perks like Shattered Hope, and I'm like, why? No one's gonna ever run this perk. It's like, because it doesn't come up that often, but it's like sometimes they add gameplay mechanics that don't, like, that have very annoying parts, and it only affects you in 1% of your games, and they expect people to run the perks that counter them. It's like, if you only experience this perk 1% of your games, but in that 1% of the games it's agonizing like suffering, then people are just going to be exhibited to agonizing suffering.
It's just like the same problem with like with boons in general, I feel, because like the idea of boons was to give survivors a secondary objective, but that's only if they bring them. So it didn't solve the problem.
Yeah,
it didn't solve.
I also think boons aren't a secondary objective.
I think the intent was to be them to be a secondary objective.
I think they just give objective score and that's it. Like they don't. Like, that's like saying Unbreakable is a secondary objective. Like, it's just something that contributes to the match that doesn't like that's not really something that is going to ever end the game, you know?
Mm.
Like your boon cannot end the game. You know why? Because they don't ever go away. You could just go replace it again.
Mm.
If they've made it so that boons were a one-time use thing, and then whenever the killer walked up, they base kit Shattered Hope, broke the totem, then yeah, I would consider it an alternative. Then you could actually buff boons. But in that context, I would consider it an alternate objective, because then you can make them strong enough to actually shape the flow of the match, but be on a limited resource.
Mm.
Why would I ever go kick a totem right now? They're just going to go and place it again.
Yeah, for the most part, there's really no point.
So it has to be balanced around that, because otherwise it's just a stun the killer on a 10-second cast time.
I think what they're trying to do right now is, I mean, the last two releases are anything to go off of. I think they're trying to make chess more of a thing, but at the same time, it's the same problem. You're putting it on perks.
Chess. I thought you said chess.
Yeah, chess. Yeah, chess.
You said the C word, no.
And I think like I understand what they're trying to do. They're like, oh, if you do chess and you bring these perks, you get a bunch of stuff, so you should go do them. But the thing is, once again, you're putting it on perks. What if people don't bring them?
Well, also, not just that, it's like, why are we building on top of a system that is horrible by natural?
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, make this, like, it's like how totems are right now. Yeah. And the reason why totems are the way they are right now, and they're useless outside of people bringing perks for them, is because the system was built up from purely perks, when the base kit system just doesn't really have any incentive to do them. You know? Yeah, it's like, why would you ever cleanse a totem that is dull? You shouldn't. Like, you just don't do it. Like, unless you have a perk for it, don't do it. It doesn't make any sense. But, like, Noed was interesting in the regard of when it was meta, because it gave you an incentive to cleanse dulls.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, it actually, like, it made it feel like totem cleansing perks were valid and relevant. But once Noed fell out of meta, none of those perks existed. When Noed fell out of meta, they basically, in that same swoop, deleted all totem cleansing perks.
Yeah,
from the game.
Yeah, even when they changed Noed, so like the totem lights up and they get the aura on it, it's like, okay, well now I'm not gonna go around doing all the totems, because I mean, I remember back in the day this used to happen to me a lot. I would bring a totem build specifically to counter quote unquote Noed, and I would just go around doing totems the whole match, right? But what would end up happening is,
I would too.
Yeah, what would end up happening is there would be one totem I couldn't find that would end up being Noed. And it would be the farthest totem on the end of the map. So I ended up actually making it worse by doing that. So it's...
Yeah, it's a strategic thing, right? It's like... It's hard. Because there is downsides to Noed, of course. Like, I think it's not like the best perk, but I think that the point still stands that base kit should have some incentive for cleansing dull totems.
It should. Yeah, 100%.
Because I think it's more interesting than just adding time to generators.
Yeah, and I think we've seen them kind of try this with events a little bit.
Like, what if they just made it so that each time you cleanse a dull totem, like, the generators, like the charges on generators goes down or something by a small amount, like a 2 or something, like something super small.
I think people would hate that.
I think people are going to complain regardless of what change we make to the game.
That's true.
Like, the changes just need to happen from a mindset of, like, reservedness, you know? Like, it's up to the individual to be reserved when they make suggestions to the game, but you can't make that reserved judgment if every single time you make that reserved judgment, somebody's going to tell you're idiots. Your idea is stupid, you know? Because you'll always make... you'll always compromise to the, like, most vocal minority in the room.
I mean, I deal with this almost every day when I spout out opinions. It's like, a lot of the times when I say an opinion or like an idea on how to change something, I don't even necessarily think I'm correct. I'm trying to get feedback most of the time, but
Yeah.
people don't really give feedback. They just say I'm stupid and then move on. But on top of that, it's like a lot of times I just want this stuff tried to see if it could work.
Yeah.
I think a good example is like on Spirit and bring this back to Trickster a little bit. A fatigue, like I would love to see it tried at the very least. Now, maybe not on current Trickster, but old Trickster. If you missed enough blades in a row, maybe there was a fatigue or something like that.
I don't like fatigues in general because I think that they're feel bad. I think you can achieve the same thing that fatigues achieve you by just making a movement speed lower. Because at least then you are moving and you're contributing towards some goal. Plus points if you make it thematic, and you have some animation like going with it. But like even Trickster's fatigue, like he's not really in a fatigue, right? Like Nurse's is fatigue.
Right.
Trickster's he's in fatigue. He's in an actual quote unquote fatigue for like half a second, then after that for like 10 seconds he can't use knives.
What's the movement speed?
During the like 0.5 second fatigue window.
I mean, it probably wouldn't make a difference even if it was 0, I guess.
I don't actually know. I don't think it. I think it's still at the 3.86, like his throwing speed. But for the other like 10 seconds that you can't throw knives, he's running at 4.6.
I don't know. Maybe this is just a weird thing for me. I feel like if you like, I mean, this is more so a Spirit thing, and I've talked about this with David, and they were the one who actually suggested it to me because I never really thought about it. I mean, like, I feel like if you miss, you should be punished, but like not super massively. But maybe that's just a me thing because I can also see the problems with it. No, I was talking about Spirit, but yeah, I mean maybe with Trickster, like if you miss like 12 knives in a row, you don't think they should be punished?
I think if you miss 12 knives in a row, you should lose 12 charges in main event.
That's not a bad idea. Of every knife you miss, you lose something.
Every knife this was on Zozo's rework. One of my peers. If you haven't checked out the video, you should absolutely check out the video. By the way, it's their I'm so bad. It's their case study on Trickster. Zozo's Darkroom. Shout out to that gamer. But they've also made one on like Nemesis and stuff like that. But like they have a 10 knife. So they made a rework, right? And it was current Trickster, 4.6, 24 meter tear radius, right? So it's 4.6 with the old tear radius, but the Lullaby fixes that anyway, with a 10 knife main event meter. But every miss, you lose a charge, and every hit, you gain a charge. And then they added an add-on where it makes it, whenever you miss it, you lose 2 charges, but it makes main event more impactful. So it's like it's high risk, high reward kind of thing. But I think in general, Trickster doesn't have any limiter anymore. Like if you miss, who cares? You're still moving at survivor movement speed.
Exactly.
You're still on top of them and you M1 them, even though you messed up. So it doesn't matter.
Right.
There's no, like, I think the biggest problem with Trickster right now, and has always been, is they've not ever created counterplay windows. And I think their goal was to make the counterplay windows on the side of the laceration meter. And its decay rate being at 10 seconds. But I don't think that's a good way of going about it because there's some tiles that forcibly end your decay regardless of what the timer's at anyway. You know? Like,
yeah, and
like Shaq.
Yeah.
Shaq will end your decay at 15 seconds if the player's good enough. But that's not a player skill thing. It's running around the outside for 15 seconds until the game state is just you decay because of, the rules of the game, right? But I think it's far more healthy. Because regardless of how people feel on Huntress, she has clear windows of counterplay. She has clear windows where she's going to make this toss. She's going to throw this hatchet here. There's a window that you can dodge. And if she misses, she's still a 4.4 killer that was 3.06 meters per second when she had her hatchet raised, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Trickster doesn't have to abide by those rules because his put down time is like 0.6 seconds. His lift time is 0.2. And his movement speed while throwing is higher than Huntress's, even though his lift time is higher or faster.
I feel like we've had the same conversation in the Debadeo community with Pyramid Head.
Yeah, but it's like, I think that people need to realize you cannot just put the counterplay on a passive timer.
Mm-hmm.
Because in loops that Trickster kills you, there's still no counterplay. And at loops that he doesn't kill you, he can't down you ever, so he's just never going to chase that tile.
Right.
So you have to make the counterplay instead around whiff punish and making him have to force you into a area of zone like Huntress has to. Because I don't see why anybody would like a laser pointer running at you at Freddy movement speed and you just eventually die regardless of what you do. It's like Skull Merchant. Like there is skill expressive elements of her, but a lot of the power of her is not put in those elements.
No, I've made it like with Skull Merchant. I've always said that she has skill expression. It's the same thing with Artist. They have skill expression, but you don't have to do it.
You want to talk about add-ons?
Sure.
Because I really want to talk about add-ons. I'll send you a screenshot.
Please, because I haven't played Trickster in like 3 months and I don't remember. I do this. I do this for a living, by the way.
You know what? Actually, here, 1 second. Let me share screens with you. Let me see if that. Are you able to pull this up on stream?
Yeah. Yeah. As long as you share the screen, I should be able to. Full screen. We're about to. Well, if Discord wasn't stupid. Boop. Chat, ignore my DMs. Ignore them. Okay. Yes, I can pull it up on screen. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. So, just to actually address just like how his add-ons are right now, because they used to have a lot of variety. Pull something up. 1 moment. Sorry, I'm grabbing a bunch of resources because I prepare so well.
Jackie for Demogorgon had a 3-page essay written up on changes to Demogorgon. So
Okay.
don't. You're good.
It's all good. So as you can see here, Memento Blades is insane.
Yes.
Like Memento Blades just increases your lethality by 10%, and like that's just map of the realm. It's literally just map of the realm.
Is that multiplicative or additive?
Multiplicative.
Okay.
So main event also gets multiplied by 1.1, but it's already being multiplied by 1.6. So it's 3.3 times 1.1, which is 3.63 knives per second, and then you multiply that by 1.66, which comes out to 6.2 knives per second. Main event's usually 5.4 knives per second. But it turns into 6.2 knives per second. How? Like, we already know how oppressive main event is. Why is main event throwing at, like, oh my god, I hate main event. I cannot stand main event. And also it desyncs your hands, by the way.
Yeah, I knew that one, yeah. It's just going so fast the animation can't keep up.
No, it's just they forgot to sync them back up.
Oh.
They forgot to sync the animation back up. Your non-main event throw hands will double throw the left hand, even though the blades are coming out of left and right. So your animation will look like it's going. Okay, so it always goes left right, like with the knife pattern, right?
Mm.
But it's synced up to the regular throw rate in terms of the animation. But it tries to correct or something like that. There's some weird like thing. The long story short, the Memento Blade's regular hand throwing, every like 3 knives, it'll throw at the left hand twice, even though the knife doesn't come out of the left hand twice. So your knife will come out of your right hand on that sequence, even though your left hand is double throwing. Yeah, they just didn't actually polish this at all. But it's also his strongest add-on because you just kill someone in 1 second.
Didn't it used to be his meme add-on?
Yeah, it used to increase his laceration meter by 1 and increase his blood points gain. It was awful. It was terrible. Like, no one used it. It was just a meme.
It's just...
yeah.
I don't know how to... I've always wondered this with add-ons before we keep going, with the idea of... Should the rarities actually even mean anything at this point?
No.
Because I don't...
No.
Yeah.
Everything should have an option. I think the rarities should only have to do with complexity. And even then, I don't think they should have to do with complexity. I think it should have to do with like transformativeness.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I feel like purples and especially Eries should like completely change how the power works.
Or at least emphasize core elements of it.
I think
like how Vecna's is like 2 spells are altered and then the other 2 spells are altered. I think that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, because my idea has always been like the Eries should completely change how the power works. The purples should add something to the power that makes it a little bit different. The greens should all be status effects. The yellows should be... I don't
like status effects on Trickster myself, but
yeah, but
like
you
in terms of most characters, I get what you mean.
Speaking of, can we talk about how Dracula, the vampire killer, doesn't have a hemorrhage or mangled add-on? I will not let this go.
I don't like hemorrhage or mangled. I'm cool with it. I don't mind.
I'm just saying, from a thematic perspective,
I get it.
Vampire killer.
Just run Sloppy Butcher, roleplay. You got it. I believe in you. He's not real. Okay, so Dracula's not a vampire in like thematics. Like he's a vampire. Well, okay, let me rephrase. He's a vampire only in thematics.
Yeah.
Like he's in lore effectively the devil.
Yeah.
Like, and he has like fire magic, like he has hellfire magic, and he transforms into like animal forms, and like he has the gothic vampire aesthetic visually, but there's a reason why they made blood only in his Mori.
Yeah,
because
I know it's just
it doesn't have to do with his powers really.
Yeah. It's just a nitpicky thing. It's like just make the Medusa head do.
Oh god, the Medusa head is so bad.
Oh my god, just make it exhausted or something. I don't know. 10 seconds of blindness. 10 seconds.
I think it's supposed to be an exhaustion add-on. Because Unknowns is 10 seconds of exhaustion. I think it was misworded. I think it's supposed to be exhaustion.
It's like... Don't get me wrong. I'm a huge advocate for blindness is not as bad as people think it is. But
10 seconds is bad.
10 seconds is bad.
Yeah, it's like... I hate windows of opportunity and only windows of opportunity. And you also tell them where the window is anyway, so it doesn't really even matter if you're just blanking on windows of opportunity. So XD. But yeah. Memento Blades is like, if you want to do a chase build with this killer and you're not running Memento Blades, you are trolling. That is how good this add-on is. It's like old Map of the Realm for Knight. Like it's genuinely at that level of effectiveness, maybe even stronger, because at least old Knight had the option of just kicking pallets, but this like Trickster doesn't have any other options. Like what are you gonna do? You know, like you're just gonna kill them, right? That's your only course of action. So it's just a really bad add-on design. I actually really like what they did with Iridescent Photo Card. They changed Iridescent Photo Card.
It's the movement speed
previously.
Now. Yep.
Yeah. Previously, it was when the survivor is 2 hits away. When the survivor is 1 or 2 blade hits away from the maximum, they are exposed. And I hate exposed add-ons. Not only do I hate exposed add-ons, I hate exposed add-ons that disincentivize you from finishing off your power or injuring people with your power. Or, you know, like in the case of Trickster, why did he have an exposed add-on as a 4.4 killer? the world may never know.
Because that was when behavior was making sure every killer had one exposed add-on.
Well, now they try to make sure every killer has one haste add-on, so like we just swapped the one problem with another. But this add-on's very skill expressive. I love it. It's great. It builds haste. You can actually use this haste while outside of your throw state, which is kind of neat. It makes him even more of an M1 killer than he already is. But like, if the base kit was better, I think this add-on would shine a lot more than it currently does. And I think that this is a really cool add-on design that they probably should explore more.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of rewarding people for multi-hitting.
I never really thought about it. Iridescent photo card is probably the closest thing we've come to like another version of BFFs, isn't it?
In a way, yeah. I wouldn't say it's really...
No, I'm not saying exactly the same, but like in a similar vein.
Yeah, I'd say the effect that it gives you is more similar than anything, but the way of acquiring it is not, because you can actually lose the value. And you can't really with BFFs. Like BFFs, you just like reach the end goal and then you're there. And to a degree, I wouldn't even hate it if that was how this worked. Like, that'd be interesting.
Every time,
or like if you hit a certain amount of knives in a row, you get like a building thing where eventually you'll get more haste in in-game. That'd be cool. But I think this one is more applicable to the rest, like the whole match, you know?
Yeah.
Trick Blades is just always good. Trick Blades has always been good.
I love Trick Blades.
A lot of people have no idea how to use this add-on. A lot of people complain about this add-on, even though this add-on is like not that big a deal. It's always good because no matter how much of the kit is main event, and no matter how much of the kit is the base kit throw rate, and whatever, like bouncing along a wall is always going to net you a few more hits, which helps with his breakpoints, his time to kill time. So, and it's in a clever way too. Oh god, when this add-on first came out, it did double damage when you bounced a knife.
Did it?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, you just bounced it along the ground at their feet, and then you just blew them up in 4 knives.
Well then.
Yeah, it was really, really strong. It needed to be changed. This is a lot more healthy than it used to be.
Yeah, Trick Blades is a weird one because was it I think it was me and you talking where I think I made the suggestion and a lot of people have where Trick Blades should be base kit, but you argued it should be base kit during main event. I think.
It depends on where you want to go with it. You know, like there's so many different avenues that could go with Trickster. I don't think that Trick Blades being base kit would be. I don't think it would fix any problems.
No,
I
just like it because I think it fits the theme more, and I think it can lead to more skill expressive plays.
I think if they made it so that Trick Blades base kit bounced when you had like a high enough combo score, that would be interesting. But I don't think that it should be baseline, just you get this no matter what. Because I think that if you limit it to a specific timing, you can add effects like this, add flare sometimes without it just being like, like saturating the whole kit, you know? Because I think shooting without Trick Blades is a novelty that a lot of people would miss.
I got you.
And then Tequila Moonrock. Oh my god, Tequila Moonrock.
Hold up, hear me out for Trick Blades. Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
While main event is able to be charged, then you get Trick Blades.
Oh, during the main event activation window, you can use Trick Blades?
Yeah, so you have the option of either activating main event or keeping Trick Blades.
So I had this idea where the combo score would evolve the more hits you did in a row. And it would be like a Devil May Cry combo system where you like went up the ranks, like D, C, B, A, S. But it's like a 24, like it's like a transcending, like 16 knives, right? Hit in a row. But in order for that combo to end, you have to miss 3 knives in a row. And if you get to the higher echelons, like the A and the S, at A you get 1 bounce, at 2, or at S you get 2.
I like that.
Like something like that. And then you have different bonuses like haste and vault speed on a 4.4 shell. And it's just evolving the more you get the combo. So you're actually incentivized to like prevent him from getting a high combo. And then when he main events, it all resets back to 0.
I like that. I like that a lot,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, like something like a system that actually encourages him to put on a show, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And the show progresses the further he gets into his combo.
Yeah, because I think the biggest issue, we talked about a little bit though with main event is there's like no decision making most of the time with main event.
Yep, you just send it once you get it.
I think that's the bigger issue in my opinion with it. It's not that it exists every 8 hits, which I do feel like is a problem, but it's the fact that it exists every 8 hits and there's no reason to not do it.
It's also not unique. It's just the same regular thing, but faster. Like, they could have made that a completely different ability where it, like, you know, fires out fans or, like, in a cone or, like, something. I don't know, like, fires, like, what if it lowered his throw rate, but it made it so that each knife did, like, a lot more damage, you know? But he was still constantly throwing, so, like, something like that where it'd be, like, I don't know. Or you could do the Scott Jund thing where it's like, oh, what if he just fired one big knife? Oh my god.
Like a Sephiroth knife or a Cloud sword just fucking comes out.
Yeah. Just I want Eerie Head on an ultimate ability. Like I know how much you guys like Iridescent Head. How about this?
don't get me started on Eerie Head. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Just make it so it's 24 meters. Anyways,
I agree. I actually like so agree.
Like, give her 3 hatchets. Concept. Give her 3 hatchets with the Eerie Head, and make it so it only insta-downs at 24 meters or more.
Yeah. Make them snipe hatchets, exactly.
Moving on.
But yeah, Tequila Moonrock, why? Why? What? What were they thinking?
What? Like 60% increase. How much is that?
So the base duration is 6 seconds. So this is a 4-second increase. However, if you land 8 knives in a row, you get a 3-second extension, and this multiplies off of that too.
Of course it does.
So because you can get a 3-second extension up to a 9-second main event, this can make you have a, what is that? 60% of 9? That's 6 extra seconds, right? Or 5.5 extra seconds. So you'll have like a 14-second main event from just this add-on. From 6. Or up from 9.
Oh my god. Okay.
But it's like every 8 knives.
Yeah.
And it's like, and like, why would you cancel this if someone else is nearby? You just slug.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you just slug. It's like, and then like, even then, what if you activate main event by downing someone? And main event's going to fade in 24 seconds. What are you incentivized to do? Slug.
Right.
Because you want to make use of that main event. Like, I don't know why they thought, they didn't think that this was going to be like the biggest slugging simulator of like the modern era, but like it is. It's weird.
Have the devs ever said that they have an issue with slugging? I think we talked about this a little bit.
The Trickster dev has.
Okay, fair enough.
The Trickster dev does not like slugging. So it's weird to see like the most slugging created killer exist. I don't want to talk too much about like that person specifically.
No,
but,
I gotcha. I mean, I'm just saying because like it seems like the one thing they're not like.
I just think it's an oversight.
Yeah.
Leading on to our next, the same thing,
but
it requires you to hit blades. So here's the thing too. Here's a fun fact. This synergizes with Tequila Moonrock. How does it synergize with Tequila Moonrock, you may ask? So base kit throw rate is 6 seconds, or base kit main vent duration is 6 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would think that would just not synergize. Like if increasing that wouldn't synergize with hitting multiple blades, right? To gain more main event charges. But here's a fun fact. If I make my main event duration cap 14 seconds, this number can't go beyond the cap. So if you start hitting blades when you're at full main event duration, this doesn't actually give you duration. This eats duration.
Mm-hmm.
Because you throw blades at 6 point, or what is it? at 5.4 knives per second, and 0.4 times 5.4 is more than 1 second, one chart per second, right? You gain more than you lose with this. So you can quote unquote fill back up your bar, your meter of how long main event's going in one survivor down. So if you have 6 seconds to down a survivor with main event before it goes away, and then you proc infectious fright and need to move, you need to walk with main event over to another person, right? You only have 6 seconds to reach the other person before a main event runs out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, hang on 1 second. I think I'm having tech issues. My KPS just went down to 0.
It's okay. Oh.
Am I good? Am I up? Did my stream stop?
I don't know.
Stop screen sharing. Come on, OBS, you can do it.
It's chugging.
It was doing just fine. Wow. I love tech issues. Hang on.
Is it because you're watching a stream?
It might be. That's what I'm trying to fix. Chat, is it fine? Does anyone have an issue?
I can turn down the stream quality too.
Huh?
Whoops. Are we back?
I think so.
Okay. I'm gonna capture my screen, but at a lower frame rate.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. We good?
Yeah, I think we're good. You're echoing a bit, but we're good.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you might be able to hear.
Yeah, you're echoing.
Can you mute the stream on Discord?
Can I? Enough mic.
Should be able to click the image and then go to the. Should be volume on the stream.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, go ahead and talk.
Am I echoing now?
No, you're good. Okay.
We good?
I think so. It says I'm just dropping frames like a mother.
Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, you're just lagging. We can here, I'll just stop streaming. Maybe that'll fix it.
Why though? Everything else is running just fine.
I don't know, Discord. I feel like it's a Discord issue.
Man, I love technology.
Right? Do you have the images on your Oh god, you're lagging really bad.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I'm not roboting. My internet's fine. Wait, I'm coming back.
You're roboting on my end a little bit.
Am I? I'm coming back.
Okay. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. To everyone listening in Revv stream, I'm so sorry. That was so weird. Why did that happen? Discord's perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm good now. What? Let me see. Chat. What were you guys saying a second ago? Tips for hitting trick blades. I'll ask when he comes back. Blah, blah, blah. Kind of like it's around Revv. Yeah, we think it was just OBS acting weird because I'm fine now from the looks of it.
Okay, back.
Okay, yeah, I double checked my upload speed. It's fine. I guess it was just Discord being stupid.
Yeah, Discord is weird. I mean, I can send you the here. I'll just send you the. I can send you the wiki so that you can actually pull it up, so that we don't have to do Discord stream for that.
Okay. Hopefully Wikipedia doesn't miss on my PC too.
I don't think it should. Do you have a stream up in the background too?
Yours.
You should close that if you can. At least pause it.
I just closed it. Should be good now.
That works. Okay. But yeah, if you look at so like if you have like a 13-second duration main event, right? And you capped it out using Tequila Moonrock waiting for you watch,
Mm-hmm.
you now have 13 seconds to walk with that main event across the entire map to find a new target and then down them with that.
Huh.
And then it fills up the whole meter again. And then you do it again.
And then you just keep repeating the process.
Yeah, you just keep repeating the process until everyone's on the floor. It's pretty silly. And I don't know why it's possible to do this with a one health state to get main event. Because you just threaten the whole team with this every single injure state. You know?
Yeah.
So it's like I just run Deer Stalker. And if someone goes for a pickup, they die. And so does the person they picked up.
I wonder if, like, do you think it would be too restrictive if main event ended on a down?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think you need to do something with the numbers. I think you need to make it so the movement speed is lower. And also, it's a... You remember how I said that the 32 meter tear radius is a nerf?
Mm-hmm.
It's also a buff. Because Infectious Fright triggers further now.
Yeah.
And also 4.6 meters is really good for getting you to your next target to slug. And main event coming up this often means that you never have to go for a reload because you're just constantly throwing free ammo. So it's a lot of things that they steered forward that resulted in this. Because this wasn't an issue before, even though these add-ons existed before. And the only reason it wasn't is because 24 meter tear radius, lower movement speed while outside of throw state, and you didn't have infinite ammo. And you couldn't start another main event out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
But I mean, considering how Death Row compilation wasn't changed until people complained about it, part of me thinks that they didn't... I hate saying this. I feel like they thought the rework through, but not fully. If that makes any sense.
I think they threw darts at a board and they didn't hit this time. Which
I think is fine, but it's like you got to keep throwing the darts.
Exactly.
We
not wait 9 months for it. Yeah.
We haven't heard or seen anything.
And counting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the bigger issue with it. It's like I know we all complained about the Twins rework, right? But they went back on it after the community backlash.
Exactly. But the Trickster community is much... The comp community loves Twins.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a ton of vocal voices in that community. Linksy is a very, very popular content creator. Pixel is a very, very popular content creator. There's a lot of people that stand behind these content creators and the comp scene. So they got Twins changed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's also not a lot of people that enjoyed Twins, right? So you didn't have a bunch of people that were vocal playing the character that were like, oh, I want this to go through to live because I don't think I can play this character otherwise. With Trickster, it was like they elevated his movement speed to 4.6, and they were like, this will appease our casual audience. And they left it, I feel. Because there's a lot of people that like playing Trickster and just having this appeal where they just don't have any opposition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think 4.6 and not slowing down when you're throwing helps that. And I don't think that's something you should be listening to. Because if you're listening to people that only want to win their games, that's no way to balance a game.
No.
Because you're just going to have the balance based around people that only have fun when they're dominating the opponent with no counterplay.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's a problem with, I think, the game as a whole as far as taking community feedback. As much as I agree we should, it's just a lot of times the ones who are advocating or talking about it, and I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people tend to try to steer the game more into a my side
like a
must
power
win. Yeah, the power
like
fantasy.
a power trip.
Yeah, especially on the killer side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm...
Happens on Survivor side, too. It happened with Circle of Healing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot with Circle of Healing.
Because, I mean...
For people who don't know, that perk used to be like 200, 300, 400% more effective than it currently is.
Like, I mean, I'm a Chucky main. I've made huge advocations for changes they should do to him to make him better to play as and against.
The amount of people that thought it was a nerf that he lost manual
God.
scamper.
People still think it's a nerf.
Well, yeah, and those are the same people that are happy with the Trickster changes right now. Because they think that less they think purely that their ability to cancel out counterplay is what defines a character and makes them better. But that's not always the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like with Trickster, like it made him worse and more annoying to play against.
Yeah. It's just, I think it's a prevalent issue in especially the more vocal voices in the community sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Some of the other voices get through, but it's mostly.
I think it's gotten a lot better, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, I had a Blightman on last week, and I know a lot of us were like, I mean, I was in the opposite camp for the whole hug text situation. I was very surprised because they were okay with the hug text going away.
Which player was this?
Code.
Oh, I've actually not met them.
Yeah, they're in Flickland, but it was very interesting because if I just followed what everything I see on Twitter and from other players, a lot of people weren't happy with stuff like that changing, and it's like they were kind of in agreement with me where it's like I think it makes him feel better to play in general.
I think there's things that are good about it and there's things that are bad about it.
Mm-hmm.
And weighing the upsides and the downsides, I'm kind of on the fence.
I think it was...
But I think Blight's a specific tech.
Yeah.
Blight's a specific case where if you fuck up a hug tech, you're going to get punished for it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fuck up main event.
Right. I mean, no, you really can't.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can, but like, are you going to lose distance on it?
No.
No. You're moving at their movement speed.
I mean, I guess the most you can mess up is like if you somehow don't see anyone else and you just use it to use it for no reason.
Yeah, and you know what main event's really good at? Going through borrowed time.
There's a lot of things that are good at going through borrowed time, to be fair.
Yeah, but main event is really, really, really good at it.
Yeah.
Because you don't even need to wait. You just, you come off the hook. Oh, you're in the open because there's no hooks in, like, sheltered areas. Well, you're taking 8 billion knives, and I'm not missing because I have 55 meters per second knife speed. So, yeah.
Moving on slightly a bit from a lot of this. This one's more of a subjective thing, and one I've brought on, or a question I bring on more because I just think it's interesting to talk about. Trickster's Teachables.
Yeah.
Because I feel like people don't talk about this enough with killers. He's
No Way Out's really good.
Mm-hmm.
The other two suck.
What are the other two?
Crowd Control and Starstruck.
Okay, I think Crowd Control is fine.
I think Starstruck's fine. I think Crowd Control's really bad.
I think it's fine. Like,
I mean, they're changing it in a month, aren't they?
Are they? Is it? Oh yeah, it is on the list, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like, I think Starstruck's fine. I think that it does its purpose. It like pushes people away from you. Like, it's kind of like a better version of Mad Grit in a way.
Yeah, I think I was using it during anniversary because I'm a degenerate.
I mean, it's fun.
I had a whole remote hook build during anniversary.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would use awakened awareness.
I used Furtive Friends during that.
Yeah.
That was fun.
What I would do was it was awakened awareness, agitation, starstruck, and force hesitation.
I was using a Nemesis Lethal Furtive Friends, and I was just revealing the next person after automatically hooking. Sometimes I got an immediate exposed hit.
So what I would do is I would pick someone up and then walk towards the survivors. Once I saw the aura, I would then remote hook and then get the starstruck proc.
Oh my god.
And I would just keep repeating the process.
That's so strong.
No one was using it. No one.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to use during the anniversary, to be fair.
Yeah.
A lot of synergy with that.
Um,
Like Trapper walking to basement and then remote hooking you 2 floors below.
I still think remote hooks shouldn't go up or down elevation. I thought that was dumb.
I don't think they can code it any other way. I think that would probably break their coding.
Maybe. That was honestly my only real problem with remote hooking was elevation. Because if someone knew how to manipulate it, they could put you on a hook like 2 floors above you. But yeah, I think Trickster's teachables are okay. Like I said, crowd control is probably the worst one, but even then, like I know they're changing
I think they're really thematic. Like I think like they do things that are, as I've described Trickster, quirky and outlandish, but very like spiky value, you know?
Yeah.
Like you vault a window and you see crowd control and you're like, oh no. You know? But like the reason it's bad is because you can just cleanse it.
Yeah.
No Way Out, you walk up to the exit gate and the exit gate blocks and you see Trickster like, you know, walking your way from a hook and you're like, oh no. You know, like and like you're going for a flashlight save and you see Starstruck pops up and you're like, oh shit. Like, you know, like all of the perks make you go, oh. You know, like, and that's what I like about Trickster too, is like everything that he does is like that. It's like, oh god, he's right there. I'm in a bad position.
I think
bye.
I think the point with crowd control being a hex, though, I think it's like I don't think there's a solution to that.
I think you can make it a timer based on a hook.
That I could probably see that.
Like, or timer based on a gen popping, but make it better than you might step on crew limits toes by doing that actually, but
no one's using crew limits. I think it's fine.
Yeah, but like, why not just make crew limits do that?
I was gonna say that no one's using crew limits except for me because I think it's slept on for Chucky.
Or make crowd control, you know, go onto a new totem after like, I don't know, 4 window vaults, 4 fast vaults.
I mean, honestly, I've had the suggestion for hexes for a long time that they shouldn't show up until they activate at the very least.
I mean, sure, but at that point, like, I don't know what that solves really.
It just solves the survivors not spawning right on the totem.
True.
It's the biggest thing it solves, and I feel like behavior is starting to understand that because
I feel like you shouldn't remove the feel-good element of spawning near a totem, though. You should just make it so that it's not as punishing.
I mean, that would be a map and spawning thing, though, at that point.
Right, but you can make a mechanic that doesn't have to do with map generation at all, right?
I mean, the new...
So you could make it like...
The new perk they're adding is kind of doing that.
Wait, which one?
Dominance. The first time a survivor touches a totem, it blocks it for 8 seconds.
Oh, I hate that perk. That perk is so bad. And it's like, oh god, if it were ever to be good, I fear this game would...
I'm curious.
Oh,
I
God.
didn't really use it on PTB that much. I'm curious. Does it show the aura of the block?
I don't know, actually.
Because if
I didn't
it
use it 'cause
doesn't,
it's like really, really bad.
if it doesn't, I don't like. Good. It shouldn't. But if it does,
I'm pretty sure it would.
I don't know. Plaything doesn't. Well, then again, it's only for the other survivors. Never mind.
Deadlock does.
Yeah, but that's for the gens.
Yeah, but it's like we've never had a well.
Pentimento.
Yeah, we've never. Well, I think Plaything is different because it's specifically for one survivor.
Yeah, Pentimento though, it blocks them and you don't see it. So I don't
Does it? I think it does show.
Does it show them like in white or something?
I think you just see the totem's aura anyway.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but
Because-
it doesn't show that they've been blocked unless you walk up to it.
That is an interesting. That is an interesting question. I think it would require testing.
I didn't get to use it that much on PTP, so I couldn't really tell you.
Yeah, I didn't use it at all in PTB.
If anyone knows, correct us, please. But like, I legitimately don't know.
And I'm glad this is the one time the forums are actually in agreement. All these perks suck. Buff them. Thank you.
What all the
Dracula perks, and also all of Trevor's perks, barring one, as well.
I like them.
The aura reading one feels good.
I like them,
but the other ones.
I like them from a thematic perspective.
Yeah, I do too. I think I really like the chest wave attunement a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has the ability to shut the chest again. Like I think it's a more healthy weave attunement.
Yeah. I think, and as far as Trevor's perks go, I like the palette one because I think it was their closest way of simulating the whip.
I like Moment of Glory a lot, but it needs buffs.
I would be careful with buffing that one.
My thing is, if the killer is incentivized to, how do I put it? It makes you broken, right? When you get injured, which means you're probably in chase. And that's the only perk that makes you broken when you get injured. So the killer's going to know, hey, I need to kill this person now. Within a minute.
Right.
And like, I don't think that is a reasonable ask for just a heal. If it gives something else, sure. Like haste. Or like something else. Window vault speed while you're broken or something. To like entice the rodeo, so to speak, then sure. Then that could be a sizable thing. But it's like it's just worse than inner healing or inner strength.
I think it's the same reason why Dark Arrogance can't be buffed, because it can be comboed.
Nothing can be comboed with Moment of Glory.
You can't run Resilience with it?
Well, yeah, but you could run Resilience anyway.
Well, that's my point. It's like you were suggesting the vault speed.
Well, right, but like vault speed it's multiplicative, so the more vault speed you have is the less effective it is.
Okay, fair enough.
So it already has like a built-in feature that reduces the effectiveness of vault speed. But it's also like you have to do 2 chests to activate it.
That's true.
What other perk has 2 chests to activate that just heals you for 1 health state?
Oh, I was gonna say
nothing.
Harden does, but that doesn't heal you.
Well, Harden's not 2 chests. Harden's 1 chest and 1 totem. So you don't have to actually go to different places in the map. You can go to the same place, get a totem and a chest in the same area, and then you're good. With this perk, you have to go to 2 different areas.
Rummage?
You have to be running. You can rummage,
okay.
but it doesn't give you the ability to rummage. So you'd have to run another perk in order to make this perk actually prevent you from just like losing like massive time on generators from going to 2 different locations on the map just to give you a health state that inner healing would give you.
Mm-hmm. I don't.
This perk sucks.
I just like the idea.
I love the idea. I love it too, but they need to push it. I like perks being pushed harder than I like pick perks being pushed more, because once you figure, people are always going to tell you as a dev what is overpowered.
Mm-hmm.
People are never going to tell you what's underpowered. So I like shipping perks strong because it's also new content, so people are less likely to be upset about it initially. But shipping perks too strong, I think, is a good idea.
I mean,
and then nerfing them back down.
That's you. Riot Games for League and Valorant has said this before. They often do that. They've learned their lesson with that. It's better to ship something stronger than weaker.
Yep.
Because even if you ship something weaker, it doesn't matter how much you buff it. The perception has already been decided.
Yep.
But if you make something strong, it's the start, and then nerf it, the perception has been decided, but people are more likely to give it a chance.
Speaking of perception, Trickster is perceived by the community weirdly.
It's because he's a very good 1v1 killer.
I don't even think he's that good of a 1v1 killer anymore.
Let me rephrase that. He's a very annoying 1v1 killer.
Yeah, true.
And
like, for a character that only has chase as his benefit, he does not have that good of a kill time.
That's the thing. Like, I've talked about this before when I mean, you've seen my Twitter sometimes, I'm sure. I complain about tier lists all the time because it's like, well, are we judging the killer on their chase potential? Are we judging them on their 1v1, their 1v4, their ability to win, their ability to down, their ability to slug? Like, and as a result, because I feel like people do weigh the 1v1 way too much on a lot of killers. Whether it's good or bad, for a lot of people, if it's annoying, then it's too good anyways.
I think Trickster's also a victim of like being one of the few characters that no one plays. So people listen to content creators that don't play him in terms of tier listing him, which I think creates misconceptions innately. Because like the community perception and them listening to an opinion is off the basis of somebody who doesn't know.
Well, yeah, I mean that's we've seen that with Xenomorph, we see that with Chucky, we see that with twins sometimes. Not nearly as much.
With twins all the time, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I personally think twins is like way higher than people put them, but I think I've never gotten the opinion of like Lynxie and Pixel.
I said the other day that I think twins is top 5.
I also think twins is top 5.
I think they're and same with Singularity. I think Singularity's top 5 too.
Yeah. Well,
once again, I make this point too. Once you get past the top 3, I feel like it's so nitpicky on who's where.
Yeah, I see Billy. I'd say Billy, Nurse, Blight.
I'd say Nurse, Billy, Blight, personally. I still think Nurse is better than Billy.
I think Billy's better at slugging.
I agree. I just think Billy is more map dependent than Nurse. I think that's where. And welcome to the problem with tier lists, right there.
Fair.
What just happened is the problem with tier lists.
But to be fair, like large maps also like mess up Nurse.
They do, but I don't think it's nearly as punishing as if
like large maps. Like, I think they're both at a very, very close level. But Nurse gets better on indoor maps and Billy gets better on outdoor maps. What is the skew on how many indoor maps there are versus outdoor maps?
Right, but how do you determine that when the map is selected randomly?
There's not a lot of randomly. Not every map in this game is generated randomly.
Well, no. I meant in the sense of which map you're going to.
Oh, I mean, I think it's pretty black and white as to like which one does better. Like the jurisdiction of like how I would classify why Billy does better on outdoor maps doesn't really have to do with random generation. It's just if the map is open enough for his chainsaw to get by, right? Because of map mobility.
Right. What I meant though is like, what if you're playing Billy and you get Larry's 4 times in a row?
Oh, I mean, I think you have to average, because if you don't average, then like XD. But I mean, I think it says something that the highest Billy streak right now is like 2,000 something.
Yeah, Numi is insane.
Yeah, I think that has something. I think that needs to be I think the highest win streak on current patch has to be put into the.
But at what point is that Billy being good versus the player being good?
I mean, Nurse players have been around since the dawn of time. So Billy players.
It's. I mean, once again, though, I mean, the fact that we were able to even slightly argue that is my biggest problem with tier lists. Especially,
yeah, for sure. Like, tier lists are very subjective. Like, very, very subjective.
I don't have a problem with them being subjective. My problem with them is that no one ever qualifies what they're tiering most of the time.
Because this game has so many different aspects, like different play styles that people don't see. It's a lot of feeling crafting, right?
And
a lot of it's just like assuming.
Yeah, that's why like the tier lists I appreciate more the ones who are like that like don't go S to F or S to D or whatever. I appreciate the ones that have like an actual qualifier for the tiers because I feel like that's way more useful.
True.
Like this killer, like I think is it Ots who did it? Who did the one where he had not grass, but like grades on like each aspect of the game and how well or bad the killer does at them. And the overall,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, and the overall is what determined the tier they were in.
I like having categories.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good idea. I think that would make more robustness. I think Ots does make the most like robust tier listing out of anybody in the DVD community at the moment.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people invite their implicit bias into their like categories, whereas Ots goes out to the community and tries to get the opinion of mains. Like Ots tried to get my opinion and Vosik's opinion on Trickster's placement, and he had Trickster at C tier, like a high C after the rework. And me and Vosik were both like, yeah, no, he's definitely like higher, and he was higher before too. And Ots actually moved up the placement to B, because of our feedback. So like, he's actually willing to take way more like critique on his tier list than I think a lot of the people in the community are willing to do.
Yeah, like I did the perk tier list on Chucky last week. And the way I
think he also has a lot more resources available to him though, so that's also a thing.
Yeah, and I mean the way I did it wasn't like, oh, this perk is good. I did perk synergizes, perk doesn't synergize, perk is just good on its own. Don't run this perk. that was literally how I did it because I feel like it's a more accurate reading. And Ots, like I feel like does the same thing on top of getting the opinions of the more dedicated players to the character, because that's another problem with tier lists is a lot of times you'll see people put like, I think Twins is probably the best example of that, where I feel like a lot of people don't put them higher up, but it's like how often are you playing against them and how often are you playing as them to really determine their placement.
Yeah. Those characters don't get a lot of like screen time.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, there's also implicit bias there too. It's like if you ask like someone who mains a character, a lot of times they'll do one of two things. They'll either downplay it or upplay it, right?
The amount of people that put Huntress in A tier baffles me.
Once again, are we talking like? Because you know that comes down to my problem with it being like, what are we determining? Like overall strength?
Overall strength.
And so does that mean how easily they can get a win?
Yeah.
And then what constitutes a win?
3K plus.
Okay. No perks and add-ons?
I'd say perks and add-ons included.
I would probably put her lower A.
I'd put her B plus.
But I mean that's the thing.
I think 4.4 killers innately. Like, what does she do that's better than like the other A tier killers? You know, you have to like ask a question. Like, what does she do better than other killers? And I think a lot of people would answer, she can apply pressure from across the map, but that's not necessarily true against players that know what's going on.
It's also not true because of map dependency too.
Correct. Like if you put all those factors in, Huntress is not that good of a killer. Like, yeah, she's annoying to some people, but that doesn't mean that she's good.
No, yeah. Like, trust me, I hate going against Huntress, but I'll never say she's like S tier.
I understand not liking going against Huntress. I love going against Huntress. I also like going against Chucky. I don't like going against current Trickster. I contemplate DCing every single time I see a current Trickster. I'm not even kidding. Like, and I used to love him. There's a problem when the main of a killer is trying to DC a killer.
I hate going against Huntress because similar to the same reasons people hate going against a lot of killers, I just feel like I don't have options sometimes.
Yeah, I honestly compare Huntress to playing against Chucky, honestly.
You know, I said that I was going to say that one day. I was like, if people have a problem with Chucky being undodgeable, why don't people have a problem with Huntress?
They do.
Then why does no one talk about it?
You know how many people on Twitter I see complaining about Huntress and how her hitboxes are gigantic, even though they're like on like 300 ping and not telling anybody until like they post the clip and they're red barring?
Then why don't I ever see as much hate? That's my
I see it
question.
all the time.
I never
It's
see
crazy.
it.
I don't get it.
I never.
You know how much?
see it.
You know how many people were complaining about Huntress in 2v8?
Oh no! That I saw.
Right, but that's the same people that complain about her on average. Like you, like it's just they don't speak up all that much. You know.
That's my question.
So like
why?
I don't know, because I mean they don't speak that. I don't think they speak up all that much about Chucky either. It's just like you're going to see the most of it because you're a Chucky main.
Fair enough.
I'd say I'm probably in the same aspect with Trickster. Like I don't think people complain that much about Trickster in the large scheme of things because there's so many killers in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I see the most of it because I'm the person that's killing them.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. It's just a weird thing. I feel like there's, for me, and double standard is the wrong word, but I feel like there's people make exceptions a lot with how they're like comparing killers sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a massive problem because there's really no way to fix it. It's just human nature, but it's like
I think there's also a lot of people that do not use every tell that the killer gives them. Like I think Chucky is especially an example of this where like there's so many tells that are there, but a lot of people aren't willing to use them. And also, not just that, try to apply regular looping tactics against a killer that is intentionally 4.4 so that you can make distance on a new tile if he misses.
Well, that's the problem people have. He doesn't miss.
I mean, if he's good enough, but like neither does a Huntress if they're good enough.
It's always been my argument.
Neither does a Wesker if they're good enough. Neither does a like. But the question comes: what are you doing to encourage people to play in a way that allows a miss even on a good player?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that should come from creating a necessity to go for a close shot. You know, like Huntress has a lot of situations where if she doesn't get this shot within this time window, they're getting to a tile that's going to waste her time way longer than if she would have just hit the shot in that moment. Right. And I think the same case exists for Wesker because Wesker is much harder to hit people as Wesker if someone is within a tile as opposed to just, you know,
in the open,
snatching them in the middle of an open field.
Yeah.
But the good player is not really like if you don't give people like those windows where they gain extra value, they're not going to go for the things that have risk. They're just going to go like with Trickster right now. I think it's a good example of like he used to have like windows of opportunity where you had to down someone before they got to a tile, or you had to like jump from one target to another target if they got into a strong tile, because if you didn't, then they could be looping you for the next like 30 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like that's not something they took that away, but that doesn't purely have upside because they also had to nerf his lethality by 33% to make way for it.
I've had people this started happening a couple weeks ago. People started sending me clips of them going against Chucky and were asking me specifically, what should I have done here? And I love to see that. I do. I'm really glad some people are starting to do that. It's not me bolstering my ego. It's just nice to see people actually asking for advice. And most of the times, I would tell them what they should have done. And the responses are usually, oh, that makes way more sense.
Yeah, it's crazy what happens when we try to actually solve the problems in our gameplay that people are having no problems with otherwise. But I don't know. It's like sometimes people want to be right so bad about their character they're playing against being uncounterable.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I have jokingly put out so many compilations of me missing slice and dices all the time because people swear you can't miss it or it's undodgeable, which it's not.
You know, at this point, it's really even hard to give. Like, if someone were to send me a clip asking me what they should do against Trickster, I don't even know what to tell them anymore.
Right. Well, and I'm sure we'll get into that question here in a second, or here in a little bit. Speaking of um, builds,
I can quickly run through this tier list as well, like the add-on tier list.
Oh yeah.
Do I-
Go ahead if you want to run through the tier list.
Yeah, all good. So shoes is just annoying as hell. Like, I think shoes is like, and there's a big drop off between S and A, by the way.
Mhm.
This is like the equivalency of like dropping from like a regular character's S to a regular character's C. This is a C. This A is a C. I just put it here because it just makes more sense to put it A, B.
Can you send me the image?
Yeah. Actually, did I send you it?
You
No, I didn't.
Did not. We were gonna do screen share, and then you messed up my OBS.
I'm sorry. But yeah, so there is a massive leap between S and A. To the equivalent of most characters S to C.
Okay.
Like once you get to these add-ons, it drops off a cliff. Shoes is basically just I run at survivor movement speed. Like actually run at survivor movement speed, it's 3.98. 3.96, 3.96, I think. Yeah, 3.96. And then so you just round corners and like they can't really get away from you. But it doesn't really increase your kill speed, but it's still good. But it's like if you see a Trickster main, they hate this add-on. Like Vostok hates this add-on.
It's like cigar,
And I hate this add-on.
Cigar for Deathslinger.
Well, this design is just awful. It's like I just don't like add-ons that remove counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like core counterplay should always be firm, I think.
Go on.
Yep, pretty much, exactly. And it also encourages you to sit in your knife state forever.
Oh yeah.
And just like play aim labs against them instead of ever like needing to raise and put down your knife. So that animation of lifting and putting down your knife doesn't ever matter with this add-on for the most part. Because you're moving at their movement speed. So like, what are they gonna do? You know? So it's whatever. Diamond Cufflinks lost a lot of power when they changed him because Diamond Cufflinks does nothing for main event. It doesn't give you more main event charges. It doesn't make your main event more efficient. It doesn't matter. It's just really bad. But it's still like it's aura rating, so it's whatever. And then we get into like the other characters D tier add-ons, but are B tier. Death Throws Compilation is just worse Diamond Cufflinks. It gives us aura rating while we hit someone with main event. But like if you hit someone with main event, you know where they are. So like why do you need aura rating?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like you're killing them. You're killing them. They're dead. Like yeah. It's really bad. Boa, this gives 8 knives. It doesn't matter because you save like over 100 knives with main event. So why would you run anything other than main event duration if you're trying to save knives?
You suck at aiming.
Even then, I'm pretty sure Boa saves you more, or I'm pretty sure Tequila saves you more ammo.
Okay.
Or you just M1.
That too.
Yeah. Yeah, M1ing also saves you ammo. So like our ammo add-ons are just trash. Also, speaking of saving ammo, USB drive, Melodious Murder. It lowers your reload time by like 0.4 seconds or something.
I just think it feels good. That's really when I do play Trickster, I run it because I think it feels good. That's it.
It does. I like the add-on. I think that it should probably be a higher number. But the thing that would make this add-on stronger is just to make our add-on make our ammo more relevant again. You know, because like main event just kind of like eats our ammo. It just solves ammo efficiency by itself with no effort. So it's like, why would I ever try to be accurate when I can just like throw an entire handful of knives and then it just get main event? It's weird. And then we get to the tier of like, why are these add-ons even in the game? Where Edge of Revival. So Edge of Revival makes a splash radius wherever you hit your knife, where that is 1 meter wide. And this explosion does half damage, right? So if you do the math, it takes 32 knives to down a survivor with this. Yay.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get you main event.
Wait, they don't count for main event stacks?
They do not count for main event stacks.
Okay, that's dumb.
It's trash. It is such a bad add-on. I love this add-on. This used to be actually not awful. It was like C tier back when old Trickster was a thing, but it's because like 6 knives to injure actually makes this like not an embarrassment. And also we didn't depend so much on getting main event before. So it wasn't that big a deal if you weren't gaining main event charges before. But it only took like 24 knives to down someone before. Wait, let me think the math.
6 times 2 is 12, 24, yeah.
Yeah, 24 knives to down someone from full health with this, which, I mean, you're not only hitting them with edge revival shots, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really like that raw of math, but you have to consider like, it's important to consider like what it would take to fully down someone with this, because that's usually the value you're going to get over the course of a match. Yeah. Edge Revival was pretty okay. It used to also combo with this other add-on called Cut Through You Single, right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you used to be able to do both. You used to be able to cut through them and then hit the ground underneath them. So to do a knife and a half worth of damage. So you're down in 4 knives or 6 knives on old 8-knife Trickster, on 4 knives on, I think that's how the math works. 4 knives on old 6-knife and 6 knives on old 8-knife.
Mm-hmm.
Really fun combo. It rewarded like the unknown thing where you shoot through them and hit the ground underneath them, which is cool. But they bug fixed that because apparently it was a bug. I used to run that religiously.
It was a bug, of course it was.
Yeah, it was a bug because it's easy to call it a bug. Cut Through You Single is bad because why would you run something that does more damage? Why would you run something that does more damage when people are grouped up when you could just like have your main event never go away when they're grouped up with watch?
Right.
So it's just like kind of redundant because.
So would you just say it's bad by proxy in that case?
Even if you got rid of waiting for you watch, this add-on sucks.
Okay, fair enough.
Because they all die anyway if they're grouping up against Trickster. Why would you ever group up against Trickster?
Mm-hmm.
Like if we had an ammo system that was like punishing, then you could make an argument for it because it would make each of your ammo more valuable around a group of targets, but we don't care about ammo at all. So it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So you just, kind of redundant. And then the 2 laceration meter add-ons. This one, the first one, the green one, increases your time before you start decaying
2
laceration by 3 seconds, and the other one by 2.
Okay.
These add-ons are bad because they just you're banking on losing. The only time they come into play is if you are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
So they only matter if you struggle in every single chase, which means that you're crutching on them. So they're like really bad. And then Trick Pouch is 4 knives, which is half a hell state worth of knives, which, as I've said before, our ammo add-ons got just deleted because of ammo being so efficient with main event. I have a bunch of questionable things in terrible tier here that people may be like, oh, but what you run this? I don't know why you run this. I like running terrible add-ons. I think it's funny. And I also like doing variety, even if the add-on is terrible. There's no reason to ever run Inferno Wires when you could run Tequila with Watch. Because Inferno Wires is just 40% version of the 60% Tequila. So in terms of relevancy of this add-on, there is better alternatives, and that's why I rate it terrible. Because if you're ever, like, this add-on has no purpose in the design space. At all. You could delete this add-on from the game, and the character would play exactly the same. There would be no playstyles lost, ever.
Mm-hmm.
The next add-on is Killing Part Chords. You increase your movement speed while holding knives by 1%.
Additive?
Yeah.
So you go to 100 and wait. What do you when you're holding knives?
3.86. You go to 3.9.
Okay.
Yeah. It's terrible. You land a single knife with photo card and you're already there. And then the next one is Lucky Blade, And Lucky Blade is just a worse version of Waiting for You Watch. And for the same reasons that Inferno Wires would never be ran, this is also never ran because it's just a main event extender that is outclassed by another main event extender. Mm-hmm. In fact, like 3 other main event extenders. And then we get to the worst add-ons that Behavior's ever designed in their entire career. The 2 combo add-ons. Which, if you don't know what the combo system is, the combo system is there's a 4-second window when you hit a knife that has a timer. That timer starts when you hit the knife, right? Mm-hmm. If you land 8 knives in a row within that 4-second timer that starts whenever you hit a knife, you can get up to an S tier combo at 8 knives hit in a row. That S tier combo will give you a 3-second extension on your next main event. This extends the window that you can hit the knives in between each other by 0.5 seconds and 0.25 seconds. Which, why would you ever run these? Like, if you miss, the combo ends anyway, by the way. So, yeah.
Do you know what Good Guy Box is on Chucky?
You'd have to remind me.
So Good Guy Box is a brown add-on on Chucky that makes it so when you land a slice and dice, the cooldown before you can hit again is minus 5 seconds or 5%. So basically, it saved the best for last on his slice and dice. It saves you 0.2 seconds.
How much distance does it save you?
Virtually none. It's literally like I've done it. I've tested it in a straight line. It saves you. Like I said, you would catch up to them about 0.2 seconds faster. I don't know what that is in distance.
If you hit someone and then they go for a slow vault or they go for a like medium vault on a window, can you hit them?
Possibly. But my point with it isn't like its usefulness. My point is, I'm curious if these 2 add-ons have like a cult following like that one does.
No.
Okay.
No, we've made very good at advertising how laughably garbage this add-on is. You know what our best asset is on spreading the cult following of this add-on being garbage? No one knows what the combo system does. And they never will, because it's so complicated to explain for like the most minute value that you get out of Tequila Moonrock innately anyway. Without effort. By the way, Tequila Moonrock multiplies the combo multiplier that exists base kit anyway. So you get the whole combo up front plus a second if you run Tequila Moonrock. But not just that, if you actually land the combo without using the combo add-ons, you get an extra 2 seconds out of thin air that you cannot even possibly get with the combo add-ons. That also lose value if you ever miss. And also lose value if you just hit all of the knives in a row anyway. In a short window. The only time it gets you value is if your combo would have ended, but the 0.25 seconds was the difference of keeping the combo going. And also, fun fact, the longer that main event goes is the worse value the last seconds are, because you just down them in the first 2 seconds of main event anyway, most of the time. It's wild.
Like, there are some bad add-ons in this game. There are.
These used to be our best add-ons, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure with how the old combo system works, I'm sure it was.
No.
What?
The old combo system didn't do anything.
Oh.
These increased your speed at which you got to your maximum throw rate before.
Oh.
Yeah. Fizzspin increased the speed, it reduced the amount of knives you took to get to 4.0 knives per second by 2, and then G1's autograph reduced that window, or reduced the amount of knives it required to get to max ramp by 1. So if you got to max ramp in 8 knives, right? If you got to 4.0 in 8 knives, then with both these add-ons, you would get to 4.0 in 5. Yep, these add-ons were incredible, and they weren't problematic either because you had to sacrifice either taking trick bleeds or diamond cufflinks or, you know, the other add-ons that would definitely help a huntress, for example.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know, Behavior's add-on design team is something sometimes. I still haven't tested new Liquor Tongue, by the way.
Oh, people are having a fucking aneurysm about it on the forums. People are like, oh my god, you increased the 0.25 second window up to 3 seconds. This is broken. I'm going to be forced to run this every game. No, none of you know how math works. This is like...
It's on the first hit, too. Only first hit.
I just wish people actually tested things out before they complained about them.
I don't
it's
know.
Insane.
The amount of people I still say Power Drill is one of Chucky's best add-ons. Because people...
I did... Yeah. There's a lot of... I don't like Chucky's add-on design either.
Neither do I, if it makes you feel any better.
I think it's very boring.
I've tried to explain the math because people were like, oh, after the changes, we're like, oh, well, these add-ons got buffed. It's like, that's not how math works. If you lower the cooldown reduction ones are worse because it's not a flat number. It's a percentage. Yeah.
Is it cool if I hop out and use the restroom real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back 1 second. Thank you.
Also, Neko, you're fine. It just making you know that's why I wasn't responding. That's all. Rev's chat, I can't see you because I don't have the stream pulled up, but I hope I'm at least somewhat entertaining. Oh. What are we at, anyways? 3.5 hours. We're not even talking about chat. I knew it. I knew this was gonna happen. I love it. Kamuri, I think that's how I say that. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You're so happy to see us collab. It's insane. Well, I appreciate that. I don't think I'm anything special, but thank you. Neko, Revv is a great Trickster main. If you aren't following them, by the way, you probably should be. Very passionate about this character. Oy. I never know what to do in the downtime when people go to the bathroom. I should probably think of something. I'll just cough randomly into the wind. That's what people come here for.
Whew, I'm back. Hello.
Okay. Where we at? Oh yeah, bad add-on design.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Liquor Tongue. I mean, Chucky's got a whole slew of them that are just... Why? Like, Pile of Nails is probably one of the worst add-ons in the entire game. 3 seconds of undetectable after you manually end Heidi Ho?
Yeah. No. I was having arguments with people. I was like, what is the design philosophy around this?
Around Pile
you
of
cancel
Nails?
your undetectable.
Well,
in order to get undetectable.
I think the idea is you're supposed to trick them that you're not in Heidi Ho anymore.
But no one pays attention to the footsteps.
Well, it's not even just that. The problem, when you manually end when you manually end Heidi Ho, Chucky laughs. Do you know how long that laugh lasts for?
I don't know, like 4 seconds?
2.5.
How long is the stealth?
3 seconds. And that laugh is directional, by the way.
It's worse than I thought it was.
It's so bad. I don't know why they nerfed it. It wasn't great. Let me preface this. It was not good when it was 5 seconds, but it was there at least. It worked, kind of.
I think stealth killers get the short stick in this game because they want stealth killers to be appealing to like new players. But it's like, just buff the stealth killers so that it's like good, so that the stealth killers that are good at their character don't end up playing against babies.
Or like mirror shards. I will die on this. I know some people will swear by this add-on. Mirror shard is honestly, I don't know why it's a purple. If it was a brown, I wouldn't complain about it. The fact that it's a purple makes me so mad.
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that like a lot of the stealth killers end up being like really bad killers.
I think it's because a lot of stealth killers, I think their idea and philosophy for stealth is they want it to be kind of like manipulation in a way. And it's very hard to do that correctly without it feeling oppressive, if that makes any sense.
But you can't just do manipulation if there's like my point is like, they don't let stealth be good.
No. Yeah, of course not.
No, they give every like counterbalance to it, but it's like at that point, why even put stealth in the game at the first place? If you're not willing to lean into the fantasy of it.
I mean, like I haven't played Dredge since they changed the audio, but I hear it's better.
It is better. It's way better.
So we'll see.
Thankfully,
we'll see how that goes. But that's also,
I think the casual community is going to lose their mind.
But that's also on a massive cooldown that, while it can technically be manipulated.
No. It's not just that they buffed with Dredge, by the way. In terms of stealth capabilities. You know how I used to like do like a like when he was in a locker near you? Like it's gone.
Oh.
That's gone.
Oh.
It only makes the visual element now. So you can actually hide in a locker, and if someone comes around the corner, you can jump out of the locker and hit them.
So you can
actually hide in. You can actually hide in wait.
So you can. Oh my god! I'm gonna love.
It's great.
Dredge. I'm gonna love.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. Also, the entire fog sound. He played that when he wasn't in Nightfall 2, so you can run undetectable perks on him now.
Oh yay!
And he's. I had a clip of this on Twitter where I was my friend was standing behind a wall as Dredge, standing still, and it was the library of RPD to the balcony of RPD, and they were standing around the corner on the balcony of RPD, and I couldn't hear them until I walked through the doorway onto the balcony. He is that quiet.
I love it.
It's really exciting. I cannot wait. I'm gonna play Dredge instead of Trickster.
I love it. I don't like. I think I hate saying this. I think they're just scared to make stealth killers like super good.
I think it's the statistics.
Just because,
but I don't think
new players suffer that much against them.
Have you seen the stats on stealth killers kill rates?
Yes.
They're insanely high. Onryo's insanely high. Skullmerchant's insanely high. Like even Dredge is insanely high for like how good he is. Like Myers is insanely high. Ghostface is insanely high for how good he is. It's like clearly the stats are being skewed by people who just don't play against them. But in my opinion, my solution is to that is make them good at the higher echelon at actually doing what they need to do, so that you don't have these players that don't know what they're doing just taking advantage of the fact that the character sucks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be my approach to that.
Yeah.
Because you also get a double positive. You get the stealth players actually feel like they're being rewarded for mastering their character, and you get less of these insane, like really new players, just getting stomped by somebody who has like 7,000 hours in Ghostface.
Yeah.
And they're playing against like somebody who has like 100 hours because their Ghostface is like unless you're playing optimally in Ghostface, I don't think the killer is that good.
No, I think playing and by optimally you mean not going for chase.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. Yeah, I would agree. And to clarify here, I don't think Chucky should be a stealth killer. I like in the way I think people want him to be. I think him having all the tells is on purpose and fine, because if he
I think
was,
you should have add-ons that allow him to specify or specialize into it.
my suggestion for mirror shards, for those who don't know what it does, by the way, I wouldn't blame you. When you activate Hidey Ho, you see and hear the footfalls that the survivors see and hear, which is part of the reason why it's so bad, because you also hear them. But my suggestion has been it also makes it so the laugh he does is global. So everyone hears it. Would it be good? Probably not. But it would be like a different thing, and it would kind of manipulate people who are on gens to be more scared. I also think Amulet was kind of their idea to make him lean into that.
I like Amulet a lot.
If Pile of Nails also made it so you didn't do the laugh when you manually end Hidey Ho, I think it would be fine.
Yeah, I agree.
It wouldn't be great. Let me make that clear. But it would. I think it would be fine. I don't know why there's a laugh at the end of Hidey Ho. I don't know why. They stop seeing your footsteps. They know you're out of it. Whatever. But yeah, like Chucky's add-on design is just. There's nothing like. The most transformative thing he has is. Like, I guess hard hat.
You know what's the most messed up thing about Trickster's add-on design? It was actually pretty good before.
Yeah. I would agree. I mean, I think the sign of a good add-on design is when there's personalization in them. Not necessarily
specialization.
Not necessarily the ability to make like a bunch of different builds with them, but like the idea of, oh, this Trickster main runs this. But like with the way it is now, I don't think we really have that.
No, it's pretty much just Memento. Like Memento and then X.
And
unless you're slugging, in which case, like I just run Tequila watch every single game.
Yeah, and like Trickster's not the only one who falls. A lot of the killers fall under this problem.
Yeah, my complaint isn't that Trickster's add-on design's bad; it's that it was better before.
Well, that's probably worse. That's it's got to be a worse feeling at least.
Oh no, yeah, it feels like they took a dump on my doorstep in December.
While we're in this kind of little conversation though, builds. I know your from what I can see on stream, Deadlock Machine Learning Trail brutal.
Oh, that's my other build.
Okay.
It's not very good.
What's your main build?
My main build? Oh my gosh. You're going to hate me. The whole community's going to hate me.
Is it what I think it is?
Okay, so you put on Deerstalker. You put on Infectious Fright. You put on Iron Maiden so they can't use lockers to hide from you. And you put on Ultimate Weapon, right? And so you run Tequila and Watch. And you take your first Hell State, and then you end the game. And if that main event doesn't work, find the next survivor, take a Hell State, and try to end the game again. Every time you go for a reload, you make everybody within a 32 meter radius blind, and if you can't find anybody, stand on top of your slugs. If someone bleeds out, they're going to bleed out before they finish their gens.
Yeah.
Like, and they can't go and, like, you know how usually the counteraction of, like, sitting on top of somebody is just, like, eventually they'll pick you up, or they'll, like, hit you with, an endurance effect, or they'll hit you with Soul Guard or something. It doesn't matter for Trickster, because if you get a Hell State with your knives, you get main event, and then you kill them anyway. And the person that picked up, because main event chains from one person to another person.
Yeah.
So it's like, you can also, like, if you don't get an infectious proc, technically hook someone, but it's just way more efficient and consistent to just sit on top of your slug and, like, just bleed them out. And it's, like, really, 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 really annoying to play against. Like, I've never, like, I try not to sit on top of people and bleed them out, but they made this strategy so consistent with how prevalent main event is that I can't not tell people that this exists, because if I don't tell people this exists, it's less likely to get fixed.
Right.
So
tis the conundrum of
go bleed out all your lobbies, friends. Thank you.
I mean, you have you ever? I don't think I've ever told many people this. My Ghostface build is people are gonna hate me for this. It's outdoor.
I love Slug Ghostface.
Oh, do you know what it is?
I don't know what it is, but I love slugging with Ghostface.
It's outdoor security camera and knockout. The rest of the build doesn't matter.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it means
That's pretty strong.
You don't have to run Infectious Fright. You just check the auras with outdoor security camera.
Yeah, and they don't even know that you know that they're. Yep. Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
You could also an Ultimate Weapon with that too. I think Ultimate Weapon's really good at like slugging.
I'm not the biggest fan of the current Ultimate Weapon. I didn't even use it when it was meta, to be fair, so I can't really talk.
The blindness is really powerful if you just like go into an area where you think someone probably is.
Blindness. I'm curious on this because you sound like you have my opinion on this. I think blindness is the most underrated status effect in the game.
I think it's underrated in the form of slugging, for sure. I think in any other context, I'd say it's still underrated, but not as much as people might say.
Right. I think people like often say blindness is like the worst status effect.
I think I'm almost at the point where I think exhaustion is.
Exhaustion's the worst?
I almost think that, honestly. Like, because like if someone so in terms of consistent value, if someone procs life, usually they can do it premeditated so that you can't apply an exhaustion status effect, right?
Yeah.
So in those contexts, exhaustion is useless. It's a case-by-case basis based on the killer that has the ability to apply it, but like Languid Touch is really good because you can't really prevent that applying to you. But exhaustion as a whole, I feel like is just pretty not great. I think Oblivious is very underrated.
Oh, I love Oblivious.
I love Oblivious so much.
I think I've said this before. I think Oblivious is more powerful in Chucky than Undetectable.
I think Oblivious and Undetectable are really powerful in Trickster, and people don't expect it because they think that the lullaby invalidates it. But fun fact with the lullaby, if you're Undetectable or Oblivious, the lullaby never gets louder. So it just sits at like the low, like at a very, very low volume, and it's really hard to even tell that Trickster is like, I got a like really funny clip of Spooky Loops playing against my Trickster on Springwood, and he was like talking to chat, walking up to a gen in the middle of a forest, and then he sees a Trickster with a golden mask run past him in front of him between two trees. He's like, oh my god, he's right there. He's like, I love playing stealth Trickster. Like Trail of Torment, really fun. Like machine learning on Trickster, oh my god, I move faster than survivors. It's so funny.
Do you correct me if I'm wrong? What's the lowest terror radius that Myers can have? Do you know?
I mean, 0.
I mean, without
Undetectable.
Without Undetectable. I mean, just terror.
Without Undetectable. So you go down to 20. So what is the default?
32.
What is the default? No, tier 2 has a different.
Oh, it's 24 with tier 2, isn't it? Isn't it lower?
I'd have to think.
It's
really low. It's like 12 meters or something.
I was bringing this up because I think Chucky can have the lowest terror radius in the game.
I think Myers has you beat
10
with
meters?
Modern Abuse. Modern Abuse. Oh wait, really?
Yeah, Chucky can get 10 meters.
What is the numbers on Chucky's?
It's 32 at base. Modern Abuse lowers it by 8. Silk Pillow lowers it by 6. Strobe Light lowers it by 8.
I'm looking up Myers.
Because that
he has a 6 meter terror radius in tier 1.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then. consistently throughout the game, though.
But he's undetectable in tier 1, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, wait, he has a terror radius in tier 1?
Yeah, it's coded as a terror radius in tier 1, but he's undetectable, so it doesn't matter.
What the fuck? Okay, yeah.
He has 16 meter terror radius in tier 2.
And then minus...
So if you do Dead Rabbit, it's a...
Damn, I thought Chucky had a stealth killer beat for once. Moderately stealth killer.
Dead Rabbit DVD. Dead Rabbit is a 25% terror radius reduction on 16 meters. So that's what 16 times 1 point or times
0.25.
0.75.
Oh, 7. Oh, right. Yeah. Never mind. My bad.
So it's 12 with Dead Rabbit, and then if you do Monarch Abuse, it goes down to. Wait.
It can't be.
Does
right?
Dead Rabbit apply before or after Monarch Abuse?
It would be after because it's applying to it, so it would be the. Current.
It'd be Monitor would be after?
No, Monitor would be It would Monitor would be first because it's adding to.
Okay, well Monitor applies a 12. Monitor applies a 16 meter terror radius increase, and then it reduces it by. No wait, Monitor applies an 8 meter terror radius increase. How does Monitor work? Mathematically, 1 second.
I think it's Monitor would come first because it's
okay. If it comes first, then okay. Monitor increases your terror radius by 8 meters for the entire trial, and then it reduces your terror radius by 16 meters when you're in chase. So if it increases your terror radius up to 22 from 16, or 24 from 16, then it would reduce. Dead Rabbit would reduce the 24 by 25%. So 24 divided by or times 1.75.
Welcome to the math portion of the podcast, everybody.
It's 18 meter terror radius, and then whenever you're in chase, it will reduce the 18 meters by 16. So it would go down to 2.
Wait, you're thinking of Monitor backwards.
No. Monitor is in the game written differently than it's coded.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, it's coded as an 8 meter increase at all times, and then it reduces by 16 when you're outside of chase.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, so but you're still going off of the core number, which is an increase of 8.
Okay.
And then multiplied off of Dead Rabbit.
Yeah.
So it goes down to 2.
Okay, never mind. I guess Myers is never mind.
Which is absurdly small.
No, I just tell people that Chucky can go down to a 10 meter terror radius all the time and they get surprised.
I didn't realize that small. I didn't realize that Myers could go down to 2 meter terror radius in tier 2. That's crazy.
I thought it was 4. I thought someone told me it was 4 once and I just believed them.
I feel like the math is a little bit jank because we're assuming that one comes first and we might be wrong.
I mean, it's I'll bring up Chucky.
Also, Monitor is like written incorrectly in the game, so I'm sure that some math could be wrong.
I bring up Chucky for math all the time because for some reason, portable TV increases your dash by 70%. It's a multiplicative increase, and then it's an additive increase, and then jump rope is also an additive increase unless they're combined. Then jump rope becomes multiplicative.
God damn.
Don't ask me why. We have tested it and made sure it is, for some reason, when you combine them, it switches the value that's applied. We don't know why.
This is too much math for my brain.
You play Trickster, come on.
I know Trickster's math. I can't comprehend other characters' math.
And we kind of went over this a little bit already, but Trickster's power level, you said what, high B? No, that was Huntress, my bad. What would I'd
say Trickster's like mid to low B.
Okay, yeah, I was on a generic tier list. Let's just
generic, just like queuing in a solo queue. In terms of win streaks, like if you want a tier list win streaks, for example, I think this character's sitting at like C or D. Because while this character does have an overall high power level, the ability to stay consistent in this character is very, very bad. Like, you can have matches where you lose the game in the first 10 seconds. because of the way that the map is spread.
Mm-hmm.
And you won't know until you've lost. Because this killer is only his chase. You need to like kind of finagle like a lot of like BS to get your chases shorter than most killers. And that's if you're running good add-ons. If you're running bad add-ons, then like you could probably kiss your games goodbye. You're not going to win streak on this killer.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've tried to win streak on add-on-less perkless Trickster, and I've gotten 6. That's the most I've gotten.
I think the most I got on Chucky was 20.
Yeah. Trickster's base kit's really bad.
Yeah, to be fair, I wasn't trying. I hate saying that to float my ego. I wasn't trying to win streak. It just happened.
It's fair. But I think on a good map, on a map that he can proxy, he's very dependent on proxying, tunneling, and camping, or in slugging. Like, if you get a map like, if you get a map that's really, really spread out, and the gens are allowed to be spread, he has this problem that Legion has, where if people just play the 1v4 and do gens, like, you're gonna lose the game.
Yeah.
But he used to be able to do like the zoning thing that Huntress does a little bit, where you can kind of like cut people off from going into certain areas on purpose if they're not paying attention, because you can go for like you could used to be able to go for his effective range used to be a lot longer, like 30 something meters. But with the increasing of the laceration meter, you now have to hit 8 shots in a row at like that distance, and you're not going to hit that many shots in a row at that distance anymore.
And we talked about it a little bit earlier. Why do you think? Do you really think it is just the annoyance of the 1v1 is the reason people tend to put him a little bit higher?
I couldn't tell you. I think it's genuinely just people see players like me and Vasek play him and think that we are the examples, and that's not the case.
Well,
you can't like base a character that is extremely, how do I put this? There's a lot of min-max to this character. And there's not a lot of development of counterplay. But there's matches where we go against people that know what they're doing. And those people can run you on Shack for like a minute. And like, yeah, the window of opportunity for people to actually make use of that is very slim. But say for like Hawkins, for example, Hawkins can be Trickster's best map, and it can be his worst. It depends on the player's competency level. But you can like chain rooms to make Trickster lose laceration every time.
I feel like we're kindred spirits in that way with Chucky a little bit.
Yeah, this is how I came to my Skull Merchant conclusion, where like just because a killer's annoying doesn't mean that they're good.
No.
It sometimes just means that people are not willing to learn the counterplay, and then you get the short stick for being on a team with people that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
That happens a lot with Trickster. People give up really fast against Trickster and are like, oh my god, he's hitting me with the billing knives, I can't do anything about it. And then they're just like, they give up at that point.
Yeah, and then the team loses, and then his win and kill rates go up because of it.
Yep. Or people group up and like unhooking like the Trickster's face, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, I get mad whenever somebody does that. I get mad when people group up in my face and just start like body blocking me. And then I just do like a 17-second long main event and kill the whole team in the first like 4 seconds of the match. It's like, what are you guys doing? Can you guys like please play seriously for like 2 seconds?
It's like
and then they berate me in post-game chat like it's my fault. Like, oh, okay.
Like, it's not even like this stuff is I say this about a lot of killers. It's like whenever I mention like take loops wide on certain killers, like that concept isn't unknown to people because they do it for unknown. Anytime I play unknown, people take loops wide because they know.
Trickster's the opposite.
Right. But my point is like people know what you're not supposed to do against certain killers, but for some reason, like with Legion, it's like people know don't group up, don't heal, just don't just take it, right? But then for some killers like Trickster, where it's like, yeah, don't group up, just don't do it. People just like that just goes out the window for some reason.
I think the reason is because they've intentionally undertuned this character. So this character often finds themselves dropping into lower MMR where people are just not as practiced.
Mm-hmm.
Like I legitimately think that there is a lot of characters that are so undertuned because behavior thinks that they're annoying, like Skull Merchant, like Trickster, like Chucky. I mean, Chucky. I think Chucky's strong.
I think Chucky's fine.
But I think as a result, like people have like kind of warmed up to Chucky's counterplay. But if you don't make a character strong enough to exist in these higher echelons, you know what's going to happen? People are not going to play them. People are not going to learn the counterplay because no one's playing them, and people are not going to ever get a better opinion on this character because the devs aren't willing to push him to a point where people will play him enough to learn the counterplay. It's a self-feeding cycle.
What about twins, though? Wouldn't that be the exception to that?
You think people know how to play against twins?
No, I don't think people know how to play against twins, but like, I'm just saying...
How many people play him?
Exactly.
Player?
Yeah, but I don't think it's because they're undertuned.
That is fair, but I also don't think that, like... I think that regardless of what you do with twins, I think that...
I think
how do I put this?
It's
I think twins is very narrow in their application.
Yeah, it's the same thing with I feel like with singularity to a degree too. I don't think it doesn't matter what they do to those characters. They're never.
Well, I don't think with twins it's the reason is because their complexity. I think it's because of it's because they only have one playstyle, right? Mm-hmm. So some people might play her or play twins and think that they're bad as a new player because they can't hook without losing the game. Right? Like, I'll see that all the time where people are just like, oh, I don't know why you're slugging. Why are we slugging? Why would you slug? That's weird. Why are we slugging today? I don't know why we're slugging. And they just don't understand that, like, pressure is netted through slugging in a very, very strong way.
It's instant pressure and it lets you keep your momentum.
Yeah, it's effectively putting someone on a hook.
Yeah.
But you never have to go into the animation of it. You never have to put someone in an immunity state for 2 minutes. You know where that person is. And it has a longer animation to pick that person up than it is for unhooking.
Yeah.
So it only has benefits over hooking in a lot of characters' aspects. And I don't think people are very cognizant of that in the overall community. I think on our bubble we do understand that like slugging is really good, but I don't think the wider community understands how good it is.
I think I've said before, I think slugging, I actually thought once the Sabo buffs came through, and maybe this was me jumping the shark,
we have been power creeping into it.
Yeah, I thought slugging was going to become a lot more prevalent. It hasn't, but I feel like it's going to start to.
I told the Mr. Headache back when I first met him this was 6 maybe more months ago, that I think that the game is steering into a slug situation, and he was shocked. He was surprised. And I think he agrees now, for the most part, that like slugging has gotten like all these small little changes add up. Sabo, flashlights, background player, flashbangs,
Power struggle flip flop,
DS,
off the record.
Power struggle flip flop, like all of these perks. Yeah, they counteract tunneling. Sure. You know what they don't counteract? Leaving on the floor for 4 minutes.
And
no one runs Expo. No one, like, even Unbreakable doesn't matter.
No, you just
down the person again.
Yeah.
So what?
And honestly, I would rather get Unbreakable out of the way at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, and they will spend it.
It's
even better if the person crawls. If the person crawls, they bleed out at double rate, which means that's a 2-minute death timer.
Wait, I didn't even know that. What?
Yep.
I didn't know
so
that.
So if someone's on the ground and you entice them to actually crawl, you can guarantee a win if they keep crawling.
Why did I not know that? What?
Yeah, they will bleed out before they can finish gens.
Let me get this straight. Hang on. People have been asking for a way to bleed out faster And there's already an option for it?
Yeah, it's just still 2 minutes. Like, it's abysmally slow.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't make
It's
it
faster, but
you can't make it like 10 seconds.
I know, but like some of the, oh my god, I'm not gonna get into it. It's slugging is an issue, and people are just not utilizing it, so it isn't gonna get fixed.
I mean,
And I think it's also an issue on character side. Like Billy,
Yeah.
wild good at slugging. Nurse, wild good at slugging. Trickster, wild good at slugging. There are so many characters that are insanely good at slugging. And the way you circumvent this, they're getting to a point where they can't fix it on the character side anymore. So I'm curious of if this in-game Mori system is going to do anything to fix that.
so during the anniversary, they actually said what they're doing.
There's like a base kit, Ivory, right?
Yeah,
Or base kit.
Ebony. Yeah,
Cypress?
They're Cypress, yeah, the yellow. That's all they're doing. So that means the other 3 people still have to be dead.
Did they say that they were going to do base kit Cypress and that's all? Or did they say that like...
They said their exact words were, or I'm going to paraphrase this because I can't quote everybody. They said that the changes they're doing is they're going to make base kit Cypress. They're going to change the offerings to make the Mori give you more blood points, and they are going to share more details later. That's all they said. But if it's only base kit Cypress, which is what I think they should have done in the first place, personally, but if it's only base kit Cypress, it will not solve the slugging problem.
I wonder if they're going to add an anti-slugging measure on top of that.
I feel like with the backlash they got last time, I don't think they will.
I think it would be a mistake. Unless they... I mean... I think it'd be a mistake to move on from the possibility of an anti-slugging measure
I
in some capacity.
Yeah, once again, as much as like people can disagree with me on the unbreakable thing, all they want, that's fine. I don't care if people disagree. My main avocation for it isn't necessarily that's what we need to do. We need to try something. And I hate that we did it on the PTB. Everyone got mad
Base
about
kit
it.
tenacity. I think base kit tenacity needs to happen.
Well, yeah, and I would love to try it.
Yeah, I agree.
It'd be great if we had some public test place to test things.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's my biggest thing is like we tried it, people didn't like it, and rather than trying again in a different way, we just shelved it.
I fear that they're not willing to test things out on the PTB because of what happened with Twins and what happened with
But that's the whole point.
the base. I know, but like I wish the devs didn't care that much about people's outrage. Because I don't think outrage is always guided in the correct way.
No.
Like, we've seen situations where people have lost their mind over finesse. People lost their mind over
Over what perk?
finesse.
Oh, I forgot that perk existed.
Yeah, people thought it was gonna be the next Dead Hard.
Yeah. To be fair, I did lose my mind over specialist, if I'm honest. I don't think I've seen
Yeah,
it.
and it's like it's normal for people to get outraged, but like it's not always correct.
Well, no, and I mean,
I think Specialized is too. Like I think Specialized was one of those things where it's like community. If a bunch of people get upset, that magnifies.
Mhm.
More people are going to get upset about it if some people are upset about it because we're all empathetic creatures.
Look,
Like we're gonna see other people getting upset about it, and we're gonna get riled up because other people are also getting upset about it.
yeah. To be fair with specialists though, I actually wasn't as upset as some people were. I got a little mad when they buffed it, because I still didn't think it was going to be a problem regardless, personally.
I think it's ass.
I was just like, why did they buff it? It's my only question.
I still think it's bad.
Oh, no,
I
no,
think
no,
it's
no,
terrible.
don't get me wrong. I don't think it's amazing or anything. I think even in a coordinated squad, it's not that great.
No, I tried doing like a full build with it
Mhm.
where I would just walk around, I would do chess, rummage, do like pop it on gen, go do chest, rummage, do it on gen. It's terrible. Like it's really bad. Like I lost every single game doing it for like 10 games in a row. I griefed those teams.
It's one of the. I mean, we always do this. Like, I always make this point. Remember MFT? As much as I don't want to bring that PTSD on.
So here's the funny thing, right? I took a break mid Skull Merchant patch for 9 months.
Okay.
And I came back when the Trickster changes were being proposed because I was like, oh, wow, my main. They're being changed. That's exciting. And then it ended up being the massive pile of dog shit I've ever seen in my entire existence. And I still stuck around for some reason. So I missed all of MFT. Thank fuck.
My point is, during the PTB, no one complained about it. Everyone was like, oh, it's not going to be that good. It's not that great. It's only 3%. It was all over Twitter. It was all on YouTube videos. You can go back and watch the archives. I've double checked. A lot of people are like, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. 2 months later, someone makes a video, and now it's the most meta thing of the game, and it breaks it. We're, like, a lot of us are very... Same thing with Weave Attunement. It happened with Weave Attunement also. Everyone in the PTB was like, even with Franklin's, it's not going to be that good. And then it was ran in for 90% of builds for the past 4 or 5 months.
You know what we need?
Huh.
We need a forum page that has hour count as a lock. We need a forum page that requires a certain hour count to actually get access to it. To post.
Mm-hmm.
To post on it. And I think it should be verified because I don't think that the consultant program is purely what we should be going off of because, if it's a small enough group of people, then people are absolutely affected by their bias. And I'm not saying that the consultant program is not effective. I think it is, but I think that you could do more. And I don't think that listening to a bunch of people that have 10 hours in the game or comment on every post and don't listen to other people, like the way the forums are set up right now, is I don't think it's encouraging of intellectual conversation. I think that people should have a track record when it comes to these opinions, and that track record should be shown. Because if you don't have any accountability on people's opinions, then people are just going to say the most insane stuff, and that's going to end up making changes for the game. Because we've seen it. People are willing to cause hysteria and be hysterical without actually gathering their opinions before they make an opinion. We've seen it with a bunch of people.
Well,
we see it it's really crazy. And we've seen changes made because of these hysterical takes.
Mm-hmm. I think the problem I have with that is that hours played doesn't necessarily, and I guess the verification would do it too, but
it doesn't. But it's a much better avenue than having people that have zero hours in a character arguing on the behalf of a character.
That's true.
You can masquerade as a person that is an elite at a character on the forums right now, and no one can verify it.
Yeah.
You just have to assume that person knows what they're talking about in order to have a fair conversation. But people lie a lot.
It's the internet, of course. People wouldn't lie on the internet. Come on.
No, yeah, but it's the internet. But it doesn't. Just because it's the internet doesn't prevent you from putting in safeguards to make sure the conversation.
No.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying as a counterpoint.
I know you're not making an argument against me, but you know what I mean. It's I'm making arguments against whoever would say that.
Yeah.
It's the forum. I've seen people get chased off the forums I've been chased off the forums.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like a literal like witch hunt kind of thing. But how do you expect a community without some safeguards that is socially comfortable with harassing Skull Merchant players? How do you expect a community like that to be sensible on anything more complex than I hate character, player that play the character bad? I don't think you can. I think you have to find complex ways to actually get educated opinions into the devs' hands that are based on playtime. And I don't think that it's fair to the devs to have to go and seek out that information by themselves.
Yeah.
And I think the forums should absolutely be used in that way, because just because you have 7,000 posts on the forums and you comment on every single post does not mean that all of those opinions were made with all intellectual integrity.
Right. And, there would be, obviously, so like it wouldn't always, it wouldn't be a 100% fix, but I could see it being better than it is.
100%.
The argument could be made that you're gatekeeping a bit, but like I'm going to say something.
You have to have some form of gatekeeping.
I was about to say that. I'm going to say something people aren't going to like. Some gatekeeping is good.
Yeah. Measured gatekeeping is good.
Like, I've said this before. Like, I always find it odd.
Like, the consultant program is gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Is it bad gatekeeping? No.
No.
It's absolutely good.
It's I've said this before. What's Chucky's play rate right now? It's like 3%. He's 5th played, I think, right now. 5th top, something like that. Anyway, my point is, like, I always find it odd that there's not that many people who main the killer, even though his pick rate is as high as it is, at least on the content creation side of things, or people with a lot of hours. And I find that very strange, because whenever I give opinions on like changing things on him, I get like a lot of times I get dismissed.
There's a lot of people that masquerade as Chucky players when they're actually Survivor players that don't want the character to exist. That exists for all characters though. Trickster especially.
I get like dismissed whenever I like come up with changes, because it's like, oh, you just want the character nerfed. You don't want them to be good. No, I just
that too.
I want them to be better for both sides. That's what I'm trying to advocate
but they want the red versus blue arguments. Bennett, you have to adhere to the red versus blue.
The red versus blue arguments?
The us versus them mentality.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I say red versus blue because I
just think of the
Halo.
show. Yeah, I just think of the show when you say that. That's all.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
I don't know. It's like, and I think the other thing with a lot of this is whenever I make a video or like another content creator makes a video, I think people forget that those videos are pre-recorded. Like,
wait, what videos?
Just any video on like any opinion in the game. It's like, if I make an opinion on something and my opinion changes, it's been 6 months. My opinion has probably changed. I can't change the video. That's YouTube. Like, I feel like I feel like people forget that sometimes. Like, same thing with like anything I say. Like, I could say something during this, and my opinion could change in a week.
But people don't look at, like, I've done TikTok posts that I've gotten comments within the last week, but I posted them like a year ago. And like, I have one clip of me saying like, oh, Vecna's just like, if you don't exploit every single avenue of your potential with this character, with Vecna, then he's just a bad character. And somebody, like, it was in the background of a Trickster clip, and someone took just the opinion that I said about Vecna on his release, by the way, as something to start an argument about in that chat, even though that was forever ago at this point. Like, I obviously have different opinions on Vecna. I had different opinions on Vecna the week after saying that. Yeah, it's... I mean, I feel like people like to say this game isn't that complicated, so we can make opinions in like a day. You say this game's so fucking complicated. Like, we can't. I hate that. I hate like when like a character gets released and people already have an opinion on the character like within a day and say it like it's gospel. Yeah. Which happens. That's exactly why I advocate for the forums to be a little bit more restricted. That's happening right now with Dracula.
Actually, you know what? I lied. You know what? I'll say this. I will give the community credit on this. I have not seen too many like overzealous opinions on Dracula.
I think Dracula's really good, but I also think he's really safe.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But
Like, he's an incredibly safe design.
I don't think it's a bad thing though.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I just don't like. I had the same opinion of Vecna, where I don't mind this design. I think this design's really cool. But this is like the third character we have that just has like a spell book. And I think that you can do something more ambitious.
Third.
And I'm hoping that this is just the, the Knight Skull Merchant Singularity era where they're just doing like the same concept of killer like a bunch of times in a row.
Was it you or someone else who was like, that tends to be how behavior works? There's like an era of killer types.
I agree with that, but I think Scooty said that too.
Yeah, I think it was Scooty. Yeah, it's like we went from like
me and Scooty tend to agree on like most things.
It was like, we had the zoning killer, or not the zoning killers, the anti-loops, the anti-loop era. The only real era we haven't had is like massive mobility killers, but even
we haven't had a range killer era either.
I think it's because
they've been kind of sprinkled in.
Yeah,
every so often.
I think the reason for that is because range killers are often contentious. And there's not really like too much.
They're contentious amongst survivor players, but like just because they're contentious amongst survivor players doesn't mean that there's not a high demand for range killers. Like look at Huntress's play rate.
Well, I think the other thing with it is like
there's a massive demand for range killers.
Well, no, I think there is too. I'm just saying, like, what more? I feel like we've. I mean, we'll see what happens in the future, but like, I feel like we've kind of already like gotten through the creativity budget of what a range killer can be. At least it seems like it.
My point mostly is, they keep making range killers 4.6. Which makes it so they have to make the range power very, very muted. Like, I think Artist Power, despite what popular belief may be, is very muted in the form of doing damage at range.
Yeah, for sure.
Unknown's range power, very muted in the forms of doing damage at range, unless you're very clever with it. Trickster, very muted in terms of distance damage. And I worry that this is just the direction that they want to go with it now, but it's like, why are you doing this when clearly Huntress has an appeal just to appeal to people that don't want to use the power and want to M1 instead? Like, who is that supposed to appeal to? Like, you've made plenty of M1 killers. 4.6 meters per second movement speed is not that appealing. It definitely not at the cost of like ranged pressure. So why do we keep pulling away? Like, I don't think anyone can convince me that Unknown was not designed as a 4.4 killer. Like, I think Unknown was designed as a 4.4 killer, and they pulled away from the idea of 4.4 because they were like, oh, people complain about being 4.4 too much. And it's like, okay, then why is Hunter's play rate in the stars?
Because she feels satisfying to play and land hits with.
Yeah, you know why she is because she's 4.4, so you can actually make those hits satisfying. And I think Trickster is the same case when he was 4.4. You could make the power satisfying because he was 4.4. It's real estate to put power into their actual killer power. But a lot of people don't look at it like that. A lot of people look at it as a one-dimensional, if you make them 4.4, then they just suck. And if you make them 4.6, you can still have like the old versions, or like like you can't have Huntress at 4.6 at the current state. I'm sorry. It's just not, like, maybe against good players, sure. But like, you have to have some form of budgeting. You can't just let like certain killers, you can't just let killers have everything.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Chucky the only 110 non-range killer in the game?
Spirit.
Oh, right. Fuck. I always forget Spirit is 110. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. My.
I mean, it doesn't really matter that Spirit's 410 or 410 anyway, because like she's constantly just hitting you with phase. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine that she's 110 though. Like I like it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Same with Chucky. I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense from a design perspective and a thematic perspective.
Yeah. I
Even
think
though,
they should be trying to find clever ways to make 4.4 range killers more satisfying. That is not just I'm gonna zone you into my M1. I think that zoning into M1, like M1 counterplay, is very, very plain.
yeah, it's the bare basics. Of course it is.
It's very, but it's like very, it's homogenous. Like it's very boring.
Yeah, but they can't like unless they release a killer that doesn't have an M1.
Well, you can do that with 4.4 though. That's my argument.
Right, but like Hunter still has her M1.
Right, but she like how many hits does Huntress get with her M1 a game? You know? How many people are like subjected to an M1 like chase against Huntress? Because I don't think it's anywhere near like when I played Trickster and I was like, I'm not going to hold back. I'm just going to use M1 whenever it's good, and I'm going to use my power whenever it's good. I M1'd like 13 times, and I got M2 injures 12, which is so boring because he doesn't have any way to even like make you get hit by the M1 more often because he doesn't have any CC.
Yeah, it's not like Clown where he can corral you.
Yeah, and it's not like even Unknown. It's like why is Unknown 4.6? Like you could just make the range killer power better, and you wouldn't be at fear of making the hinder too strong to where the 4.6 just gets the hit anyway. Like you could actually increase the hinder to make it so that the hits actually land more often when you direct hit, because that's the purpose of the hinder, is to like make it so you can't walk out of the explosion if they direct hit. But it feels meaningless because they made him 4.6. So, and they made him 4. They made the hinder weak because if it was stronger, you would just shoot through them and then M1 them.
Right.
But I keep seeing this. It's like, and I think it's on the backs of like a bunch of people that are newer to the game complaining. But it's like, if you only make your balance choices on people not getting it, no one's ever going to have the satisfaction of learning. Because you're just going to give it to them on a silver platter. Which I find really, really just sad from like a future of this game standpoint as someone being a veteran in the game.
Yeah, but there's the other side to it is that people don't really want to learn.
I just think satisfaction comes at the cost.
Which I would agree, but some people don't. I wouldn't even say some. I'd say a lot of people don't want to get to that point.
Yeah, but if you're only ever balancing around the transient, like, feeling factor of the game, those people aren't going to stay. Those people are not going to stick around.
Yeah, and you can't even. I feel like. I know we talked about how satisfying a Huntress thing is to hit, but it's like you can't. I still advocate that there's no way to balance this game around it being fun. It's too.
I agree.
It's too subjective. It's.
Yeah.
I
just think that variety should be at the hallmark, and I think that we've pulled away from variety a bit by kind of making M1 so much of the range killer roster, I guess.
I think part of it is also the community's fault. I'm not gonna lie.
There's only so much you can blame the community for when the devs make all the decisions.
I know. I'm just saying, like, a lot of times they'll introduce a killer or something that, like, is different, at least slightly so, and the community doesn't like it because it's different.
I think people liked Unknown because they're different.
I think it was different in the context of what was coming out at the time.
Well, also the stare down mechanic is very unique.
Ghostface.
Yeah, but Ghostface doesn't have any interactivity. Like once you break him out, that's it.
Okay,
it's
fair
over.
enough. Yeah, I got you.
But Unknown has more of like a back and forth. Like I think back and forth gameplay is very important to a fun element, and you can create more back and forth gameplay with 4.4 design on a range killer than 4.6 on a range killer because like how do you make back and forth when they just zone you into their M1?
Yeah, I think the other problem, and this is an issue with a lot of range killers, unknown kind of, not really, but um, the whole dodging aspect.
Yeah. I mean, why is dodging relevant though? Like, why is dodging relevant if dodging just gets you hit by the M1?
Well, this is the thing. It's not even just that. It's like I also, I brought up the question of did they dodge or did you miss earlier, like I always do. But
I think on unknown, it's a bit loaded question. Unknown's a bit weird.
But that's the thing, right? It's like if someone's good enough, shouldn't they always hit?
No, because with unknown.
Well, no, not on unknown specifically, on any range killer.
Oh, it's subjective, or it's case by case basis. With unknown, it's like it's how much they put the value onto the survivors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a very complex thing with unknown where the unknown has to hit the shot before the weekend peels off, so you're on a timer.
Yeah.
So you're forced to make a rush decision.
Well, that's why I hit and run with unknown a lot.
I think slugging and hit and running with unknown is just like the only way you can play that killer right now.
Yeah, I'll hit and run. That way the survivor has to come to me to get rid of the weekend.
Yeah. I'm fearful that they're going to... Like, that's why... That's not why, but there's something with unknown where I'm like... If they made this character 4.4, increase the duration of weekend, and put some value into UVX that you could pull from the teleport, this character would feel way better in terms of like being able to play an actual chase hook style.
Yeah, and then the other, like, I think the movement speed thing is also like I feel like we need to play around with it way more, and I think
I agree.
I am hoping that Chucky is the catalyst to start seeing it more.
You know how fast unknown moves while he has UVX set, right?
No, I don't.
4.0.
Is that exactly?
That's survivor movement speed.
I was gonna say it's exactly the same as survivor, isn't it?
Yep.
So it's like Nemesis at tier 3.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna correct me on that, but yeah. I mean,
like I think that it's okay with unknown that he's 4.0 because he doesn't guarantee the down.
Mm-hmm.
But I fear that the nuance there is lost on some people, and they don't understand that like you can have unknown at 4.0 and that's fine. You can't have Trickster at 4.0 when he has his knife up.
Yeah.
You can't have Huntress at 4.0 when he has another hatchet up. There's a big difference there, right?
Yeah. I just that's the thing. Like I know I've talked in the past how I like consistency and I wish that more things in this game were consistent, but a lot of times
I think consistency is the death of skill expression for individual characters.
Well, because I think I think one of my bigger advocates for consistency, and I think we have argued back and forth on this a little bit, was Stabiffle on Vecna. I think it was
that might have been Archie.
It might have been Archie. Well, no. I meant that because I think this is like right after Vecna came out. I was talking in your Twitch chat about it. Because Vecna doesn't lose a stack from Flight of the Damned.
Yeah.
And I think he should. I don't understand why.
I think it's not that big a deal.
I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I think like from a consistency perspective, it shouldn't.
So here's the way that I see it.
Mm-hmm.
With special attacks that are transient, I think Stabiffle stacks should be lost. Like Trickster Knife, 55 meters per second. You decide where that's going.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter's Hatchet, up to like 40 something meters per second. You decide where that hatchet's going. I think behavior doesn't want the situation where someone runs into the thing intentionally to try to deprive you value without your control.
Okay.
Because that's 22 meters cone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody could just like catch one of those on purpose and then self-heal themselves. And deprive you value from your perk. Right?
Mhm.
Regardless of whether we think that Stabiful deserves that, I think it's a different question. I think that comes down to like the ethics of like what perk counterplay should entail. Because I
Yeah.
just don't think that that's very intuitive counterplay.
Once again, I think I just want
I hate Stabiful in general though.
yeah.
Like
I just want it to be
I think that perk is awful.
I just want it to be consistent. That's all. Not just to Biffle, a lot of things.
I think that Stabiful is okay to be inconsistent because of its perk design,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that it should be left where it is because I think it hinders base kit balance. Like I've always hated Stabiful because it kept Trapper and Wraith and Doctor and Pig and every M1 killer in the game in their place for the longest time. Because
Okay.
if you buffed those killers, then I mean, all those killers were M1, so they were benefiting from Sloppy, Stabiful, Coup, which or not even Coup. I wouldn't even say Coup, like Noed. But guess what perks got nerfed and then the characters got buffed? Stabiful, Sloppy, Noed.
Mm-hmm.
They all got nerfed, and then all the M1 killers got buffed. I don't think that's coincidental. I think behavior understands that with the more perks that apply to only M1s, that are good, is the more you have to nerf down M1 killers.
I think another, and I'm curious on your take with this too, is I also think we need more perks that are not universally good, if that makes any sense.
Like
So like
Terminus.
yeah, like Terminus, like there's a few killers who can not abuse it, but who can use it better than others.
Yeah, like two can play Terminus. Perks that are like transient.
Yeah, like we don't
using
have
that
a
word.
lot of those, and I really think we need more.
I like forced hesitation.
Oh, I love forced hesitation.
I hate batteries included.
I
I use it, but I hate it.
why do you hate it?
I think the design of it is, it's very deceptive. Like, there's not like, what do you like? It's very high value when you get value out of it,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like, what's the biggest subversion of expectation in the character roster right now? You think?
What do you mean?
Like when you're looping a killer, which killer do you think you get caught off guard by the distance that they got in the tile the most? Because I'd say Skull Merchant.
I'd have to agree. Yeah, Skull Merchant.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to determine where Skull Merchant, like what distance Skull Merchant is going to get before she reaches a window on you, or like on a pallet on you or something.
Yeah.
And I think that's a side effect of haste values not being reeled in. I think that there's very sensitive numbers, and the reason why MFT became such a big problem is because small haste values change the numbers in this game dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
And they require you to change balance of every killer in the game just so that like haste can exist. Batteries included is like it's it's a 3-stack Skull Merchant passive.
But I think the counter argument could be that it's only useful except for end game, but it's only useful in areas you don't really need to be in.
Right, but I don't mind that aspect. The thing I do mind is the warning given is nothing.
Oh.
Like, there's no transparency on the perk at all. So, what do they do against it, realistically? Besides getting fucked and then seeing it on your loadout afterwards. That is very, very gaslighty and very, very not healthy, I think.
That's a complicated one to do. I feel without like giving.
I
too
think that
much.
exists with coup too.
Yeah, for sure.
But you can scout coup. You can't scout batteries.
Hmm.
Like how many people have you? How many situations have you seen where a killer is for some person in your Swift seeming a little fast, so they call know it, and then it turns out it's not know it.
It's batteries.
How often does that happen?
Yeah. I think this is gonna be funny. A little bit of a transition. It's kind of happening with Iron Will right now and off the record.
I actually don't want it on Survivor side that much, honestly,
What off the record?
because I think, well, off the record,
Well, no, I'm just saying if someone gets off hook and they don't have off the record and they have Iron Will, there's no way for me to know.
that's fair. I mean, I think to a degree that's fine though, because killers should be balanced around that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. It's more annoying than anything, but I'm yeah. Trying to,
Yeah. It's also in a case of like, it's a one-on-one transaction, right, between like Iron Will off the record and one person.
Yeah.
And then the killer has an interaction with them where it's like, oh, I'm gaslighted in this situation,
Mhm.
right? But in the batteries included example, you're doing that to 4 people.
Isn't that just inherent because of how the game is, though?
Sure, but like, I think there's a level of like severity
Mm-hmm.
to a degree. Like, I think you're gonna get a I just think that you need to be a lot more careful with perks like that on killer.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pee real quick.
All good. Oh, hi, Tat. That happens to me all the time. Yeah, I see it all the time in my Swifts too. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I need to put on some lo-fi or something. Hello, gamers. This conversation has been very interesting.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I think it's fine in moderation, to be fair.
yeah.
I just think that like you can't like there can't be another batteries included. Because then it just gets ridiculous, right?
I think we're getting to a point, though. I mean, I'm going to be very interested to see the perks that we start getting within the next year. Because I think the design space is definitely getting to a point. So, I mean, like, I think Trail of Torment and Unforeseen were a very good example of that.
I think those perks are really good. I think they're not too
I just meant in the space
annoying to play against either.
Well, no, I just meant in the sense that they kind of do the same thing, just in different ways.
Yeah, and I don't mind it that much, honestly.
Mm. Do you agree with the people who say that Unforeseen power crept Trail?
No, Trail's better.
Oof, that's a hot take. All right.
It is. I've tested them. At least in my testing. I mean, it might be different based on like the skill level of those survivors you might be playing against, but like depending on what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So Trail of Torment gives info of someone stopping regression.
Yeah.
So you have information on that gen being stopped on regression.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a surveillance proc on that one gen.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very big portion of its power.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't exist with Unforeseen.
No, not at all.
No. And the only upside with Unforeseen is acting like you're in an area or
making people unaware that you have a stealth perk in general. But I think people are going to realize really quickly that you're undetectable.
I think the thing the main point of contention people have with both of them is that Unforeseen is consistently 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, but Trail of Torment can go for like 2 minutes.
It can.
I've had it happen. I mean, if you defend the gen.
So have I.
Yeah, I've had that happen multiple times. Like, it happens. And also, even if it doesn't, you don't lose value from that happening. You gain value.
Mm-hmm.
Because you find out that someone's on that gen.
Right. Yeah.
So I would go back and interrupt them. Yeah.
I don't personally. I'm in the camp of I don't think either one's necessarily better than the other. I just think they both have different applications.
Oh yeah. I think it's funnier to say Trail's just better, but I do think that they both have their own application, of course. Yeah. But there's not a lot of tear radius like appliers,
mm-hmm.
or rather, there's not a lot of perks that benefit from the tear radius, and I think that's the big thing that I think that Unforeseen does better.
Unforeseen is better on Chucky just because the terror radius hides the laugh.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, that one I actually think was an oversight, but also done on purpose, because when you're in chase with him, his terror radius shouldn't be there. So, because he should be undetectable.
Another funny thing. Deadlock locks up Trail Torment.
What do you mean it locks it up?
So if you kick a gen that's the second most progressed and the most progressed gets finished, Deadlock hops onto the next most complete gen. Trail gets locked up.
Huh.
So they can't interrupt it.
Huh.
For at least 20 seconds.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah. I also really like I'm really enjoying machine learning.
I have my problems with machine learning, but I think it's an interesting perk, and if it does work perfect, like not even perfectly, but if it works even moderately well, you get a bunch of value from it.
Yeah, I don't think they should buff this perk anymore. I think that if you buff this perk anymore, there's a problem. Because like it needs to be a niche perk. Because I don't know if you've seen some of the things you can do with this perk. I've done it on Wesker. And you move at like 4.4 or something while you have your tentacle active. And with Trickster, you move at like 4.4 while you have main event going.
I feel like...
Yeah.
I don't know if it would buff it too much. I just wish it only worked on one kick. That's the only thing I would want for it, honestly. That's my only annoyance with it. Is that you have to kick twice.
I honestly think it's fine. Like, I think the fact that it can proc... Like, how would I phrase this?
Also,
I think the only buffs you can do to it at this point is raising its consistency on application, for sure. So I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
But the buff that comes from it is wild.
What if instead of like 2 kick perks, or 2 kicks, what if it was hook someone, then kick a gen, then it marks it? Would that make it worse?
No, I don't think it'd make it worse. I think it would make it a lot more weird.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't necessarily know if that would be in a good way. But I also think like the way that they have it now, they can actually buff up gen kicking. Like, why is it that if you don't have any slowdown perks going, I could have a match with Trail or with the Deadlock, or not Deadlock. I could have a match with Machine Learning where I don't get the opportunity to kick a single gen.
That's my problem with the 2 kicks.
But that's a base kit killer problem. That's not a perk problem, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I think that they should lower the regression limit and either raise gen kick percent or something to that degree, because I think that 8 is way too high. I don't think that 8 ever realistically happens.
It does if they're pressuring a single gen.
Yeah, but it's like, is that ever the correct choice? Is the question. And if it's not, and it usually is not, then why are we worried about that one instance when we could just like make the game better for perk variety across the board by nerfing slowdown perks and making base kit slowdown better with the caveat that you limit it?
I can agree with that.
Because then slowdown perks become I only have 4 per gen limit, right? But these can help me apply it in different ways that don't waste my time, like pain res. It saves you a kick. It gives you a slightly more regression than a kick because you're using a perk for it and you're not wasting a kick time. So you can get into chase immediately.
Yeah, hear me out, by the way, on this. I think they should nerf Jolt's regression.
I think you can nerf Jolt's regression by making the gen kick limit 4.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they... Because
I think it solves so many issues.
Yeah, like I feel like
just reduce their limit.
Yeah, if Jolt was... Yeah, if Jolt was like I know some people would hate it because it'd be technically weaker, but it means it wouldn't apply the 8 stack thing.
I think 4 stack. I think the gen regression limit should just be capped at 4, because that would also nerf Jolt.
Yeah, that would also cause pain res to not just constantly go. Or I mean, if pain res went off on the same gen, that gen can actually be repaired after that point.
Like I think if you made base kit kicks do 10% and you reduce the regression limit to 4 per gen, I think that you'd solve so many issues with this game.
I mean, we kind of saw that in 2v8 a bit. It's a different thing, but like they...
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that regression speed is a good way of doing it, though, because I think that has the risk of just... Like, I'm all for punishing people for not being on a gen, right? But, like, that buffs ruin.
Yeah.
And it's also like, why wouldn't we have like transient, like I get my value, but I don't also have to get that value on the cost of other people's fun?
Would that buff
regression
ruin, though?
speed
Wouldn't
increase
ruin
would
be its own thing? Because you can't kick it if ruin's on.
Ruin is on the 100%. Ruin is at 100% of regular regression. If you increase the regular regression limit, then it buffs ruin.
Oh, okay. Why couldn't they just make that different so it's its own thing?
You could, but like I just don't think it's worth it.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that like on demand slowdown makes you feel a lot less bad than, oh, I was incentivized to not heal my teammate and let them die because otherwise my generator regresses to 0.
Yeah, I think one of the more controversial opinions I hold is that I think we should nerf all gen slowdown and just...
Yeah.
And like you're saying, yeah, I think we're pretty much saying the same thing. I think we should nerf all gen slowdown and buff the base kit.
Yep, absolutely. I think perk variety is... I think I saw a lot more perks when we put in the anti-3 gen mechanic than I've ever seen before, and I think that you can push it further without breaking the bank.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? The issue with it would be what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, it'd be the same issue 6.1 had, but we survived that, so like I think it would be fine.
What was 6.1?
That was the massive meta shakeup patch.
Oh, I mean, I think meta shakeups are important.
I think they are too, but people don't like them.
People don't like anything in this game.
I think 6.1...
People don't like this game, even though they play it all the time.
6.1 was the best thing to happen to this game. I don't care what anyone says. It just needed to happen more often. That was the problem with it.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing another perk shakeup soon.
Yeah. They said 20 buffs, right?
20 perk buffs, yeah.
Yeah, no nerfs, just all buffs.
Not including the ones on their list.
Yep, which is I can't wait
a
for it,
lot.
honestly.
That's a lot. Like, holy crap.
But I mean, even with like some of the stuff they've been doing, like, I mean, we can all complain about like, oh, Resurgence is too good. Really? Resurgence is really good, huh? Why was no one running it then?
I mean, on the flip side, they could also just like leave all regression as they are and just buff up other things to like make it more useful.
Yeah, but
I just think that like even then, the base kit slowdown is really bad.
I mean, like, people complain about Pop being nerfed into the ground again, but I still see everyone running it.
I just don't listen to people that complain about slowdowns getting nerfed.
Because
it's like, if you complain about slowdowns being nerfed, I'm sorry. It's just like,
I play a killer who can't use any slowdowns. So
I don't believe anybody actually has fun with slowdown and they're just trying to win.
well, yeah, I mean, I've made the sentiment that a lot of people, I feel like, only care about the outcome of the match and not the moments in the match a lot way more.
I think slowdown are a means to an end.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then just balancing the game would lead to that person being satisfied. So why even
it's
worry about what they're saying? Because like they just want the game to be balanced, and it's like the game has always been made with an attempt at balance. So
yeah, it's just like I said, it's like I feel like people just don't focus on the moments in the match as much as they should. Like, I would rather have a match where I get like a sick flick or something, or like a really impressive like scamper chain than a match.
That's my biggest issue with the Trickster changes. It's like I'm arguing with people on the forums, and they're like, Trickster was awful when he was 4.4. He couldn't catch up to anybody. His biggest weakness is that he can't go around tiles. And I'm like, bro, you still suck at the character. This didn't fix anything for you. Why are you trying to make him just have no counterplay? And they're like, I don't think you should be. I think you should have Yumi's murder added back to the game. And it was that add-on was a -1 to the laceration meter, by the way, and it was mandatory in a map of the realm quality. And I told them that, why do you want more map of the realm add-ons added to the game? Add-on diversity should be good. And they said that current Trickster is better than original PTB Trickster 3 years ago as a retort. And I'm like, oh, so we're straw-manning me now. Woo, cool, great. I love the forums. Love the forums. Ugh.
I don't know,
I still can't get over the I interacted with a forum post saying that someone was like talking down to me, degrading me, and like basically just like because they were and they basically said my opinion belonged in the trash and it was worth nothing, and I got my message changed, so did they, but like the mods only came in after I defended myself, and I was like, oh my god, how do people put up with this? It's like so.
I don't know. Like
bad.
I did that video. I did that video with Ghost and Ash for Chucky, and like we were all suggesting changes to Chucky and like talking about the counterplays he has and all this stuff. And the comments on that video were just like, "Bring back Scamper. It was the only time he was good. I don't want to play him now because he can't Scamper." Okay, all right, man. Like,
there's a lot of people that want the game to be played for them because they play this game at a surface level.
Which
but they don't
the thing
care about the balance. They don't care about the balance.
The thing is, that's fine, but you can't, like you just said, you can't give balancing opinions if that's how you're playing the game.
Yeah, exactly. Because you only care about winning.
Well, it's not even just that. Like, we were talking about like the Chucky counterplay, and me and Ghost, we were saying like, yeah, if you're paying attention to the footsteps and do this and do that, like, yeah, you can tell exactly where he is in a loop sometimes, and it's not easy for him to play a lot of loops. And then the counter argument we kept getting was, yeah, but I shouldn't have to pay that much attention.
Yeah, they want all the nuance destroyed so that they can play the game with their eyes closed. Like, that's what it comes at the cost of. It comes at the cost of nuance.
Right.
Because if you could just play the game without any nuance mattering, then the nuance doesn't exist.
Right.
So that's a lot of the argument I see against like Trickster being reverted.
so we've kind of gotten into this a little bit, as with most of these questions, but um, do you do you have a tip for newer Trickster players if you had one right now?
Um, at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
before they make any changes to them, which I hope they will. Tap fire. Take one knife at a time. Main event is your rapid fire mode. Tap firing is going to be your bread and butter for outside of main event. You can guide each arm too. So each time an arm goes for a throw, you have like a 0.2 second window to where that knife is going to release from the hand.
Mm-hmm.
You can flick in that window. I unfortunately don't have any tips for controller players because it's really hard to like give tips because I don't play controller. But a lot of this character is built around convincing survivors to group up. Take advantage of survivors who are grouping up. And I understand that might come with flack because a lot of survivors really don't like getting punished for like getting unhooked in the killer's face or getting slugged or anything like that. But Trickster does really well on that, so do not feel bad about utilizing it. It is exactly what Trickster is good at. Don't be afraid to slug. Infectious Fright is very, very good on Trickster, so I recommend using it. Use Memento Blades. Use a main event extender. You can also use double main event extenders. It's really good. What else? Moonwalk your main events. A lot of people against Trickster will think that you're going a direction just because you're throwing knives in that direction. And you can kind of fake them out by walking backwards as you're throwing knives around like so say you're running at them around shack, right? Wrapping around to window. Pop main event at the corner as you're about to round the corner towards the window as you're chasing them, and just back it up. Just back it up. They'll vault inside the window, and they're not even going to realize you're already inside of shack shooting at them. People really don't understand how main event works, and they just hear knives like clinking next to them, and they're like, "Oh, he's coming from that direction." No, you're coming from the other. So yeah, try to moonwalk with main event. Only reload when you go down to like 14 knives, I'd say is a good threshold. Aim down at their hips because that's the survivor hitboxes are bowling ball shaped or bowling pin shaped. Mm-hmm. So the hitbox is wider at the bottom. You can throw over a lot of structures too. And put your knife down when you can't hit people. If you put your knife down when you can't hit people, you will be making so much more distance because 4.6 is it's almost a full meter of distance more than your knife throw state. So make use of that. I think that's everything.
Yeah, that's definitely. I'm glad you didn't give the generic advice. I appreciate it. And you kind of joked about it a little bit earlier, but honestly speaking, do you have any tips to play against Trickster?
Don't group up. Don't group up. Don't group up. Play the 4v1. And by play the 4v1, I mean like do generators, but do generators spread out. Mm-hmm. Heal against Trickster. Make sure you heal. Because if you don't heal against Trickster, he's going to down someone, get main event, and then move that onto someone else. So if you know he's going in your direction, find cover. Find a safe loop like shack, like main buildings that are complicated, that don't have a lot of holes in them. Some main buildings are not very safe against Trickster, but most main buildings are. Besides that, hug tiles tight. Try to make distance as your first priority. If you trick the Trickster that you're going one direction, but you actually go the other,
and you can make distance and cut and run, do it. Because he's going to eventually catch you if you do not like use his perception to get out. Stealth is also very good against Trickster if no one else is currently on hook or caught. I would not recommend stealthing if someone else is currently like on a like slugged or because he's really bad at finding people. This character has no info. But yeah, my biggest tip: don't group up, don't unhook in his face, don't do any of that because playing the 4v1 and escaping, don't play in game against him. Do not think that he's not going to get like at least a 1 out or 1 kill because he will. You cannot unhook against this character if he's deciding to stand in front of the hook. Yep, that's pretty much it.
All right. The next thing is lore. You're actually really big into Trickster's lore, aren't you?
I love Trickster's lore.
Okay. Well,
love Trickster's lore.
That would be my question. Do you think from a lore perspective to the gameplay perspective, either iteration, that they did a good job with it?
I think at 4.4 with 6 Knife, they did a good job for the most part. I think there was definitely places that they missed.
Mm-hmm.
Like the scream element is not even in his kit at all.
Yeah.
At all. I think they captured his insanity of being like an unhinged Patrick Bateman that finally ripped his mask off.
Mm-hmm.
But in the K-pop scene. So I think they did fantastic with his lore. And I think the inclusion was pretty well done. But I would like to see more synth. I'd like to see more dark synth, which was kind of like a main selling point of his chapter. Was there was a lot of synth, a lot of really, really good mixes. It's weird that the musical chapter has very little like actual composed music in it. That's kind of odd to me. But I think his add-on design is really, really lore like amazing. Like you read all the little things, it's awesome. The little like notations of his like past, the little like things, little like reminders of his murders. The little like there's a lot of little Easter eggs with the character. I think his wink when it was in the game was really cool in the lobby where he'd like turn around and then wink at you and then go back to like his thing.
Mm-hmm.
His reload animation gives like quiet contemplation of like a ringleader or something where he's like putting together his show and he's just like like the catharsis of his like his instruments, like his knives are his instruments.
Mm-hmm.
As a musician, and like his knives are like the bow and the survivors in the lobby are his violin. That's how I see Trickster.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in that degree, I think they did very good. I think the sound design could get some improvements and all that but with the amount of audio bugs this character has right now, I would say that 4.6 Trickster is a massive flop. He's missing a lot of voice lines. A lot of audio. His knives don't actually make sound as they're passing through the air as much as they should. He used to have correct audio sound when you hit someone at a distance with a knife, but now it just doesn't really work that much. Yeah, in some cases you can't even hear it. There probably needs to be, as Sozo was saying, there probably needs to be sound on survivors end when they're losing lacerations. So that so that they actually like play for the moment of like peeling off a laceration so that they make more time. But I think the only thing I would say if we got 4.4 Trickster back, which I hope we do, I think that version, the only thing I can see them improving on is adding a like a stage presence mechanic or like a show mechanic where his insanity ramps up into his main event and he's putting on a show. That's the only thing I would say, because Trickster, as much as he is a K-pop chapter, as much as he is this K-pop performer, like K-pop artists were way more than just the music. K-pop artists are way more than just the music. They are dancing, they are skills, they are athletics, they are like there's so much to being a K-pop like performer, and I think that they wanted to go with that aesthetic and then throw it into a Patrick Bateman style thing, and I think they nailed it on that.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, especially back when he first released, had some complaints that, quote, he doesn't fit. He fits.
He definitely fits.
He fits.
If anybody says Patrick Bateman doesn't fit,
I have made this,
like,
I've said this many times. Trickster's the most terrifying killer in the cast if they were real.
yep,
He's the most terrifying.
because he's a chameleon.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know who he is. You don't know who's the killer. Like, and not just do you not know who's the killer, this dude has influence.
Yeah, exactly.
And he can utilize it to sledgehammer and wedge his way into any social situation and use it to kill you.
And get away with it.
And get away with it because of his starstruck, like his like stage presence, his demeanor, his charisma.
Yeah, it's like, oh, what about Spirit? Spirit wouldn't be that terrifying in real life because I'd probably just die. That would be like getting killed by a bear. Like, yeah.
Trickster could manipulate everyone around you to just not realizing that he was going to kill you.
Yeah, it's
even if you happen to be aware of it, and then he just tortures you to death, and then makes your death drag out so long that he can make an entire song about it.
Yeah,
or using it, and then convinces your whole family.
Yeah, that gaslights you.
Yeah, convinces your whole family that it wasn't your voice. Now you're just his song.
Yeah, and then even like the whole idea of like it's like if I told the story of like, oh yeah, I was mauled by a bear, like yeah, people would believe me, right? Like, let's say Spirit was real. Yeah, a ghost lady killed me. Or
he's also a metaphor for climbing the social ladder.
Yeah.
But literally, because he's using the victims as his stepping stools to make his music.
I think Trickster's lore doesn't get appreciated enough for what it is.
Can you imagine how terrifying it must be to be Yunjin in his story?
Yeah, 100%.
And how much grief she must have for like how many victims she was by proxy responsible for.
Yeah, it's
it's horrifying.
Yeah. What is she gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, she can't do anything. Like, he is her whole career at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And she just has to, like, ignore it. Like, it's like... Oh, I think if there was a movie about these characters, it would go so hard.
I think, like, if there was characters that they could make a movie for, I think Trickster and Yunjin would be the perfect candidates, honestly.
Absolutely.
They're also
the voice work on this character also is incredible. Oh my god.
They're also like the only not the only, but they're in a range of killers that are killer and survivor duos or pairs that I think we're getting slightly more of, but like it's very hit or miss where they're actually connected.
Yeah, Sable and Unknown are not connected.
I mean, technically they are, but not really.
They're connected in a theory.
Yeah.
But it's not actually connected. It's just people in that universe think that they were connected, but it's just... Yeah.
I mean, it's just like... I mean, the last time we really got that recently was, what, Gabe and Singularity?
Oh, yeah.
I think because we didn't get it with Unknown Sable, and...
Vecna.
Sort of. Yeah, that's licensed, though.
It's just a matter of happenstance that they walked into his sanctum, but...
Yeah, but that's also, like... D&D, I feel like, gave them a lot more leeway to do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, non-license wise, I think the closest we've really gotten since then is Singularity and Gabe, and even then they're connected by proxy, they're not actually connected.
Yeah, and same with Skull Merchant. Like, they're connected by proxy, but they're just not, like, actually connected.
Yeah. Someone could argue that with Singularity, I suppose. It's like, oh, well, Gabe was on the crew. Yeah, but they didn't really, like, interact.
Yeah, he's not going after him because of any other reason. Like, he would still be going after Gabe regardless if he was on the crew or not.
Yeah. Also, something else I really love about Trickster is he's just psychotic. There's no moral ambiguity to his character at all.
And he has the I love the Trickster laugh. It's so good. He has that like a bubbly like whimsy to him.
Yeah.
That's creepy in like the perfect way.
Yeah.
Where it's like believable that he's just
happy to be here.
He's losing himself in the madness that he's lived his whole life. It's great.
Yeah, and now he finally gets to cut loose.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to care about anything. Yeah, once again, I think they did an incredible job, and I think people just like.
I want more.
Yeah,
I want another chapter.
I want to
like make the members of No Spin a fire themed killer, and make one of the fans of No Spin one of the survivors.
A groupie would be incredible.
Yeah, that died in the fire, or like was supposed to die in the fire, was theorized to die in the fire, but got pulled into the fog instead. That'd be great.
That would be cool.
Oh my gosh, imagine all of No Spin, all 4 members that got like quote unquote killed by the fire, merged together by the fog.
It's making the Blighted Legion skin, but as a killer.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting take on it.
And then they have like fire powers, and they're actually like K-pop. They have like K-pop clothing, like Trickster has, but it's more like a dystopian like take on it, where it's like charred.
I think also the idea of like a fan, realizing what Trickster actually is. That would be a very interesting thing from a story perspective, I feel.
I also always thought that like a legendary skin that was Yun Jin for Trickster, if the universe was twisted, and then Trickster as a legendary Yun Jin cosmetic would be great.
That would be... I would love to see it. I don't think it'll happen, but I would love to see it.
I think they could try so much with this chapter. This chapter is so beloved by so many.
Yeah. No skin, no map either, and... God damn it. Dracula gets a map in the sky.
That would be my way of getting a map in the game.
What?
All Kill 2.
Oh yeah. Dracula gets a castle in the sky. Why can't Trickster have like a studio in the sky?
God, no.
I made that stupid joke the other day where it's like, okay, so where's my good guy factory in the sky? Come on.
Oh my god. Please. Like, I think it works for Dracula, but I hope they don't do it more.
They opened the floodgates. They opened the floodgates now.
I don't think that is a good alternative to maps.
No, not at all. It's just funny to think about.
Yeah, true.
So, speaking of skins, I think you pretty much just answered one of them. But of the skins, of the many Trickster skins we have, do you have a favorite?
Oh,
you gotta pick one.
It is so hard to pick. So Gutting Head Smasher. It's actually there's actually a mishmash, because a lot of them just look kind of bad, like all put together, but they're really interchangeable.
Mm-hmm.
So Gutting Head Smasher, which is the purple neon gold ring spike bat, it has purple neon rings, and then has the gold like spiked batting ring at the top.
Mm-hmm.
I used that bat with the blue default recolor, and then I used the blue hair from the outfit with the white puff jacket.
Mm-hmm.
I used the blue hair from that, the blue coat recolor, and the Gutting Head Smasher. That's my signature look. That is the look that I've always done on Trickster. And I love it. But I also like the gold mask with the gold and black coat with the gold and black bat. That one's amazing. The gold and black bat recolor, that is. And I also I'm currently a big fan of the neon yellow default recolor. Because it's so ridiculously neon that it's such a stark contrast to most healers in the game that I'm just like, if I show up on some survivor while undetectable, while neon yellow, they look in my direction and are like, what the hell? And it's like it's great.
It's all right. Well, clearly you like a lot of them. Are there any you hate?
I wouldn't say I hate any of them in particular, but the cat one. Why? I just want to know. Like, I like the idea of them doing like a cat production skin,
Yeah.
right? And it gives me cats, but it has pustules. Like it has open sores on it that are like green, or like, and it's like, why? Can you just make this like a gothic version of a cat's character? It would have looked so much better if you didn't make this grotesque. And instead it was like gothic. But they wanted to go with a grotesque look, and it's like, why? I just don't understand.
I think they were trying to fit the theme with the rest of them. Honestly, here's my prediction for the cat skins. I feel like Plagues came first, and then the other ones came from that.
Plagues is really bad.
I know, but I think that's the one that came first.
But also, the lunar skin, the fire dancer one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've noticed with Trickster skins, and I'm going to ruin this for some people. All of his skeleton is worked off of the default coat. But if you notice the default coat, it has like jacket folds that actually work with the skeleton that it has, to where it doesn't fall off of his belly and his torso. The jacket doesn't. So if you look at the fire dancer skin, it's like, I don't remember what the professional or like what the traditional garb is, but it doesn't slide. Like it looks like it's super glued to his chest. It doesn't fall like a regular, like one of those outfits would fall. It is glued to his chest, and then once you get down to the ankles or like the legs, it starts having physics. So, and that's because the default coat has the skeleton. It has the skeleton of the default coat, and they just don't. I don't know. I wish they could make a new skeleton for some of the skins, because some of the skins look really bad due to like this. The art on it looks great, but it's super glued to his torso as a flowing like garment.
Yeah.
So it's like, why? Like why?
And then obviously for skins, you want other than the Yoon Jin Trickster swap ones, and is there anything else you can think of?
I want a like an actual goth skin. Like a vampire would be cool. Obviously the Yoon Jin skin. I want a Patrick Bateman legendary. That would go so fucking hard.
What
oh my
would the weapon
god.
be?
The fire axe.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that'd be sick. And it would fit him so well. Even the wink. Going back to the camera.
I don't know how, because I asked this about the Hello Kitty Chucky skin I want. I don't know how the licensing works there.
I think it has to be.
Oh no, never mind. Trickster's not licensed. Never mind, it'd be fine.
Yeah, Trickster's not licensed. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Because I don't think we're getting Patrick Bateman in this game.
No, I don't think it's gonna happen either.
I think he's way too
simple.
I think it's deceptively complex of a license. Because do you do the movie justice, or do you do Patrick Bateman justice?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
because the movie is his descent into madness, right? But you have to do him as a skin. And I think Trickster's the best avenue of putting a skin on, or a skin for Patrick Bateman in the game. Because he's the same, they're similar. They're very similar, like, backstories. Just in a different locale,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah. I think it's a similar situation to Billy and Bubba, but that's different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that a skin for Bubba would work. I don't think you can just put a Bubba skin on Billy and it be like, spiritual to the.
Well, no,
I think that's why they made him his original character.
I'm saying from an overlap perspective is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's necessarily overlap in terms of character, like, design. It's more just like aesthetics and backstory. But we've seen that before.
Yeah. I mean, I would love it. Trickster doesn't have a legendary, does he?
He does.
What is it, the cat?
God of Desire.
Oh, really? That's
the Valentine's Day skin with the balding hairline.
It's legendary. Of course it is. But I mean, credit to the devs though on the skins in general. I think Trickster eats pretty good with skins, honestly.
Yeah, I just wish that I didn't feel like they were a rationale for making the character more simple.
So next, would you say that Trickster is map dependent?
It depends on the quality of the team you're playing against. It drastically depends on the quality of the team you're playing against. Mm-hmm. Indoor maps are really, really, really bad for him. But the only teams that are going to make use of it are teams that are very good. If you're slugging, yeah, you don't want to be on indoor maps. But if you're playing against teams that are like average, he doesn't care. Like, he'll just kill everybody.
Right.
Because he's kind of a noob stomper. You just can't, like, in the maps that are bad, right? Say like Crotus Pun Asylum. Like Father Campbell's Chapel. If the main building spawns with the god windows, and you get Shack that's chaining into a jungle gym, you can't basement and pray. Because if you're playing against good players, they are going to run those buildings on you until all gens complete.
Right.
It's like really, really strong against Trickster. Also, oh my god, wait. Yeah, there's some maps that are really, really bad. Suffocation Pit main. If it spawns with the window at the, you know what I mean? Like the if it spawns with the window at the door blocked above the pit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
In main building, that tile, if you don't break the door, you lose the game.
Yeah.
Because you can actually burn laceration on that. You can never gain chase on the player that uses that until window block. Which is ass. Like, it's really bad. What else? Hawkins is really bad, but only if the players are good. It's also really good for you if you slug, because the rooms are really open, but they're also like kind of secluded. So you can kind of get to the point where you funnel in people and then main event through all of them.
What maps would you say he's good on? Like, very good on?
Any map where you can camp a hook in a very, very opportune area. If you get a hook in the middle of RPD, you win the game. Because what do? Do they challenge your hook? No. If they do, you main event through all of them because you have tequila watch and you're just like you just like you proc infectious 4 times and they all die.
Yeah.
And not just that, it doesn't matter that they unhooked, because You just go through borrowed time immediately with main event.
Yeah, and it's wide open. Like you don't even have to necessarily stand right next to the hook.
Yeah.
Like you could just be up the stairs checking the gen, or checking the left lobby.
Yeah, I would. There's not very many maps that are exceptionally good for Trickster. It really depends on like what playstyle the survivors go with, as well as you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say he does bad on any map that's like bad for M1 killers, probably.
When I say that though, is there a map like you'll get and you'll be like, hell yeah? Any?
I mean, personally, Hawkins, but like that's just because I like Hawkins.
I love Hawkins.
I love Hawkins. Oh, I forgot about one.
What?
If you get Tobo landing, I'm sorry. I hate that map.
I hate that map too, and not for
Every
reasons...
time I've done a win streak, my streak ended on that map from people stealthing for 3 gens straight.
I did the 50 games of Chucky with no perks, no add-ons. I got Toba 6 times in that entire streak. I didn't get a single kill in Toba in those 6 matches.
Toba is incredibly bad.
It's not even like people think I hate it because of the loops. That's not even why I hate it. I hate it because of the noise.
Oh, he's also really good on New Haddonfield.
Isn't every killer good on New Haddonfield?
Yeah, but Trickster is especially because they didn't create line of sights.
Yeah.
So you just like XD main event and the whole team dies in the open.
Have you
like you hook in the open and then the game ends.
Have you seen
noticing a theme?
Yes, I probably about to ask this next question. Have you seen New Midwich?
I have. I'm actually kind of excited.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I like Midwich as it is, so I'm kind of nervous, but like I like new things even if they end up being terrible, so that doesn't necessarily mean it's an endorsement from me.
Yeah, fair enough. I hate current Midwich anyways, but so the changes just make it look worse somehow.
I like current Midwich, I just think that the amount of breakable walls is stupid.
Fair enough.
Like
I just
remove the like I'm glad that they're probably phasing out breakable walls.
I'm still surprised we haven't got a perk about them. If I'm perfectly honest with you.
I think the reason why is because they're phasing them out. If I had to guess. I don't know if you've noticed, but every rework that they've done, they've removed most breakable walls.
I think, yeah, part of me thought Laura was going to come with a breakable wall perk.
No, I think I'm just glad that they seem to be phasing out breakable walls.
Yeah, fair enough.
And the next one is Springwood.
Springwood? What about?
They're changing main.
Oh, wait,
they're reworking the map.
I didn't even see them say that. When did they say that?
They said that at the Q&A a few weeks ago, 3 months ago.
Oh, I don't remember that one at all. Okay, fair enough. I think Springwood's fine.
The AMA on Reddit, I mean.
Oh. I still think Springwood's fine. I like Springwood.
I hate Springwood.
I like how the survivors have an option to either save the last 2 gens on the edges or not.
I think a lot of the matches boil down to camping. Because that main building basement is awful. The map is way too big. I really, really hate House of Pain as a tile. I hate that main building as a tile.
Wait,
Trickster sucks at main buildings.
Oh, hang on. We're thinking of 2 different... I was thinking of Greenville.
No, Springwood. I like Greenville.
My bad. I'm so used to people saying Badham. That's Springwood.
I was about to say, you're like really, really, really surprising me on that.
Oh, yeah, I am so sorry. Yeah, no. I hate Badham. Chucky can't play any of the tiles on that map at all.
Yeah, neither can Trickster. I hate it.
Jesus. Oh my God, I just said I like Badham. No one quote that. Yeah, no, good they are. You didn't catch it when I said that they could just the survivors get to choose which gens they want to do to how to influence the match.
I mean, I don't care either way. I just slug them all to death. I don't care what gens they do.
Yeah, I was talking about Greenville.
I don't even notice what gens survivors do.
Yeah, I was talking about Greenville because they can if they save the last gens to be one in the middle and the two on the out. Like they should be. It makes the map bigger, but if they don't, it makes the map smaller. I like that.
Oh, that's the same case for Hawkins too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just save the upstairs one for last, guys.
Upstairs and the glass room.
Yeah, save those two for last, and then you're good. And then the last thing, you kind of answered it a little bit, but do you have any stats?
Oh, yeah. I'm currently the number. Wait, you mean like laceration stats?
Any stats?
Yeah, 1 second.
What is Trickster's track stat? Is it laceration downs or hits?
It's laceration hits.
Okay. So they did it correctly with Trickster. Cool.
Yeah, I'm glad. So I have lacerated 78,569 players.
Jesus.
I'm currently number 3. Maybe number 4. I don't know. I think I'm I'm number 4. Yeah, I'm number 4. There's also Gujigo in number 1 with 145,000. Vasik at number 3 with 96,000. I can't see Ayano's here, but Ayano's a second place, I think. And then I'm 4th place at 78,000. I think I did the math and I've lacerated 11 players an hour if you divide it amongst my playtime.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I'm also currently number 23 on the leaderboard in terms of applying Oblivious to survivors. I've applied 22,056 Oblivious status effects.
It tracks that?
Yep. Let me see. I have another one. I'm currently number 6 for unknown UVX downs. I am 3,885 UVX downs.
Mm-hmm.
Survivor Screams, I think, is one of them as well. Make unique survivors scream. I am currently number 20 in the world for unique survivors screamed at 28,457. I thank Infectious Fright for that.
Well, no, you make a survivor scream whenever you injure them.
Right, but Infectious Fright makes it very, very easy to make sure you didn't miss anybody in that trial.
Fair enough.
Because Trickster, there's definitely circumstances where like the survivors are incentivized to just never interact with you because you're camping.
Mm-hmm.
Which I hate that he is balanced around that. Please, behavior, if you are listening, make Trickster less reliant on camping and tunneling and slugging, please. It's really, really annoying. I like chasing. Can we make him more about chasing, please? That'd be cool. But yeah, I think that's about it for stats.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm still surprised number 20 in the world for the screaming. That's kind of nuts the more I think about it.
I love Infectious Fright. I also love Friends to the End, which also makes people scream.
Okay, all right. So next would be the viewer questions, which, by the way, if anyone in chat has any questions on either side, go ahead and ask them now. We'll probably get to them here in a minute. But some of these you've answered already. So I can either ask you again if you want to clarify, or we can skip them. It's up to you.
We can go through them. It's fine. Okay. I have plenty of time.
This one was asked a lot. How would you have done the Trickster rework differently? Everyone agrees it was a bad rework. How do you think behavior should have done it?
Okay. This might be a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Old Trickster. 4.4 meters per second, 24 meter tear radius, 40 meter lullaby, 6 knives to injure, 44 ammo capacity, 15 seconds to start decay, restore the 0.3 seconds if you're running, 0.4 seconds if you're doing any other action. Make it so that the laceration goes away at the end of the segment instead of at the start, because that is very deceptive. I would also probably not do a 15-second decay timer now that I think about it. I'd probably do 7 and then make it so that each segment goes away in 7 seconds instead of, once it starts decaying, all of them go away instantly. Because I think that each segment decaying in an equal time frame is just better for like counterplay, because then you can burn through each laceration one at a time predictably instead of it all going away and like when it decays. And it gives you a warning of like, you get to actually track on the meter in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I think the meter there's a lot of room to improve the meter, because it's just, why is there even a meter in the first place for survivors if like they can't play around it? Like there's so much like visibility, like transparency that could be there. But for the most part, I would just do everything the same as 4.4 Trickster. But I would make a ramping system that tracked how accurate you were, and for how accurate you were, you would get bonuses like movement speed, vault speed, break speed, until you got to your main event. And then when you main evented, it all went away. But it made a really, really powerful main event that, you only get like 5 times per game, but it's like an ultimate ability. It's supposed to be like that. I would also lower his movement speed while throwing knives closer to Huntress's. But I'd also add a distance modifier to compensate for this, because a distance modifier incentivizes you for going for clever and tricky shots, making you try to do more of like a skill, like show off kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd make the ramping main event passive thing get more progress if you went for like a shot that gave you an extra multiplier, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd also give you an extra multiplier for firing through holes in structures. I don't know how they would do that, but I would do that. Because I think that's cool. And I think that it's worth rewarding those things, like how you give Billy more blood points for curving. Because it's just, it keeps the character in a unique space that I think a lot of killers don't have. But TLDR, I think Trickster should not move as fast as a M1 killer. I think that he should go back to something between where Huntress is and where he currently is. Because Huntress's breakpoints work for a reason.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Before I get to the next question, do all the questions on the YouTube comments. You're all a bunch of comedians. I'm not asking the question. Rev's already seen the questions. I'm not asking it. If you don't know what I'm talking about and you commented, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, moving on.
Don't worry, I hate my killer too. Right now, at least.
Do you think Trickster is stronger after or pre-rework?
Pre-rework, by far. I think if you don't know that much about Trickster, or if you were a newer Trickster when the rework hit, or if you didn't like spend the time figuring out all the little like bits and bobs to maximize 4.4 Trickster, you might think that it was a buff, but there is a mountain of nerfs that only were compensated with being able to M1 your opponent more and to save ammo for free.
Mm-hmm.
Lowering skill ceiling and nerfing the killer overall is not a buff.
Okay.
Vasek had a 200 and something win streak on old Trickster. On modern Trickster, we can't get above 100. Like, it's pretty... And I don't play against my old friends anymore in solo queue. Even if we're queuing together, I cannot get to their MMR anymore. I've tried sniping people, doesn't work because the character just doesn't get to those skill levels anymore, which is kind of insane. To be able to physically feel that I can't queue into my friends anymore. Which is a big downside of the changes. This character can feel really oppressive sometimes, but a lot of it is down to survivors not counterplaying it properly. And I kind of don't blame them because a lot of the counterplay has been like eroded due to increasing his movement speed and making it so that like a huntress can fly around a corner and hit you with like 17 hatchets, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the combo system, and do you think it should have more of an influence on the gameplay?
Revert it.
That's what you were gonna say.
Revert it. It was an aesthetic system before. It worked better as an aesthetic system. It does realistically nothing now, and it came at the cost of a ton of voice lines, a lot of nuance of his like laughs, which by the way he laughs every time he injures someone now, which is annoying. Because the combo system ends whenever he injures somebody. And it doesn't really help main event that much. You could have just like layered that on flat to main event and added skill expression to the base kit. But instead we put it on this combo system that I don't even think I can explain properly, and it's been 9 months. Like it is, and it's not even worth explaining because it's only 3 seconds on a main event duration that the end tail of the duration doesn't matter because you kill them in the first 2 seconds of it anyway.
Right.
So it's like, why? like what? Why did we do this? I miss my character, man.
If you could create an add-on for Trickster, what would it be?
Ooh. Oh, I need to pull up my rework. 1 second.
Oh my God.
That's a hard question.
I'm sure it is. I mean, I can't think of a new one for most killers most of the time.
Oh. So you know that combo system I was mentioning that has like, has building value like action speed, vault speed, kick speed, haste, as you're like more accurate. I had an add-on idea that buffed the effectiveness of this by 50%, but lowered your movement speed while holding knives by 10%. So it was like a high skill reward that narrowed you into your combo more, but you got like more benefits. So it increased the effectiveness of all the benefits of the combo system, which was also the increased throw rate of main event, also the increased movement speed from the passives, also the increased like action speed that comes along with it. In return for you moving like Huntress speed while you had your knives going.
Okay.
Which I think is really interesting. There's also the idea of a like that distance modifier having an add-on attached to it that buffed the effectiveness of that by 50%.
Yeah, it'd be similar to Singularity's, I think it's a brown now.
Yeah.
Kind of increase the range, but for this it would increase the effective, not the...
So at like 24 meters, you do... Like a base kit at 24 meters, you do 1.5. And then at 32, it would do 1.75. And then at 40, it would do 2.0.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, this one's actually a few questions. I can answer this one too. Does it ever get tiring playing such a universally hated killer?
I don't know any other world. I don't know any other life. This has always been my existence. It is tiring, definitely, like trying trying and failing, trying to get people to like hear my side.
Yeah.
But like at this point, I just like laugh and say skill issue because it's just easier.
I just
yeah, it's you can't reason with everybody.
no.
So like, why even try? Sometimes, you know, like I think I can only be the best person that I try to be, and I can't just be someone else's expectation of what a trickster player is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to subject myself to letting other people paint me as something that I'm not, you know? So if people are going to judge me for playing Trickster, then, I mean, I don't know. Hold the L, I guess. Smile.
As someone who also plays a decently hated character, you just get used to it. That's all I'm gonna say. You just get used to it. I hate it. I do. And it wouldn't make me as mad except for when I tell people, like, when I try to explain
it trims people that are superficial out of my life for free. I love it.
It's just like whenever like you said, when like you're ever trying to like explain like the counterplay, or like, oh well, actually this and that. What bothers me more is when people completely ignore it, not when people dismiss it. People dismiss it, I can handle.
Yeah,
you know?
it's when people are like, haha, Trickster player's opinion, mute emoji.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, yeah.
It's
my bad. My 2,000 hours in Trickster is not qualified for making the character more fun to play against. Oopsies, sorry.
But you know, you get used to it. It's just like with anything in this world. It sucks, but like you get used to it.
Yeah, the emote that Taco just put in my chat. The Trickster main emote.
What do you think of the interesting purple add-ons? Are any of them legitimately strong, or are they more just fun gimmicks?
Trick Blades is his best add-on, outside of Memento Blades.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Memento Blades is going to survive another patch that affects Trickster. I don't think it should.
Okay.
I think Memento Blades is super unhealthy for its design. Diamond Cufflinks is actually really fun. I had a lot more fun with it before when it wasn't like outclassed by half the add-ons because they made main event acquired 400% faster. Cut Through You Single and Edge of Revival are really fun. I think they could be buffed. Edge of Revival and Cut Through used to have legitimate usage. They used to have a bug that allowed them to synergize with each other, where you'd pierce through the floor, and then the explosion would do damage to the same player.
Mm-hmm.
So each knife would be 1.5 times laceration. They bug fixed this, and the add-ons became useless. I think for the most part, Edge is really fun. I think Cut Through could probably use something else in addition to what it does, but I like them. I think they're both really fun. But yeah, Trick Blades and Diamond Cufflinks are the only legitimate ones.
Mm-hmm.
Also, can we blow up Cage Tart shoes with a bomb?
They're indestructible. They're shoes. Come on.
You don't like moonwalking like Michael Jackson, but like flying at them at survivor movement speed while also firing an entire main event worth of knives?
This next one, you can say sunk cost fallacy for the answer for this one if you want. What about Trickster makes you pick him over other projectile killers such as Huntress, Deathslinger, or Unknown Plague?
I associate with him quite a bit.
Okay.
This character I am one of the most knowledgeable tricksters, and so I feel I have a responsibility to stick with this character, because if I don't, then the character's gonna be lost to time. Side note, if I didn't play this character, I don't think that it'd have... I built my community on Trickster.
Right.
Back when Trickster was a lot different,
Mhm.
right? So if I wasn't streaming, I would not be playing this character. Because he lost a lot of the nuance that I started playing him for. I would just main Huntress or Skull Merchant if I wasn't streaming. Because Huntress was what got me into this game. And I would remain playing Huntress because they took away my favorite elements of my favorite killer. And it feels like a bad breakup whenever I boot this killer up. I'm gonna be honest. This character feels like I get the sense of dread that nothing about this killer will ever be changed again. And they're just gonna leave him in this like dilapidated state. I dread that. But I still play him because like who else is going to? Like I have to keep fighting for this character because no one else will.
Fair enough.
And that's not uncommon of a sentiment, by the way. Almost all the Trickster mains in the top 10 have expressed disgust with the current version of Trickster. And we've seemingly been ignored. So,
well, he's not on the list, but that doesn't necessarily mean no changes, by the way.
Right, but I don't know.
We'll see. I'm still holding
We'll see.
hope.
I am too.
Where do you think Trickster's skill ceiling and floor are?
That's a very hard answer to. I think they've definitely narrowed.
Okay.
Like the floor and ceiling have definitely gotten closer together. I don't think it's as hyperbolic as saying like they're equal, because I don't think that's really the case. But I think there's a lot of elements that got removed that didn't need to go. But I think for the most part, the killer's skill pretty much just comes down to tracking a laser pointer now.
It's just purely aim at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's for the most part it, I think. I think there's a lot more interesting elements to it before, but it really just comes down to, are you good enough at the macro to know when you're supposed to tunnel, camp, and slug? And then the aim. That's pretty much it. It used to be more of like a Huntress, where you could go for some spicy shots if you were good enough, but now it's like, no, not really. You just run them down. You move faster than them, so who cares? Just run them
down. This kind of leads a bit into some of the rework questions, but what do you think they could do to make Trickster enjoyable to play versus?
Slow them down.
You think that would solve most of the, I mean, we kind of already saw that. Okay.
I think slowing him down inside of his throw state would help a lot. I think adding a mechanic. Okay, fixing the laceration meter so that it actually was like transparent on when decay started would be helpful as well. Making it so that decay is consistent and it's not just lose the entire meter when decay starts, so that you can actually have a predictable start time of decay would be good. I think adding a ramp up again would help give survivors a warning before you unleashed your full flurry on them. And I think him moving like lowering the meter and making him move slower would make him actually feel like his power is transient, just like Huntress's is. Adding more range elements would make it so you actually have dodge moments against Trickster where your dodges matter, right? And I think that reducing his terror radius back down to what it was would allow for his lullaby to feel immersive again. But I think a building hype up meter in some contexts that gave you, like, let you ride the chaos with him in some respect would be nice.
Mhm.
You could also do something like, and there's a modifier in the code for this, make it so there's a post-hit movement speed bonus whenever you get injured by lacerations. So you can actually make distance on most tiles after getting injured. That would actually that would also make it so vaulting your downside. And I think that's always been a downside of Trickster that's always been a counterplay of Trickster is don't vault when you get injured. If you vault, you are ruining your distance a lot. Because all that post-hit movement speed is going into a vault animation that is not sped up from post-hit damage. So adding a bonus onto that for lacerations and then balancing around that would be smart, I think.
Okay. Yeah,
but I think the biggest thing is fuck main event.
I think we can all agree on fuck main event. To be fair.
Yeah, main event could be something completely different. Completely different. Because it's just it's aggravating to play against. It's like, where's the interactivity? What is this?
All right. This next one is quite long, but
oh god.
Let
me get a water. Let me get a water.
Okay.
1 sec.
It's the last one, I promise.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. All right. The last one, well, actually second to last. Check your Discord, by the way. Are you a horror fan? If so, what is your stance on the infamous Discord of what does and doesn't belong in DVD? At DBD. And where do you see Trickster among this? We answered this a little bit earlier, but I think the better question to ask within that question is, do you where would you say the line is for what doesn't belong in Dead by Daylight?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what my most. I'll answer this in a different way.
Okay.
I'll tell you what my most anticipated chapters are that aren't directly horror inspired.
Okay.
Darth Vader, Sephiroth.
Okay.
I think horror is subjective in most degrees, but I think that the hallmark should be they have to be a big bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to be an antagonist, and they have to invoke fear in their media in some capacity.
And
right?
I would agree both of them do that very well.
Yep. And I also think Spawn would be insane.
Yeah, I saw your tweet about Spawn. I never really thought about it, but Spawn's not an antagonist though.
He's an anti-hero. But I think you could do some lore where he gets like mind controlled by the entity.
Yeah. Yeah, the Violator. Just be Clown 2.0 to be fair, but yeah.
I don't want more clowns. Link, thank you.
It's I think
Scarecrow from Batman.
Oh, that would be
Fiddlesticks from League of Legends.
Yep. We have Fiddlesticks from League of Legends.
It's not the same thing.
It is the same.
I mean, like they could do a different iteration of that, but Scarecrow would be great, yeah.
For those who don't know what I'm talking about,
Fiddlesticks is way scarier than Unknown. I'm sorry.
They're the same character though.
But Fiddlesticks is scarier though.
Oh my god, I know. Trust me, I understand. I'm just saying they're the same character.
Yeah, I mean I love Unknown, don't get me wrong, but like
I was gonna do a joke video where I was gonna read off Fiddlesticks lore, but change the locations and do the same thing for Unknown and see if anyone noticed.
Wow.
Like they are eerily similar to the point to where you know how people were saying Skull Merchant was a failed Predator license.
Yeah.
Tinfoil hat. I'm kidding. I don't think it's a failed Riot license, but that would be insane if it was.
That would be wild.
They're so similar. It's insane to me.
Yeah, I think Unknown is our cryptid. I don't think we're gonna get any other cryptids now.
No. I think.
I also think we're not gonna get Slenderman due to it.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
We could. I think they can do different things with Slenderman than they can with Unknown for sure, but
Yeah.
it's hard. Like Slenderman's a hard license to actually like. Whether you get the license or not, that's a different story. But
Adapting.
creating a power for Slenderman that feels spiritual to the character, that's a difficult task.
I spent 5 hours trying to come up with a power for Springtrap. Trust me, I get it. Like, it's yeah. I don't know how they could do it without it being because like Slenderman doesn't really do anything.
He acts like a he's like a different iteration of a weeping angel.
Yeah, but I mean like he doesn't like do anything. Is what it like. I don't know.
Yeah, he'd have to teleport. And you'd have to have the 8 pages in the trial.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd have to be like a nurse. But a jump scare version.
It would be interesting to see them try it. Huh? That's why I'm really excited
Yeah.
for FNAF, honestly. I spent, like I said,
I am too.
I spent 5 hours with somebody trying to come up with a power, and we couldn't. We came up with an idea, but
I think having Springtrap in the trial and having all 4 members of the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria in the trial as well that you have to aim cameras at could be a way they could go about it. Then if you aim the cameras at them, they stop. But at some point in the trial, Springtrap breaks or repositions the cameras.
So our idea was the cameras as well, but what we said was he's permanently undetectable until you look at him, until you either do the line of sight thing similar to Ghostface or Unknown, and that includes the cameras. And you can either and he can you basically phantoms go around the map while he's undetectable. And if the survivor touches them, they get killer instinct and he can teleport to them. That was our idea. And then the other thing we had is when the survivors are in the camera, they can play random audio that causes the killer instinct to happen where they're aiming. That way it's just like FNAF 3. That was our idea. But yeah. Once again, no chase power. That was our problem. We couldn't come up with the chase power.
I don't think killers need a chase power.
Yeah, fair enough.
To a degree, I don't think Ghostface technically has a chase power, really.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. Fair enough.
Neither does Twins, really.
I mean, you could argue the fact that Victor goes at like 100 and something movement speed is the chase power.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. It's the results predetermined, right? Like, because of that. So it's like, did they throw a hatch? Did they throw a Victor at you from across the map like a hatchet?
No, that would be hilarious.
No, I mean like that's effectively like the same application, right?
But, yeah.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of when someone suggested pigs should be able to throw bear traps at survivors.
It's like you're not gonna get away from Victor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't even consider that a chase.
But yeah. I mean, you can still dodge him though.
Oh yeah, Pinhead partially doesn't have a chase power. Like he has like the chains are a chase power, but it's not like a full chase power.
the box is most of his power.
Well, I think that's what I meant though. But with the Springtrap idea I had though, is that it's not like he actually doesn't have power. His power is just he's undetectable the whole time.
Well. The thing is, like, the chase power would be like the Nemesis thing, but more consistent, where the other AI can just like get into your chase.
Yeah, that was my idea. Yeah, pretty much.
So that's sort of a chase power.
Yeah.
It's just all the annoying parts of Nemesis, though.
Well, I think we were trying to stay true to the character or like the games.
Yeah,
because
I think it's better.
Yeah, the Phantoms were.
I think it's more important to that.
The idea of undetectability is. I'm just saying, like, if Springtrap doesn't have some form of undetectability, I'm gonna be very mad, because that's like half of the gimmick of those games.
He's always lurking in the background.
Yeah, there's cameras that has to be part of the power. I feel.
Yep, I agree.
And then the audio thing I came up with because that's how you distract him. That's how you fight against him in FNAF 3. It makes sense to me. I also had the idea of maybe control shocks, but I don't think that would be fun to go against. You could just shock Springtrap, and he can't move for like 4 seconds or something. Okay, this is actually a long question. All right. What would you think of a rework that removes main event and makes knives ricochet like the purple add-on, with the ability to see a highlighted silhouette of the knives first bounce and lacerations build quicker on the knives that bounce?
No.
Okay.
You would aim at the floor underneath them and they would die instantly.
Mm-hmm.
I also think adding bounce base kit is a cop-out to actually fixing the power with actual good math. Like, you can't just like load extra bonuses onto, like, I know that my rework has like bonuses on top of it, right? But you have to like be sparing with them. You can't just have them apply it in all circumstances. Because if you have them apply in all circumstances and aren't a build-up or like something that is skill induced, then you create something that's like Skull Merchant, where like, yeah, there's a lot of complexity to the power, but all it results in is the survivor having no opportunity to actually do anything at a certain point. So it's like, why even include the complexity in the first place if you don't care about the survivor experience?
Right.
When that's what it's supposed to be, facilitating.
Yeah. Okay. I once again, I think that's something we went into a little bit earlier when I was talking about it. Yeah. Last question, and then we will end it after this. Would you considering dating Trickster intact with his mannerisms and behavior if he existed in real life?
No. I think he's attractive, but
I don't know.
I don't have the infatuation with serial killers that some people apparently do in this community.
There's a psychological reason for that. I won't get into because I'd be here for hours. But yeah, there's a reason for that. But on that, Rev, I think we're gonna end it there. Congrats!
It was very fun.
Congrats, by the way. You are now officially the second longest podcast.
Holy crap! Let's go. Yeah, thank you for having me on. Like, genuinely, I just appreciate being considered for talking about the character. I care a lot about this character, so it's an honor.
Yeah. And once again, I appreciate you being able to redo this. I know we did this before, but I actually think this was a better version of that, because
this one was way more productive, I think.
Yeah. Well, last time I feel like I definitely didn't know what space I was trying to take this through, because you were one of the earlier ones I recorded, I feel, before I knew what this podcast was. So,
I also had a lot more fun in this conversation, I think, since we're a lot more comfortable with each other now.
That too. But it was nice. It was nice. But I think I'm gonna end it there. But if you have any other words you would like to say before we go.
I have gathered feedback from from a lot of members of the Trickster community, and I think that it'd be a damn shame if they left Trickster in the state that he currently is. I've been trying to fight for the last 9-10 months about this rework, trying to get them to bring it back to at least what it was before, if not something better.
And the common sentiment, thankfully, has been in pretty big support of trying to bring this character back to what it was before. We lost something back in November, and I think that it's a shame. So I'm hoping that that gets fixed, and eventually I can be proud of playing a character that has a high skill ceiling again.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, all of Rev's links will be below for the people on the YouTubes. You should check out Rev for real. Much better streamer than I am. So,
Whatever.
In any case, for the YouTube side of things, I love you guys. Have a good one, and yeah, bye.
Bye, YouTube.